Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Vault Exhale. Hope you all are well. This conversation is pertaining to Seth's way. He said, she said, petty complaints, grandiose Ytubers. How did it get to this point? Once again, we will take a deep dive into a case that is ratchet as all get out. This is probably my fourth child's case I've discussed that is ignorant as hell. It's ignorant as hell. Hello, dear. Thank you, honey. Good to see you, Deborah. It's just ignorant as hell, and it's pathetic. But as I've always said, in talking about these type of cases, even if it's an adult, you don't know people. You don't know people. So you can't be shocked, really, at what you're hearing about the victim, if indeed this is a victim, Sebastian, and his parents, family members. It's just the way it is. And I think a lot of people don't realize that, is that you have expectations pertaining to the victim and the parents. So I'm going to say this before I get into your answers to the polls. I'm going to read the polls, and then I'm going to go into my conversation. I have told you all before that a few years ago, a young lady went missing here in Knoxville. And I knew of the family. I knew one of the family members. We weren't best friends or anything like that, but I knew of her. We all have same acquaintances, so on and so forth. The gist of the story is this. I can speak firsthand on how people behave behind the scenes. And that's what a lot of you all don't understand. You chatters, you web sleuths, you YouTubers, you don't know because you haven't dealt with people who have a missing family member. Because this is what I'm saying in all the commentary, the videos, Facebook posts. You think you know everything about people, but you don't. Because if you've never been around a person and people with a missing loved one, you really can't speak on anything. You can only speak on your assertion of what you think happened to the victim. So that's your perception. People aren't going to behave the way you think they should behave. I saw it firsthand. Attitude. One of the relatives had an attitude. It seems like maybe certain people were tiptoeing around this one relative because they were the orchestrator of getting the information out to the public. So this is why I said I can speak from experience. The person wanted to talk to me, but then they changed their mind because they were worried about the other relative getting angry because that relative was the one who was doing all the orchestrating for the victim. So this is why I tell people, you don't know what's going on behind closed doors. You don't know the emotions of the people dealing with the missing person. The emotions are very high. And you as an outsider, you have a perception that you think a person should behave a certain way. It doesn't work like that because one, it's none of our business. Two, you don't know the people in the story. So therefore, you have this perception that they're going to come out and talk a certain way to the news. They're going to talk, you know what I'm saying? They're going to be a certain way. No. No. It doesn't work like that because one, you don't know the people. So I saw it firsthand, the anger and the pettiness in dealing with the missing person. I gave this person a pass only because I was dealing with them, you know, at a, what I would say, a 50-foot distance. So I'm not going to say anything out of the way because I'm an outsider. You understand what I'm saying? I'm an outsider. So I don't have any right to say anything to these people belligerent about their missing person or their attitude. That's not my place. I can have my perception of them. I can have my opinion of them, but it's not for me to go say anything to them. And it wouldn't be right for me to come out, on YouTube or Facebook and, douse these people with gasoline because of what I thought, that would be a problem because one, I have to live in this community. People know me. I've got to, walk by these people, kind of like what the district attorney said about Susan Smith, about the death penalty. He said, well, if I gave her the death penalty, I still got to walk around this town. But then somebody might say, who cares? So what? She deserved it. But I understood what he was saying, that any decision you make dealing with true crime, it can have a ramification. It doesn't matter if you think it's right or wrong. Everybody has his or her own perception of what is right and what is wrong. So I've been in the background dealing with a missing person, the family, the one relative that seemed to have a really, bad attitude because I had to, check her, months later, before I think this is right before the victim was found. The relative was found, discarded. She had a problem with the person that was supposed to be helping them, the advocate. And I told her, to her face, I said, look, she was recommended to help you. What is the problem? Why is this attitude here? I says, I think she's being genuine as best she can. I said, she's only asking you questions about the victim because that's her job. She can't go sit on a news broadcast and she doesn't know anything about the victim. So that was an issue that the relative had with the advocate. Oh, she's asking too many questions. Da, 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 da. So I started thinking to myself, because, I'm very keen on picking up attitudes and dispositions from people, because that's why sometimes I don't always say how I feel about certain people in a story. I like to let it simmer a little bit before I decide to give my full opinion about a person. Are you hiding something about the victim? I thought that at one time. When I listened to the grandmother speak about her on the news, I thought, is there something they're hiding? What is it? What is the problem with? Because one interview the grandmother did, she was like kind of talking in circles about the victim. And I couldn't understand where she was taking the conversation. It was just an odd statement she had made. I can't repeat it, verbatim, because that's been years ago. But it struck me strange. So my mind was at that time when the grandmother spoke, what was going on with the victim? That's what I thought. So then you fast forward months later, I'm out and about. I'm out at this little, gathering where we go, eat drinks and things like that. They're playing music, and the victim's relative is at the same event. And she comes over to me. We talk, and I let her know I'm so sorry about everything going on. I'm praying for you. That you all find the person. And then she started, bringing up. Somehow we got on the subject about the advocate that was helping. And I just told her, you can't get mad at her because she was asking questions. She was brought on to help you and your family find your loved one. She doesn't know you. She doesn't know you. She doesn't know the victim. So, what is all the attitude about? I mean, come on. I just felt like it was pettiness because what you're sending a message to this person who's coming to help. Like you don't want them to find out something. So, and I thought that myself months before I had this conversation with her out one night. Is it something about the victim you don't want people to know? I mean, well, what is the problem? And then we learned, hell, as I've spun the story up here on this network about the advocate, she ended up having some type of mental issues. So, hell, she wasn't fit. You know what I'm saying? To be an advocate, bless her heart. I mean, I don't know what the hell she was going through, but I've told you all about her situation briefly. She seemed to have been having some type of meltdown or postpartum depression. But the point still remained, she seemed genuinely concerned about the victim. Because we talked, for a little while until shit went haywire. But we would talk, and I liked her. I liked her for the person she represented herself. And that's the point. You don't know people. Just like the advocate was trying to help with the missing person case, and she was bumping heads with the relative, kind of like what's going on with Seth and all these other people. Then I get a wind that the advocate, it wasn't mentally stable. But isn't that the point? You don't know people. So just as quick as I thought, the advocate, was doing her job. She was vigilant in getting the word out about the missing person. They did a news broadcast together. She was really trying to help. But what you all didn't see, and myself, that there was friction behind the scenes because there was a head knocker. So that head knocker in that missing person's case would be the Seth in this case, okay? To me, they're one and the same because they're the ones doing, the talking and the advocating for the missing person. But that's what you need to understand is that you don't have to know what's going on behind the scenes because it's none of your business and you don't know the people. So it's easy to judge and say, well, I think this one did it, that one did it, whatever. You're entitled to your opinion. But what I'm trying to say is if you ever get that opportunity to meet people, who have a missing person and you start talking to them and listening to them speak, you'll get to see things that naturally you wouldn't see on the news. And I got that opportunity. And I had even said to myself, and I've said it on this broadcast a few times, man, I don't ever want to deal with anybody with a missing person. I can say that because you have this perception of these people and you're thinking, well, what's wrong with them? Why are they acting like this? Well, it's probably because they are upset. They're pissed off. They're pissed off because the person is missing, number one. Number two, you don't know them. You don't really know how they act and navigate. So if you don't know them and you start seeing little signs that they seem like they got an attitude or they're sarcastic, all these negative things, you're hearing about Seth, it's the same thing. I was shocked at the way this person was behaving because I didn't know them to be like this. But that's the point. I didn't know her. I knew of her. Knowing her and knowing of her is two different things. So I got to see a side of her I didn't care for in dealing with this missing person. And I had to tell her that night I saw her out, hey, that lady was just trying to help. I said, you got to understand, she doesn't know you. She doesn't know your relative. She doesn't know your family. So she's just coming in to help. You giving her attitude for what? It's not, she doesn't know anything. So I feel the same way about this case here. I don't have to like any of these people, the parents, relatives. I don't know them personally. I can only judge them by what they're putting out here on social media. And I can say it's outrageous at this point. I personally wouldn't be saying anything. Now, in that case of this missing person here in Knoxville, their family, they didn't go to YouTube. They didn't go, talk and, publicly about anything. They even held their tongue about who they think may have done something to the victim. And that's what people don't understand. When you live in a small town, you have to be very careful what you say on the news and in broadcasts. Now, some people will come out and just say, oh, yeah, I think he killed her, blah, 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 or him. You have to be careful with that because you got to be able to walk around this town. You got to be able to walk around your town. You don't know who you're going to bump into at the Walmart, the Target, and you've, voiced your opinions on the news. Oh, yeah, I know you killed my kid and my daughter, whatever. And you feel like that's your right to say it, but you still got to walk around. You still got to be able to live. And some people say, well, I don't care. That's my kid. And I get that too. I'm just saying there's ramifications for speaking publicly in anger, in angst. And you have every right to say what you want to say about your loved one. I can't tell you what you can and can't say. The point is, everybody has a different perception of what you're saying and what you're not saying. And that's the message I have for this live stream is that if you have never worked with a person or tried to help a person or listen to them talk about a missing person, you don't really know, one, what's going on. You don't know what's going on with the investigation. You don't know, what was going on with the victim, and you don't know the family members. So when you start seeing and hearing, negative stuff, like what you're hearing here with Seth and the Proudfoot, so on and so forth, Tony, all that, you'll get a perception. Now, see, like I said, in this case here in Knoxville, people didn't get to see any of that unfold because they didn't go, on the news, or they didn't go to court TV cussing people out and going off and accusing nobody. They didn't do that. They probably talked about it amongst themselves. And we had heard, from the street that the father of the victim, he wasn't somebody you wanted to cross. That was said in the street early on. I always remember that when people were talking. And I think that's why a lot of people didn't really give their opinion about the case because of who the father is, of the victim. I think he was the type, hey, he would get jiggy with you, but he had every right because that is his kid. So I think people tiptoed around him. I think he had a reputation in the street. So people knew, hey, he ain't what you want. You don't want to cross that daddy. And I think people knew. So in this case here, Middle Tennessee, similar attributes, just a little bit. You don't know these people. Like I said, you're entitled to your opinion about what you feel about all of them. But I think everybody just needs to be quiet. Now, that is just my true opinion of all the constituents. Because with all this he said, she said, and channel hopping, popping, TikTok stuff, I was listening to a network last night, and I was sick of listening to that BS. I was sick of listening to that because to me, it was just outrageous. The complaints, just the complaints. I'm going to get into that here in a minute. Let's read the post, but I just want to share that with you all. Feel free to go to my community page and take the post if you like. Later this afternoon, I'm going to come back on and we're going to talk about Rex Heuermann. While I was getting ready for this live, I was listening to the affidavit of evidence against Rex Heuermann, and it is appalling and just, outright vile and disgusting. This thing has been walking around and living and playing house with children and a job, and he was out here scouring the streets, unaliving people. What the evidence is showing, a true itinerary of what I call a killer's list. It's disturbing information. If you have not read or heard the information that was released to the public yesterday, there are no words. There's just no words for what they were released, what was released yesterday pertaining to Rex Heuermann. Just vile information, and it's sad because we're in 2024. They're taking these documents and evidentiary material back to 93. So we're talking about 30 years of a thing walking around. Less than 30 years this thing was walking around. And what's going to be even more baffling is if evidence leads back to Rex Heuermann in other cases besides the victims who they're still working on that were near Gilgo Beach, because there are a few more victims because we're at 6 now. So I think there might be 4 more that could be tied to him. What's going to be scarier is if they go past the other ones. Let's say they get evidence to link him to the other ones, and then we get more information from the data he had, because all those devices, it tells the story. Nobody needs, who has 350 devices? The average person hasn't even had 350 devices in a lifetime. He was up to no good. Rex Heuermann was up to no good. And I believe that. As that guy said on Law and Crime, if you don't understand or believe he did anything after what they've repeated, then something's wrong with you. Yes. Because he even told it. He was stupid enough to write it in his notes, which I think, why are you writing this down? You're thinking, oh, what? Nobody's ever going to get this device. They're never going to get the hard drive. They're never going to get the information. Well, they did. That's the best part of having a national government and having trained techs to find things. And by the grace of God, they did. It took a long time, 30 years on, but God had a hand in this because he was not going to continue to let Rex Heuermann walk around terrorizing people. Amen. All right, let's get down to business, everybody. Feel free to take the polls. They're still up. I'm kind of shocked that more wives of Chris Proudfoot haven't come forward. 42 commentaries on that page. Does Seth and Chris Proudfoot have similar personalities? 63% yes, 31% no, 6% not sure, 318 votes. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Did Katie Proudfoot join military to avoid checkout from her motherhood spouse responsibilities of Seth and Sebastian? 73% yes, 13% no, 14% not sure. Was Sebastian failed by all parents? 86% yes, 3% no, 4% not sure. Katie and Chris only, 4%. Seth only, 3%. Commenter's choice. Commenter's choice is where I pose a question pertaining to a commenter in the chat, or either by post or on a video. If Sebastian is alive, who has him and where is he? Katie's family, 10%. Chris' family, 17%. Seth's family, 9%. Not sure, 45%. Outsider's home, 19%. So most of you believe you're not sure of, if the child's alive or with one of the family members. Commenter's choice again. Is Sebastian hidden but alive? 19% yes, 63% no, 18% not sure. Woo! A lot of people voted. 358 votes. Once again, thank you. I appreciate that. Another commenter's choice question. If you think that Seth Rogers is involved in the disappearance of Sebastian, what is his motive? Now, I didn't specify if the child would be alive or deceased. I just let that be general because I went back up and put which family member you think would have the child if indeed alive. So that's why I separated the questions. Once again, the child is hidden but alive. Do you believe this? Yes, 19%. No, 63%. Not sure, 18%. Another commenter's choice. If you think that Seth Rogers is involved in the disappearance of Sebastian, what is his motive? Spite Katie, to spite Katie, 13%. Remove himself of responsibility, 1%. Financial gain, 14%. You're not sure, 43%. A, B, and C, 30%. Commenter's choice again. A few of you think Seth Rogers is involved in the disappearance of Sebastian. Is he? 14% yes, 64% no, 22% not sure. Commenter's choice. Is Katie Proudfoot as meek as she represents herself? And that was mentioned from Mr. AB's channel, from his chat. I believe it was yesterday. 6% says yes, 90% says no, 4% not sure. Very interesting. Is she as meek as she represents herself? So only 6% of you believe that. And thank you, Mr. AB, for sharing my content on your latest video. If you want to check out the latest videos, 23 minutes long. It's titled Seth Rogers Man, T-Rev Pseudo Religious Spirit Box Prayer Predator, ? Wow. As for the Kayla Montgomery situation, I asked you all, did the board make the right decision? 3% yes, 90% no, 7% not sure. Wow, 210 votes. What are you not sure about? Ooh, mercy, mercy, mercy. Susan Smith is coming up for parole November 4th, 2024. Should she be released? 3% yes, 94% no, not sure, 3%. Thank you for joining me. Welcome to the Vault XL. Thank you so much, Trophy Wife. I appreciate that. Thank you for everybody joining me this early morning live. As I was saying before about, if you've never worked with a missing family and you've never been close to anyone with a missing family, if you've never just, like I said, had a bullseye view or get a little commentary, you don't really know what goes on in the head of people. And I think a lot of people have in their head a perception of the people in the story. And I think that's what's unfolding here, just like it was in the Summer Wells case. You're hoping for common sense. You're hoping for compassion. You're hoping for decency, but you don't always get that. Just like the young girl who was dismembered in Texas. She was deemed a working girl from California. She went to Texas to apply for a job at a gentleman's club, and she didn't get it. She's last seen leaving that gentleman's club alive, but she later met a guy online or from somewhere, and she went to his apartment, and he misled her to an older apartment where he was staying, but that's not where he was living. So when she met him, or her rideshare took her to apartment 1, he met her there, and then he took her, I guess, by his car to another place where he unalived her and dismembered her. Okay? So in that case, Queen had the opportunity to talk to the father, and I asked him if he would like to come on my channel to talk about the disappearance of his daughter at that time. This is before we knew, that she was murdered. And he told me, no, I do not want to come on your network. I know how you YouTubers act. He says, not you. I'm not speaking of you. I'm speaking of what I've seen on YouTube, and nobody is going to disgrace my child. That's exactly what he said. Nobody's going to disgrace my child. And I understand that, because I'm sure many people made videos about his daughter, and I made him a promise, and I kept my promise. I told him I would not say anything negative about his child in my content, because I always like to assess a situation first before I just jump out and, start going ham on stuff. I like to watch stuff first before I just, go ham or just give a public opinion. But that's the whole point. It's just my opinion. It doesn't mean that it's factual. It's just my opinion. And I'm sure there are people who made YouTube videos about the daughter, what she was doing allegedly. I didn't do that because there wasn't really much information but that. She went to Texas. She applied for a job. She didn't get the job. So the rest was what happened to her. But my thing is, I don't care that she was wanting to work at gentleman's club, dance, whatever. I don't care if she was soliciting herself as to make money for sex. Nobody had the right to take her life. That's the point. And just like when I talked to you all about the truckers, the serial killer truckers, information from News Nation, and I played you that content from the radio station. I don't like the word lot lizard for obvious reasons. I don't like it. It's my opinion. Because in the end, that's a human being you're talking about. I don't have to like what they're doing. I don't have to like the mode of what they're doing. I don't have to like the profession. But the point is, there are many people who are soliciting themselves for sex, okay? Whether it's behind closed doors, through an app, an agency, it's still prostitution. Still prostitution. So, it's easy to say, well, I'm going to judge this person because they're walking the street. They're a night walker, street walker. Okay, but what's the difference between that and somebody who's soliciting themselves on an app or through a date site or Facebook or, underground black market, however they're doing it? Prostitution is prostitution. So I kept my word to that man that I would not defame his child in a video because I had no reason to. Because I'm not getting ready to bash his daughter because she wanted to dance or it came out that she, was selling herself. That's not my style. That's not my style. Okay? I'm boisterous on certain things, but that's not my style. Because in the end, he mutilated that girl. He cut her up. So this is why it wasn't a good idea to judge her and say nasty things about her, whether it be on a YouTube video, Facebook page, or anything. She was dismembered. So you let that sit right there. She was dismembered. You cut that girl up. So it wouldn't look right to be bashing her on YouTube or Facebook, and then you later find out she's deceased and then she was dismembered. Just like what you've heard with Rex Heuermann, that information came out yesterday that one of the victims, one of the newer victims, was dismembered, or one of the older victims, excuse me, whichever ones, was dismembered. So I didn't know that. How would I? That's the point, because you don't know. That's why you shouldn't say ugly things about what the people were doing to get dead. You can get dead a multitude of ways. You don't have to be a night walker, street walker, sex worker, human trafficking. You don't have to do any of those things. You could just be innocently in your home, minding your business. Somebody breaks in and unalives you. You could be waiting at the bus stop and kidnapped. You could be walking to work, coming from work, getting on and off the subway and be bludgeoned to death, stabbed. People die all types of ways. You don't necessarily have to be engaging in illegal activity or do something wrong. Now, this nonsense with Seth. Oh, Lord have mercy. Where do I start? It's time to put an end to this. It's time to put an end to this. All this panel hopping streams and allegations of what he said, didn't say. Let's start with that. This is Seth's way. That's his choice. However he wants to represent himself, that's on Seth. As I've said before, he's got to sleep with who he is. Same thing with the Proudfoots. They got to sleep with whoever they are representing themselves to be. That's a personal choice. He said, she said. I was listening to some information last night. See, I almost said nonsense, because it is nonsense in the end, whether it's true or not. You're entitled to your opinion or whatever you're hearing about what Seth is saying, Tony's saying. When the woman was talking about meeting with him and somebody was in an inbox, she got in an inbox thinking he was trolling her with a fake profile. I'm just like, what the hell am I listening to? See, I don't do all of that. Facebook groups and all that kind of stuff, because that's dangerous territory like this YouTube. You know, it's an old saying, seek and ye shall find. Exactly. You go looking for stuff, you go chitter-chattering on these Facebook pages and stuff, you don't think you can't get followed out of there? Of course you can. Of course you can. You could comment on a news broadcast. You know, like when the news go live and then you start chitter-chattering, what's going on? What's going on? God forbid you say something somebody don't like. You know, you got your government name up there. Oh, they will follow you out of there. Follow you out of there and send you a message and go on and on about what you said in that news broadcast live. So this to me is the same thing. She's curious to who this person is saying something to her. This, you know, Harley Ryder, whatever he alias, if it is Seth. And then she goes on to talk about asking him a personal question to see if it was Seth. And then she goes on to say, well, I asked him, where were we sitting? And then he named the exact place. I just thought, this is ridiculous. So if Seth, you did that, why? Why do it? Why do it? Why do it? Because at some point, it's going to be perceived as a bad look. You're trolling, and you don't want people to troll you. You came in the chat the other day, saying you didn't like the things that were said during my live stream. But like I said to you on the live, you don't have any control over what people say. You don't have control over what people think of you. You just don't. It's just the way it is. But if you're doing this type of trolling and putting, a fake profile up to troll somebody or say nasty things, then that's not right. Come on, you're too old for that. You're too old for that. And the comments about the mutts, if you call that lady's dog's mutts, that was wrong. It's just wrong. Because this isn't the way you should be behaving. But that's the message I keep trying to send to people. You don't know these people. Just like the Proudfoots put all that crazy nonsense out about Sebastian. Well, they were telling you who they were. It's the same thing. So now he's deciding to show you what he can do and say. Whether you think, oh, well, this is the real Seth. The point is you didn't know him in the first place. Just like you didn't know the Proudfoots. They came out saying his little boy went missing. You either believed what they said or you didn't believe it. Then the father, he's been vocal. Then he goes to court TV. Then once he put out that allegation, the information, about the child having sexual problems, somebody, assaulting him, that's all she wrote. See, once you open Pandora's box, you can't close it. You can try, but you can't. Okay? Can't go back. And that's what is happening here with Sebastian. And it's sad. And it's pathetic. I hate to use the word sad. It's pathetic to me. Because you're expecting these people to behave like adults, but obviously they don't know how. But this goes back to what I've always said about missing persons cases pertaining to children. This is why the children are missing. If you just separate and put everything in a compartment, if you put everything in a compartment, you'll see why Sebastian is missing. So I do this in every true crime case I talk about. I compartmentalize. I look at the victim, how the victim lived. I look at the person that's doing the talking for the victim. I look at the next person that comes with a story or a version. And then I try to put them all together to see, what's the truth and what's not the truth. And naturally, you're not going to know, who's saying what's the truth. Everything's about your perception. So here we have Proudfoots over here. Then we've got Seth over here. Then we've got the grandmother coming in a day late, dollar short. Then we got Mr. Tony coming in. People didn't like him because of some past criminal record. And then it's just gone donkey wild. Then you got your Ytubers putting their 2 cents in. Then you got outside people coming in. It's like, it's just a circus where the animals have now left the platform and they're roaming the seats. It's out of control now. And this is why I always say you have to be careful what you tell. Now, some of you will argue, well, I wanted that information out. I want to know what happened to Sebastian. Well, naturally, you're not going to know everything, just like you're not going to know everything about the parents. So once Seth put that out, it's like the point of no return now. So then you're starting to look at everybody in the story like, well, what was really going on with the kid and who failed the kid? And as I said in the beginning, yes, Seth talked in circles. He seemed very vague. And then, like I said, once he went to court TV with that information about the SA, that opened Pandora's box. And then he started getting a little more, vocal. And now it's lashing out. Then you had that nonsense on the person's live stream that he's arguing with Trevor Lee, which I thought was atrocious because my thing is all of that just looked bad. It looks bad. It looks like a setup. It looks horrible. Then we had before that the leak audio, which I had a problem with that. And I was telling myself then, Seth, I know damn well you didn't leak this audio. Did you leak this audio? Of course, naturally, I'm talking to myself. He's not going to answer me, but I'm just talking out loud. Why would you do that? Because allegedly you're supposed to be working with the Proudfoots, but then this audio gets leaked. Talk about it much because I like to watch. I like to watch people. I said, let me see where this audio business is getting ready to go. Well, as you see, what is it now? 2 weeks in or so? It's gone from a leak audio to PI's gone. PI's now talking about his behavior behind closed doors, which they're not really saying exactly what he did or what he said. Now we got this other lady talking on a panel talking about, oh, well, I would believe what they had to say, but she really couldn't say verbatim what they said. So now you're repeating what somebody else said, but you can't tell me what they said because they don't remember what Seth said. See, this is where this is ridiculous. But I think if somebody came out with an allegation against Seth, I'd believe it. Okay. So basically you're saying what then? You believe he's what, a pervert? If that's what you believe, then just say that. Just say that. Don't talk around in circles. Just say, I believe what the person said to me, although they didn't remember what Seth said verbatim, which makes no sense. Because if you're sitting with Seth and you're talking to him behind closed doors or in a restaurant or on top of the moon, how can you forget what he said? You got offended, but you don't remember what he said. That doesn't make any sense to me. But then this person wants to sit up and say, but I believe what she said, Seth said, but she don't remember what Seth said. That's crazy to me. But anywho, just say, I think he's like this and be done with it. Because when you leave stuff generalized, people are going to ask you, well, what do you mean? You believe what about it? What is it that you believe about him? So just say it. You think he's a pervert, or you think he's too flirtatious, or you think he's misdirected, or he don't have his priorities straight, or you think he's lonely, or, I mean, what is it that you think? I like people to just say what they mean. I don't like when people get on live streams and news broadcasts and they talk in circles. This is where I've become irritated. Just say what you think. You're already talking publicly, so just say it. What's the problem? Because I always feel like if a person can't really say what they're thinking, why should I believe what you're saying? That's who I am. Just say it and be done with it. So we got this he said, she said, petty complaints, the vigil. Let the queen talk to you about what the word vigil means, because somebody needs to hear this, since that's a complaint. Oh my goodness, what kind of world we live in. One second, everybody. Definition of vigil. A period of keeping awake during the time usually spent asleep, especially to keep watch or pray. My bird watching vigils lasted for hours. Now, what is it that you all are confused about what the word vigil means? In the Christian church, the eve of a festival or holy day as an occasion of religious observance. What is the meaning of vigil? The act of keeping awake at. The act of keeping awake at times when sleep is customary. Also, a period of wakefulness, an event or a period of time when a person or group stays in a place and quietly waits, prays, etc., especially at night. His parents kept vigil beside his bed for weeks before he died. Okay, one example. Now, another one says that this tradition often takes place overnight, providing an opportunity for loved ones to honor the transition into death. Okay, that's another definition. You're entitled to believe it or not. In Christian liturgy, a vigil is in origin a religious service held during the night leading to a Sunday or other feast day. Latin term vigilia, from which the word is derived, meant a watch night, not necessarily in a military context, and generally reckoned as a fourth part of the night from sunset to sunrise. What is the meaning of vigil when someone dies? Vigils are often held in remembrance of someone who has died and also serves to offer spiritual and religious relief during their passing. Essentially, the gathering together of friends and family members helps unite everyone that has been affected by sudden death or tragedy. Okay? Another word for vigil, danger, watch, surveillance, lookout, observation. I'm going to leave that right there. What is the complaining about a vigil? I didn't like that. Because this is why you need to go in a dictionary sometimes. Because some of you are very uneducated and you speak without thinking. What was wrong with the vigil? As you heard this definition, it means different things to different people. It has different connotations in the dictionary. That's why I read it. A prayer vigil is just that, prayer. Whether the person is missing, whether the person is deceased. The word vigilant. Vigil comes from vigilant. So vigilant is like what? Steadfast. He stood vigilant on what he had to say about what the government did to him. But he's living. Ding, ding, ding. Say it again, Queen. He stood vigilant, which means he is alive. What was wrong with the ride for Sebastian? What was wrong with that? Please explain to me. You see, everything's about perception. Everybody's got something to say about this kid and his damn parents. And like I said, had none of these parents came out saying these idiotic things, we wouldn't be talking about it. The only thing you would really have to talk about is the interview with the Proudfoots on the news and that Olivia, Chronicles of Olivia interview, or whatever you want to call it. Everything else is just out of control. Once Seth decided to come out and start talking about, the essay and so on and so forth, and whatever Katie had, abortions, this and that, whatever, you can believe it or you don't. But the ride, what is the problem with the ride? What is wrong with the ride for Sebastian? What was wrong with that? They should have searched. Well, maybe you should start a search party. You have a problem with people not searching. Well, they tried searching, remember? That was a problem. So if somebody decided to go to Seth or whomever and say, I'd like to orchestrate a bike ride, Bikers USA, that's up to Seth to say yes or no. Who are you to decide that's not appropriate or that's not right? Now, that's my opinion. Because one, it doesn't concern you, and it's none of your damn business. I said that. Why are you all arguing over the pettiest stuff? You just go on and on arguing relentlessly about stuff that's so stupid. So what? They did a bike ride. Big deal. If you have a suggestion for Seth, then take it to him. You have a suggestion to take to the Proudfoots, take it to them. What is the deal? If one group or person says, I'd like to search for your kid, I'd like to bring my canines, once again, that is up to the parents to say yay or nay. You have no right to even say some shit like that. Why aren't they searching? Well, it wasn't a search party. It wasn't a search. It was a bike ride. What's wrong with riding for Sebastian? I don't see a problem with it. They rode their bikes. They parked. They gathered for a minute. Some of those guys probably left. Women went on their merry way. People spoke. People prayed. There was a table set up with flyers, information, wristbands from my understanding. You're complaining about that? Come on now, really? But then yet you want to sit up here and tell everybody what he said, she said, or what Seth said, didn't say to this other woman, but that woman can't remember what Seth said, but it was inappropriate. And then in the same breath, you want to say the ride for him was inappropriate. They should have searched. Well, maybe you should have started a search party then. How about that? Instead of complaining about the search, about the bike ride, then you should have said, well, I'm going to go to him. Oh, well, that's right. Y'all ain't getting along. Because he made you feel some type of way. Exactly, Elizabeth. I will say this to Seth, like I said in the short I did. Honey, please stop talking. Don't you see what's going on? Whether you are the cause of this friction with these dog handlers, PIs, whatever it is going on, because I'm not there to hear these conversations. Just stop talking. Stop talking to these folks. I wouldn't hire another nothing to do nothing. I wouldn't. And somebody said, he said, well, if I be around females, they're accusing me of saying stuff or doing stuff inappropriate. So good. Now that you know that, then don't. Don't put yourself in a situation to even be alone with a female. Period. I wouldn't even talk to her on the phone. Don't call her. Don't let them message you. Don't let them pass a message, because you should know at this point, you cannot trust people. And at this point, there are people who don't trust you. They don't trust you with this Tony person. People feel like you should be able to speak for yourself without Tony. Everybody's entitled to his or her opinion about how they feel about it. But I'm saying, with all that's come out from your own mouth, going up on panels, all this TikTok nonsense, allegations of you calling the girl dogs mutts and different things, and you acting inappropriate, allegedly behind closed doors, saying stuff, just stop. Now, is this who you are? Is this who you are? Maybe. Are you lonely? Possibly. Are you a flirt? Possibly. Pervert? Could be. I don't know you. All I'm saying is, put a stop to it, because only you can put a stop to all of this he said, she said. Stop. People are going to talk. They're going to do that naturally. But as I have always said, if you put stuff out, then you're helping give people things to talk about and things to feed on. That's just common sense. I don't care who you are. You give people stuff to talk about, they'll run with it. If you talk about anything, oh my goodness, if the queen said, yes, I was on a date site 5 years ago, 5 days ago, that's something for somebody to go talk about, put in a video, because they don't got nothing else better to do. If you told them you had a surgery on your knee, on your leg, that's something for somebody to talk about. It's just the way people are. Doesn't matter what the subject is, what you tell, what you give your opinion about. Somebody who has something to complain about. They don't like the way you look. They don't like your hair. They don't like that. I saw that on somebody's network last night. Worrying about Seth's hair. It's a ponytail. It's a mullet. It's this. Damn. It's always something. It's always something. Now, maybe Seth didn't know it was going to get this bad. Well, he knows now. He knows now. So my advice to you, stop with the commentary. Don't say nothing else on another panel. Don't say nothing else on a TikTok video panel. Just don't say nothing. Because some of these people want to be right. Now, grandiose YouTubers. Nobody owes you an explanation about nothing. Nobody owes anybody an explanation about what they did, said. It's just the way it is. You want to be right so bad, knock yourself out. Knock yourself out. You're entitled to your opinion of what you think of the Proudfoots, Grandma, Pookie, Ray Ray, Bubba, the neighbor, Sebastian. Think whatever you want to think. Because you don't say it any damn way. It doesn't even matter. But don't nobody owe you no explanation for their opinion about Seth or the Proudfoots. Who are you for somebody to have to come to you and explain to you something? And tell you, yeah, you right about that. You right about what exactly? What is it that you're right about? I told you so. I told you so. You told us what? All of these people have problems. That's what I'm saying. All of these people have problems. That's the reason why the boy is missing, because his parents have problems. I don't think it's an accident. As I said before in the other live, I don't think it's an accident that Sebastian is missing. There's no happenstance here. And if I'm wrong, then I'm wrong. But I'm not getting ready to apologize for saying that. And nobody owes me an apology. Checkmate. But I don't think it's an accident. We're here for a reason. And the fact that these parents have spoken out, Proudfoots have talked ill about the boy publicly, which was disrespectful. They're letting you know who they are and what they thought of the child. You can't dance around that. You can rally for the Proudfoots until you're blue in the face. You still can't take away what they said. So that's what I find so interesting. You want to judge somebody because they don't want to support the Proudfoots. I stand on what I've said. I don't support anybody that talks bad about a child. That's that. Because this isn't the place for that. Whether they are involved in the crime or not. That's the point. And as I said before, my opinion about the Proudfoots and their nastiness about Sebastian, that doesn't have anything to do with Seth. You said those things. You said those things before Seth started even popping off, before we saw this other side of Seth. Is Seth just lashing out because he's mad at the world? He has some anger issues? I don't know, because I don't know him. He may have an anger issue. He may have a problem with women. He may be dominant. He may have similar personality to Mr. Proudfoot. Wouldn't shock me, because I don't know Seth. And I've never claimed to know him. But what I do know, what he's exhibiting and what these people are alleging him to be doing behind closed doors in private conversations, he needs to put a stop to it. That's my personal feeling. Now, I get it. He's got to talk to somebody at some point alone, but I would tread very lightly in the conversation. Because let's be truthful, with all that's being said about him, whether you believe it or not, I don't see it stopping. I see somebody else jumping out of a cake, and I think the allegation is going to be way worse than him saying something inappropriate. And then he's going to be really judged if somebody brings forward a really nasty allegation of touching, groping. I'm just saying. So if I was him, I would be limiting my conversations or null and void. Don't don't even do it, period. I don't care if somebody calls you saying, I'd like to talk to you about this. I've got evidence of this. I tell them, well, you need to call TBI. I don't want to hear it. I just don't want to hear it. And that's my advice to him. Just stop talking to these people. Don't answer any emails. Don't answer any inboxes. Don't go in anybody's inbox. Don't troll anybody's page, YouTube channel. Don't put up fake profiles trolling, because that's immature. Just stop it. Just stop it. If you're doing these things, then stop it, because it's not helping. Are you angry? I'm sure you are. You have every right to be angry. Your child is missing and you're mad. Did you fail your child? Possibly. Because I don't know what you did and didn't do as far as, trying to get custody of the child, or what legal wranglings you have been, dealing with Katie behind closed doors. I don't know any of that. But I know something was wrong with all of you all pertaining to this kid, because I don't believe this is an accident. This isn't happenstance that we're here. That's why I think he's missing. It's because something was boiling and brewing behind the scenes between all of you all. And it could have been subtle. I don't know if you all had words, if you all argued, if there was mudslinging. I don't know. But what I do know is that a lot of the information coming out is contradictory between what all of you all have been saying, only because we have the Proudfoots, Mr. Proudfoot, acting like you all talked, you and him talked, Seth, you and Chris, allegedly, y'all had a good rapport, but yet you were the first to go to Court TV and tell them, well, I ain't talked to them. I don't hear from them. They're not searching. So then everybody had to look at that like, well, damn, this is messed up. This is really messed up. What do you mean y'all ain't talking? So then we got this battle of who should be calling whom. Oh, you could call me. You could call me. Hey, I think we all played that game. Somebody goes out and say, well, I haven't heard from Pookie. And then Pookie says, well, I got a number you can call. And then Bubba says, well, you can call me. So we got two people battling over who should call whom first. It's ridiculous. A child is missing. This shouldn't even be a conversation of who should be calling whom. So that led me to believe, well, these two couldn't have been close before, as Mr. Proudfoot claimed. How could you be close if you all are battling over who should be calling whom? This is stupid. And it's petty and it shouldn't be repeated, but Seth said it. So he made us think that, okay, the Proudfoots weren't what? Calling, responding? I don't know. Because like I said, I'm not in his phone book. His dad ought to know who called whom first, whom sent a message first, whom didn't answer. I don't know. But I just think it's ridiculous. I'm speaking right now, if that's okay. It's just absolutely ridiculous. All of this is ridiculous. How did it get to this point? Because this is bad. And I really don't see it getting any better. Because so long as people keep talking and repeating stuff, it just gets worse by the minute. Every time I look up, somebody's got a live stream about something somebody has to say about what Seth'S said. And all I keep thinking is, Lord have mercy, stop talking to these people. Just stop talking to them. Don't do another interview with nobody unless it's Good Morning America. Well, you have to say allegedly, because if you don't, you can get sued. Yes, Michelle, it is a complete mess. And that's the point I'm trying to make in this live, as I've made in many lives, that when you start talking about something, especially something personal, you should know there's going to be a ripple effect from saying anything. And even if it's true, like the allegations, I say allegations, because I don't know about a police report pertaining to anybody touching a child or whatever. But what I'm trying to say is, once you put that information out here, you should know you're going to get some type of feedback. Somebody's going to have something to say. And naturally, that was not a good look. But then you say to yourself, well, who do I blame? Do I blame the perpetrator who offended the child? Who do I blame? I blame the parent. You weren't watching your child, or you let somebody be around your child that you knew they weren't supposed to be around, or are you leaving different people around your kids, or are you leaving your kid alone? See, we don't know all of that. I've asked myself that too. Just from the case I brought you yesterday in that video pertaining to Yana Randolph, please check out that video of an autistic child up in Ohio wandering outside without his pants on. First thing I thought about with Sebastian, and I thought about this recently, I said, I wonder if Sebastian was ever left home alone. That's one thing I was wondering. I said, I wonder if he's been left home alone. So I'm going to ask Katie, Proudfoot, Christopher, and Seth, have you ever left your boy child alone? Because Seth, you have let us know that your child wouldn't be able to navigate after the age of 18. He would need, lifelong assistance. I'm not here to say that that's not true, but I have questioned, his aptitude to learning and navigating. And we did learn that he likes to read. So I said, well, if he can read, I mean, he can comprehend. So what else could this child, be able to do? You also let us know he wasn't interested in driving a car. So then I have to ask myself, well, is it because he feared the car? He was scared to get behind the wheel. What was going on with that? Could he drive a car? Because, sometimes we have fears to do things that we really could do, but we fear the act of doing it for some reason. So I didn't ever want to question Seth's assertion of what his child could and could not do, because that would be wrong of me. And then I don't know Seth and the Proudfoots. I don't know their children and what, how the child navigated. But one thing I did say is, if the child could read books, then naturally he has comprehension skills. So I was just curious to his aptitude. That's basically what I've got for the content for this live stream. I've said this is basically Seth's way. This is who he is, how he wants to navigate, his choice. You entitled to think he's rude, nasty, overt, flirtatious, lonely. It has become a he said, she said game pertaining to what he has to say. There's Mr. Tony Mathis representing him. Some feel like he shouldn't be representing him, but in the end, he's allowing this man to be his right-hand man. And then we have our grandiose YouTubers who want to be right on every aspect of the case and feel like people owe them some type of explanation of who they are, and they are right about the case, which you don't know shit from Shinola, just like the rest of us don't know. We're just looking at this play out, and we're just giving our opinions. Doesn't mean that what we think is right or wrong. It's our perception. Because if these people were to clap back at us, they'll say, well, you don't know me. You don't know how I feel. But I will say this, and I'm going to keep saying it. It is wrong to talk about a child on a public platform, whether you are involved in the crime of getting rid of this boy or not. I stand on that. I'm never going to take that back. I don't condone it, and I wouldn't condone it if it was somebody across the street bad-mouthing their kid and talking about him like a dog. Because what I have to say to myself, and I said it before, if you talk about your child on YouTube, that's how you were talking to the child before they went missing. So what are you all confused about? It's not rocket science. You don't need a map to guide you to see something's amiss. If you talk about your child on YouTube, that's how you were talking to the child before he went missing. Checkmate. I'm never going to apologize for that. Where is this case going? Is this a criminal investigation into the disappearance of Sebastian Rogers? Will we get to the truth? Because there needs to be an ending like ASAP. Dear God, put an ending to it, somebody, please. So everybody can just shut up. Because I'm tired of hearing all this he said, she said stuff, because it's just out of control at this point. And I don't think anybody in the story gets it. I don't think Seth possibly gets it. Maybe he's just in his own, his own universe pertaining to this case. Is he grifting, grinding? Some of you believe he's using his child to get money. I've heard people say in the chat, on the channel, commenting below my post, he's lazy, he's this. Katie carried the weight. How do you carry the weight in the military? Let me address that. The military they don't pay you a lot of money. That's the purpose of living on the base. You don't get a lot of money in the military. You have to have a high-ranking official to get a high-paying salary in the military. Come on, you guys, you should know that already. And if they got so much money, why are they coming out here destitute, mental problems, can't get medical care, can't see a physician, can't get a therapist, can't afford rent? I always tell people, you all don't think. You just talk. You don't even think before you speak. She carried him. How can you carry somebody in the military in basic training? Please explain that to me. You carried them how? You don't make any money. It's not carrying someone. It's not carrying someone. Everybody knows this. Anybody that knows about the military know you do not make a lot of money going into the military. Especially starting out. You're going to have to work a while and work your way up in ranks to get a high paying or a substantial position of monies. Starting out in the military, you don't make anything. You get your little stipend a month. That's not enough for 3 people to live off of. Come on now. This is why I keep saying comment, and there's no logic in the comments. People just throw stuff out and then get mad because you don't agree. Hell no, I ain't going to agree because you're not making any sense. Because it goes back to what I said. Everybody wants to be right about what they feel, they think they know about Katie, Chris, and Seth. When, as I've seen, this is probably just the tip of the iceberg, all this stuff that's playing out. Because what do they always say when you hear crazy stuff about people? Oh my God, imagine what you don't know. Exactly. It's probably way worse than what we're hearing. Because these people are not going to come out and tell us all their little dirty secrets and things they've been doing and saying to each other, the sabotage of one another, other family members getting involved. I don't see that happening. Unless somebody decides they want to come out and tell it. Maybe they will. Maybe they will. I don't know. And then that'll start more mess, because then people say, well, you're only saying these things because you don't like her, you don't like him. And then it's a battle of that. Who's telling the truth about the information? Because basically that's what's going on here. With all the things that Seth has come out to tell us about Katie and her disposition and He feels like she was neglectful raising the child, and some of you also believe he was abusive to her, her allegations against him and her documents, divorce documents. But he's never going to come out and tell you, yes, I abused my son or I abused Katie. Why would he do that? He's not going to do that. Proudfoots aren't going to tell you they abused Sebastian. They wouldn't do that because they already know the child's missing. So nobody logically is going to go out to the public and be like, yeah, I was beating that kid every day. I was calling that kid nasty names. I was locking the kid in a room or making the kid stand in a corner. I was punching, kicking, pinching that kid. I was calling the kid dumb and this and that. Who is going to tell you they were doing that? Nobody. No, nobody's going to do that. Nobody. Yes, Elizabeth. He paid the price. Yes, I believe that Carolina girl. I do believe that. That's why she entered the military. Now, the flip side could be Katie wanted to go in the military, but she got pregnant. She didn't plan it. She didn't use birth control, but she wanted to be in the military. So you can flip it. Because see, I don't know her. That's my assertion, or let's say my opinion. So let's say she wanted to go into the military before she got pregnant, but getting pregnant through a wrench in the plan. So then she stays behind, tries to be a mother, wife, blah, 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 and then decides to join the military. I don't know because I haven't heard Katie speak about the military. This is all coming from Seth. So I don't really know what her goals were as a young lady. That's why I said it'd be nice to hear her talk about what her life was like in the beginning. But naturally, she doesn't have to explain herself if she don't want to. But once Seth opened that box, then you start to wonder, well, I'd like to know a little more about, how she came to be pregnant, married, what made her go into the military after having the kid. Was this an escape route? Or she already wanted to go, but just so happened she got knocked up? I don't know. Because Seth didn't explain that. And naturally, he's not going to tell you, oh, yeah, she left because she didn't want to be a mother or she didn't want to be married to me. She's trying to escape me. That would be a hard thing for a person to repeat. Because the first thing somebody would say is, well, why would she do that? Why would she want to be running away from her responsibilities as a mother and a wife? Then he'd have to answer. So let's ask Seth. Do you feel like she went in the military to get away from you and Sebastian? She didn't want to be a mother. She didn't want to be married, but she didn't have the guts to just tell you, hey, I don't want to be a mom. Hey, I don't want to be married to you. So she came up with this ruse to join the military. I don't know. Some of us believe that she did. Some of you believe she's putting on this persona of being meek, mild-mannered, but she's not. Some of you believe she could gets crunk. But that's the point. Anybody can get crunk. Anybody can go off. Anybody can cuss, fuss, throw a tantrum because we're all human. I'm not going to sit here and believe even a shy person, doesn't get upset. They don't cuss. They don't get mad. Of course they do. All right, Michelle. So much anger, rage. Well, I don't know. Hello, little dove. How are you, darling? You're welcome, sweetheart. And Steph said she would get so turned she would pee in the floor. Now, that's crazy. Good God Almighty. Hey, Kendra. See, that's exactly what I'm saying. All the stuff, because I hadn't heard that commentary, because like I said, I don't go on a lot of networks to listen to conversations from Seth, or the Proudfoots. As I just said, once you put that out there, you can't take it back. My brother was left to be a single dad because his baby mama didn't want to be a mom. She chose heroin over her daughter. I helped raise her. I am a recovering addict of 9 years, but man, I don't like her. Okay, my girl. When did Seth and KT find out that Seb had a chromosomal deletion? How did KT cope? Yeah, that's a good question. Oh, she said she told Sweetie Paulo. Reverend Donna. Hello, act right people. That's a catchy profile. Let's see if they'll act right. Say good luck with that. Some of you also have said you believe that Seth likes this new attention. He possibly does. Maybe he never got attention. I said the same for Mr. Proudfoot. That's why I said, what if we find out they're eerily similar? Two dominant creatures that need validation from the masses. Never got validation from women or people. So now this child missing, it's their opportunity for people to notice them, to listen to them, whether they're telling the truth or not. Because once again, as I said, everything that's being said, you entitled to believe it or don't believe it. But where I have the problem is if you keep talking, and it shows disrespect, disregard for a person. That's where I have the problem. You can tell whatever you want to tell. That's your prerogative. But when it's disrespectful, especially to a child, you can't explain that logically. There's no explanation behind berating a child. And then all this back and forth between him and Katie, you know, with this commentary, that's what made me think, well, maybe he still has feelings for her. That's why I asked you all that on the poll. Does he still have feelings for Katie? Or what? Some of you said, no, he's not. He'll have feelings. He's bitter. He's mad. He's angry. He's spiteful. He's jealous of her and Chris and their life. He could be jealous of her life. He wanted her. It didn't work out. She wanted out. She met Chris. Allegedly, she was messing with him while with Seth. Allegedly. Don't know if it's true or not. She went on, moved on. She's down here in Tennessee, you know, got a nice home. Maybe he's thinking to himself, well, I had her once. I wasn't able to give her, you know, the things she has now. So maybe he's in his feelings. He lost. He wasn't able to sustain the relationship with Katie. It's been said he moved down here, you know, because she moved down here with Chris and her child. So he's like what I always say, looking in the looking glass, looking in the river, you know, looking in the mirror. You're looking in the store window. You're looking at that nice outfit on the mannequin. You want that. The sick part of this story is he's already had the mannequin and the nice dress. Anybody following where the queen's going? He's already had that. Seth Rogers. He's already had that. But something went awry in their relationship. You know, what it is, I don't know. Her allegations that he's abusive. So now we have to ask that question. I'm not going to dance around it. Seth, were you abusive to Katie and your son? Are you telling us the whole truth of who you are as a human being and raising your son? Curious. But as I said before, I don't see this man telling people, yeah, I'm strict, I'm this, I'm that. I don't see him doing that. You know, we heard Chris saying he was a strict parent. But naturally, in saying I'm strict, I'm not going to tell you, oh, yeah, by the way, I was also abusing a child. No, he's not going to tell you that. Katie's not going to tell you that. And Seth won't tell you that either if it is the truth. They're never going to tell you that. Because who's going to admit that? Because they know that would be suspect with a child missing. That wouldn't make any sense. Good morning, dear. The panel is open. 262 people in the room. Thank you for watching. Listening, rather. Thank you. Hope you all are having a wonderful day. A good start to a new day, weekend. Please be safe if you want to be out and about. I will be back on later this afternoon to talk about Rex Heuermann. Lord, I got to chop that information up. That's some crazy stuff going on up in New York. Crazy. That information that was released to the public is just, it's devastating. Devastating to the victims' families. Naturally devastating for those who are not here, who have perished. But it's a lot to digest. But that's the point. You don't know people. You don't really know people. Going to work every day, architectural firm, laughing, kikiing with the co-workers, and then in his spare time, he's killing people. What I'd like to know is, did he always unalive the victims when the wife was gone? Because I just refuse to believe a serial killer is holding their compulsion on their wife's visitation. That don't sound right to me. Oh, I only kill women when my wife's out of town. See, why I know I don't believe that is because when they raided the house last summer, she didn't have anywhere to go. So all of a sudden, she has nowhere to go. But all these other times she's away while he's killing women. Doesn't make any sense. Could be wrong, but that doesn't make any sense to me. Because when you start unaliving people, you've got a penchant for it now. You've got a penchant for that. And the fact that one victim has been dismembered, you'd have to do that somewhere quiet, uninterrupted. And I doubt what? You got to have a place to unalive the person. Then you got to have the tools and all that. So I'm supposed to be what? He met her out, picked up a victim, drove her out in the swamp, and he carried what? The tools in a bag with him, with the victim? I don't believe that. It's too much work. Yeah. Did you see how he looked? I was thinking about that this morning. I said, the way he looked when they had him handcuffed, he had this somber look like a 5-year-old who was just caught with their hand in the cookie jar. I'll never forget how he looked that day on the street. He looked defeated, sad, solemn. But just imagine what the victims went through. You understand what I'm saying? Because he knew he was caught. And just like all the stuff they've mentioned that they've gathered so far, or what they decided to release to the public, he knew they were going to find all that. He had to have known. You know, he may have tried to talk himself into believing, no, they ain't got everything. Oh, they got enough. You were stupid enough to take notes. Only a fool takes notes. Crazy, just crazy. One second, everybody. Oh, I can't believe it's the weekend already. Mercy. Probably his notes, because it dawned on me when they read, when Law and Crime read off the evidentiary material, they got the information from his devices because he was taking notes. That's why they went back to the house to search. They found evidence in those devices. He had 350 of them. That's crazy. Who's walking around? Who has that many devices? Come on. All these hard drives, It was obvious. He was trying to cover his tracks. That's why he had all these devices and hard drives. Nobody has all that stuff. The average family, only have like one computer. You might have some iPads, some laptops, but I doubt that if you go in the average person's house, they've just got computer in every room. Probably not. Not, regular people. Maybe some wealthy people, they can afford to put a computer in every room. But the average American, I doubt, has a whole computer with a hard drive sitting in every room. Probably not. He was trying to cover his tracks. He's diabolical. And what's sad, nobody knew this man existed, but now you know. So guess what? There are more out there. That's the sick part of the story. Please check out my video on the truckers. I think you'll find the content interesting pertaining to long-haul truck drivers. 250 are active killers, serial killers. 850 murders have been linked to truck drivers. It's a very good piece that I did the other night. It's a very, very good information. Yes, very scary. Very scary. Thank you, Luminous. Hello, Nubian. We haven't heard from you in a while. Where have you been? Well, Val, I would hope we'd be right where we are. I just hope. It's just interesting, too, to hear them talk about that truck and people seeing the truck. Oh, thank you, A1 Street. Well, A1, why don't you hit the link? Come up here and tell me what you think about all this nonsense that's been unfolding. I dated a trucker for a while. He was into sex workers and on the road that I found out through a friend. I cut ties. Yeah, and got tested. Oh, okay. There's a Jane Doe just outside of New York. I'm sure was a trucker. Okay. 6:30. I just woke up, but I feel honored you invited me. Oh, okay. Well, thank you for joining us. So you're behind me. So that means what? It's 9:30 here. Let me check the clock. Yeah, 9:44. Okay, so you're 3 hours behind me. That's Central Time. Mountain Time. Well, how do you all feel about everything? This case, where it's going, where it ain't going. It'd be nice to have an update from law officials. I don't know when the next time they'll give an update. Cannon, please. I don't think he has any interest in reading the Bible or Christianity. Because in order to want to read the Bible and be a Christian, or at least try to, one, you've got to accept the Lord Jesus as your Savior, and you've got to make amends with your old self. Try to make an amends with your old self. And if you're still doing things and you're not going to try to change, it's pointless. It's pointless. You're just talking to hear yourself. You're going to make mistakes, of course, but you got to start somewhere. He's not interested. It's just a game. Yes, We need an update. It's a complete circus right now. If they would update, it might stop some of the speculations. Yeah, it would be nice. What are my thoughts? Well, I don't think the child is here alive. Of course, it would be wonderful to think that he is alive, but just from what I have seen, just in the behavior, I just don't think he is. And then when you count all this back and forth, the ugliness, it just screams what I see in other cases where the child was later found unalive. I just don't think he is. I think there was a motivation to rid oneself of him for whatever self-serving reason, because it doesn't have to make sense to me. Naturally, there's no logical reason to unalive a child. Whether the child was a problem child in your mind, and a lot of times these people are delusional anyway. They're liars. They make up stuff. People that kill kids. So only a fool would sit here and listen to somebody go on and on about why they killed their kid. There's no reason to kill a kid. Now, if you had some kid that was coming at you, with a knife or something, and you had to defend yourself, that'd be different. You had to unalive your own child, but I just think he was a problem for the parents. That's what I think. He was a problem. They no longer wanted to be bothered. Flying J. Oh, wow. Yeah, pilot. That one of the pilots still own that, Flying J, because they were based out of Knoxville here. Pilot, Flying J's out of Knoxville. They were. I think they may have sold that company, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, Pilot sold it. It's Casey's now. Some people think they're hiding him and that he's just going to show up at a gas station, I guess. Yeah, well, let's talk about that briefly. Who is hiding him out and for what reason? See, I always tell people, if you bring forward speculation, back it up. Why would someone be hiding Sebastian Rogers? For what reason? How long is he going to stay hidden? Where is he hidden? And what's the purpose? What would be the purpose? Yeah, he was in the way. So like some woman had said, I can't see them unaliving him at 15. I thought, where have you been? You must live in a bubble. There's no age limit on murdering people. Come on now. There's no age limit on murder. At any point when a person decides to tire of ones, they will do what they want to do. Lori Vallow is a prime example that age didn't matter. She killed a 16-year-old. So what's the difference between 16 and 15? There isn't a difference. Yes, a lot of children are unalived by their parents at a young age, like under 8 or 9. That's an FBI stat. But the point is, the stats still don't have anything to do with the mindset of the person that wants to rid themselves of the other person or child. If I don't want to be bothered with you, I no longer see any value in you. I kill you whenever I want to. I don't need somebody's permission. Oh, I should only kill him at 8 because the FBI has more reports of 8, 9, 10-year-olds being murdered. Come on. Children are murdered at all different ages. They're murdered at birth. They're murdered at 3 months old. They're murdered at 3, 7, 8, 9, 10. Hell, look at that Soto girl. She just turned what, 13? Poof, she's gone. What, same night, morning, after her birthday? Somebody could say that. Oh, well, who would kill a child after their birthday? Somebody crazy. Somebody crazy. Doesn't matter. You are thinking for yourself. That's what amazes me about people who talk about true crime. especially some of these YouTubers. They're just as jaded as hell. You're thinking for yourself, not thinking like somebody who wants to rid themselves of another human. You can't say, well, I can't see why he or she would do this. Well, you're not the killer. Even in the cases where there's proof that the parent unalived the child, you'll still have these wacko people making up excuses with the evidence. It's like, damn, what is your problem? You act like that's your damn kid. They give you the evidence, the person unalived their own child, and yet you'll still talk as if it never happened, like some imaginary being came and snuffed out a child, beat the child, tortured the child, like there's some boogeyman under the bed that beats up babies. And then he crawls back and disappears. Come on, stop the BS. Oh, I don't think he did it. Oh, so what? He just rammed himself into a door? Say testimonies of people seeing children beat up, battered, and yet somebody will still come in and say, I don't think they did that. It's like, wow, okay. This is why I know a lot of people are like psychopaths. Because that's how I feel. At 300 something devices. Come on now. Nobody put all that information in the computers. No. No, your husband did those things. So what? Since someone put what all Katie said about Seth and her divorce on Reddit, I would like to see Seth's side of it. That whoever put that on Reddit conveniently didn't put it out there. I don't know. Well, I thought he had. Did he not respond to the allegations of him abusing his wife and child? Oh, it might be the Wi-Fi. Sorry. Dylan Redwine was killed by his father because Dylan found out dad was cross-dressing. Dang, that's crazy. If CO met KP after Texas Roadhouse, helped with Seven, went back to Memphis. Seven never made it home. CP was back in fifth wheel for 3-hour call. Could be. Who would have the most to gain by sabotaging and smearing Seth? Elizabeth says he flip-flop about that. Yes, but that is the reason there is this circus of Katie said this and Katie said that. Oh, I haven't heard, Michelle. I haven't heard anything. I didn't get an Amber Alert. When did she go missing? Because I haven't heard anything. I have not. So how do you all feel about these allegations against Mr. Seth Rogers being inappropriate in conversation? Is he that type of guy? Don't know. Maybe he is. So then we just sit here and wait to see if somebody else is going to jump out of a hat and say, tell us something about Seth. He's an inappropriate guy, whatever that means. And I don't mean a random person. I mean somebody that knows him personally that could say he's that guy, if you understand what I'm saying. And then what will his response be? Oh, okay. His whole demeanor seems kind of inappropriate mostly. Seth did bad things too, but believe it's in KPS hands. Okay. Gemini, you saying you believe, so you believe what? That he's an inappropriate guy? Elaborate. Inappropriate how? Well, that's a bad look. It's a bad look if people think it, even if it's not true. You know how there's some guys out here that are crass? They don't know how to talk. Everything's a joke. Is Seth that guy? The type of guy that tells dirty jokes, has a smart attitude, sarcastic. That may be who he is. That just may be who he is. He's a sarcastic guy. You didn't know that from, at the beginning, seeing him, come out on the news. And now he's just revealing that's who he is. Or he's just angry and don't know how to talk and control his emotions. So he just says anything and lashes out. Well, which is it? I don't know. Ginger says, and then Gemini says, I believe he is the one, he's one of the reason his son acted out wrong. Well, how do we know how Sebastian acted out? We don't really know anything. We don't really know how he acted. Because in the end, we're only getting the versions from these people. I don't know how the little boy acted. I have no idea. Sam says he's a hothead, loses temper easily, doesn't accept blame, accountability. No one in any circumstances is 100% innocent. Hello, Joan. Good to see you. Gemini says he likes them young. Please stop, y'all killing me. All the sympathy hid the way he was. Tony brought out ugly side. Well, let's think about that for a second. You can't really put all that. You can't put Seth's attitude on Tony. Because if you are who you are and I didn't know who you are, Tony really doesn't have anything to do with that. You want me to believe he's letting a grown man pull the strings to who he is? It could be we just did not know he had a side that was crass or sarcastic or inappropriate. You weren't going to get all that in the beginning of an interview anyway. A person just standing outside saying, I'm looking for my son. I'm looking for my son. You don't know that they're crass or sarcastic or nasty or don't like women from one interview. You got to let them talk a little while. That's why you all kept saying, no, let them talk, queen. Let them all talk. They'll tell on themselves. That's why I said everything's about interpretation. He was in boy's bathroom, was trying to compare boyhood. Oh, you talking about that comment. Oh, yeah, I heard that. Well, if he's been touched inappropriately, that should be no surprise. Okay? He's been touched by a boy child, and then allegedly was in the company of a pedophile. Don't know exactly what happened there. People are going to assume maybe he touched him. I didn't really get out the gist of that. So that shouldn't be a surprise that a boy child would be exhibiting, inappropriate behavior anywhere because he's already been touched. And yes, you call in the autism too. You're right. That's the catch-22. Exactly, Ginger. Good point. When he first came out, he was a hurt and grieving father. Right. You didn't know anything about him. You just saw a man saying, I'm trying to find my son. I'm trying to find my son. So you didn't know if he really was a not so nice guy. You didn't start seeing these signs until he came out and started talking about the allegation. You then saw him angry, which naturally any parent would be angry their child is missing. Well, what is there to be happy about? Hell yeah, you're angry. But it just seemed like it progressed. More things, more, just all these conversations. And then this shit with Michaela and T-Rev. Just ridiculous stuff. And it's just like, damn, give it a rest. Just give it a rest. It's all messed up. This is a messed up situation. If Sebastian has his boundaries violated, then it is natural for him not to understand boundaries of others. Very true. And who's to say that he wasn't out being inappropriate with girls and boys, Sebastian? We do need to look at that as well. It's not to put any blame on the child, but he has been touched. So he will mimic what has been done to him. That's not his fault. He's a child. He's been violated. And that is usually what children do who have been violated. They act out what was done to them. And that's how we end up having pedophiles as adults. They continue the abuse. Because we do judge a pedophile. Oh, you're sick, you're nasty. But a lot of people don't want to accept they were also abused as children. So now you take it, child abusing a child, a grown-up abusing a child. Now the child starts to abuse a child. Child may even assault a grown-up. Now we're grown and we're now a sadist. It's messed up. It's really messed up. Hello, AB. Hi, sweetie. AB, you have anything you'd like to say up here? Because I'm sure you'll probably be doing you a stream shortly. No one knows how much money Seth has gone through or not gone through. It's YouTubers claiming that. Okay. Well, AB, they're going to say that because Katie told it. See, that's the thing about life. Nobody knows anything except for what you tell them. When we came into this story, we didn't know anything about power socks, Bauer socks, poopy socks. Nobody knew nothing. Nobody knew nothing about Seth. Nobody knew nothing about Robin. Nobody knew nothing about the Proudfoots. That's what I always try to say to people. If you go back to the beginning of a story, just the first day the news told you a child was missing or a woman was missing, you didn't know anything. You only start gathering stuff until people start talking. Oh, thank you, Kevin. You start gathering stuff. And sadly, soon as it seems, they told the people this boy was missing, people started gossiping because the lady mentions that in the interview, the reporter, that was after 8 days. That's bad for a reporter to even say that in a news interview. People are saying this, people are saying that. I thought, because I remember hearing stuff about, I think the custody. And I thought, how the hell they get that information? That was puzzling to me. I said, my goodness, they just reported the kid missing. You all have already dug into the sock drawer pertaining to custody papers. Damn. That's all it took. That's probably was the start of it. The custody papers. And then people fed off of that, and then it just went from there. Once that got revealed that he was fighting Nina about custody for Faith, people started forming their own opinions. And I was stunned because I was like, how do you get to this point within a week of saying a child is missing? You all are already digging up stuff on divorce papers because somebody had to been on that damn Facebook talking. Somebody was talking. Somebody went digging, and people do that. As soon as they hear somebody missing, they get the parent's name, they just start digging. Then they go run to Facebook. Let me tell you what I found out. I saw this. I went to Truth Finder. And the first thing I'm thinking is, why are you looking that shit up for what? There's some creepy people out here. Very creepy people. I've seen it with my own eyes. Always got the info of a person. The mother, the sister, the brother, the cousin. Let me tell you about this. And you're like, you need a damn job. I'm keeping it real. I'm leery of people who act like this. And some of you are like this. Some of the YouTubers, the web sleuths, TikTokers, you just dig and you prod. And it's like you get a kick out of it. That shit's sick to me. I mean, I'm sorry. I'm calling. No, I'm not sorry. I'm telling the truth. There's something creepy about that. As soon as somebody go to the news and say, yes, we just found out that such and such is missing from, Flint, Michigan. You're already on Facebook talking about they got divorced and Pookie Ray said this. And it's like, damn, you don't even let a person put a flyer up yet. It's creepy. I don't. It's like you every day, digging, bringing up stuff. As Chris would say, they got the wrong woman. That's what Chris said a while back about Katie's mother. They had the right name, but the wrong woman. So what did that mean? So she's not a sexual offender? I'm confused. What was that reference to? But you said meat suits. Seth GoFundMe was started by his sister, and he shut it down week 1 because of Chris throwing a fit. Okay. Yeah. I've been hearing a little bit of all of that. GoFundMe. Now I'm hearing stuff about a tattoo. Oh, Lord have mercy. I was just like, last night, I could have chewed my paw off. I was just like, how in the world did it go from this to this? Seriously, how did it go from a child missing to all of what you're hearing now? Sexual allegations, neglect, abuse, spanking, whooping, CPS reports, neighbor accusations, abortions, just the gamut. Now we're talking about getting tattoos, needing money for tattoos, allegedly. Postings is supposed to be by Seth. Then somebody says, no, you didn't post that. He's trolling Facebook pages with an anonymous profile. Says this lady on a panel. Damn. This shit is wicked. Exactly, Elizabeth. You said it. It's never going to end. Yeah, you could chew your paws off. In my opinion, it did not do Seth any favors to add the portion in protective, no searching or putting up billboards regarding Sebastian. The father should want the increased audience for son. No searching. So he said that. Where did he say that? Oh, 22 billboards went up yesterday. Well, A1 Street, where are they located, the billboards? Do you know? Sebastian and Caleb. Yeah, I heard somebody saying that last night. They should have stayed with mainstream media or someone like Riley Strange. Yeah. Well, Riley Strange rep, that was a friend of the family. He's just a friend. But I agree with the way this case is gone with them, running to YouTube. And, a lot of these people on YouTube, they're not genuine. So you were just glutton for punishment when you came over here. This is Hell's Kitchen. They should have stayed, yes, with mainstream news. I agree. Because, see, mainstream news is not getting ready to let you do all what YouTube. See, YouTube, you can stream for hours. So you give a person that platform, that welcome ticket, and they can just go on and on and on and on and on and on. It ain't like that on TV. That is pre-filmed. So they can cut and edit what you said. This is why we have all these people cussing and fussing about interviews. I didn't say that, I did say that, but you took it out of context and you didn't play the full clip. Kind of like when you get the clips for reality TV. What do? They show you the most wild comment, and you're thinking it's meaning something until you watch the whole episode, and then you realize, oh, I see why he or she said that. But you don't know that when you first see the trailer for the upcoming episode. They'll throw out something they said, and then they'll take another clip, and then you're thinking it's about one thing, and then once you watch it, you realize they edited it. See, a live stream, there's no editing. So you get to come up here or TikTok or wherever and just go on and on and on. Facebook, just go live until the damn battery runs dead. The news isn't like that. They can't let you just sit up and talk, film you go on and on and on and on and on. They're only doing a couple of minutes of a clip because when you go to the news has to allot a certain amount of time for you to speak. So they're on the news, they're talking about the weather, sports, breaking news, national news, who's the who in the neighborhood. They can't show a clip of a parent ranting for 48 minutes. You know what I'm saying. That's any news. Think about it. That would be like me wanting to get a tattoo of my neighbor's kid. Ridiculous. Well, Elizabeth, your neighbor's kid isn't missing. That would probably be his response. Well, he's missing, and I know the family. So, I care about the kid. That's why I want the tattoo. And I'm friends with Seth. So, but, as someone said, they thought that was creepy, him wanting to match the tattoos. Hey, what do they say? When in Rome? Hey, he wants to get a tattoo of these two young men, a boy and a man. Hey, knock yourself out. Look, it ain't my back. It ain't my arm. Sweet Jesus. Go right ahead. What are you talking about, Cannon? I was kind of stunned when I first heard it last night. I thought, okay, what is this all about? The tattoos. Then you all said on the panel or whatever was going on, he's needing money for tattoos. Why does he need money? Because if he's not working, that's why he need it. Do the math. He's not working. Paid leave. I don't know what person would think Seth would quit his job. Why would he quit his job? See, it's a difference between quitting and being fired. They know not to fire him because he could sue. And then if you fired him, you'd have to have a reason to fire him. So one could say, well, because people like to make up stuff. Oh, he got fired. People just lie and make up anything. These people know not to fire him. Even if they don't like what he's saying and doing on YouTube, they know not to fire him. They can warn him. Hey, we've been hearing things you've been saying on YouTube. We don't think that's a good look. We're just letting you know if you want to keep your job here at this justice center, you're going to have to pipe down on your commentary on YouTube. I don't know if somebody has said that to Seth or not. Somebody might need to say it to him, because sometimes it's, people can tighten their shit if their job come a knocking and say, hey, we've been watching YouTube. We're getting feedback from these live streams. You need to stop. You work here in a professional capacity. We don't need that drama spilling over here to the jail or whatever. I mean, they do have a right. Can't say they don't have a right. They do. Even though you're dealing with inmates, but it doesn't matter. He still works for a company. So that's the point. Your image is just that, your image. So whether it's a jail, a prison, the things you post to social media is a reflection of who you are. So if you got all these people assuming he's this bad guy, inappropriate guy, whatever, that is a problem for your employer. And as I said, if he's taken off from work, which I'm assuming he has, hell yeah, he say he needs some money. That's common sense. You can call it a grift. You can call it whatever you want. If a person ain't working, you know they got to pay bills. You know they need money. Come on now. And he might say to himself, yeah, I see the dollar signs up here talking about my son. Other people are cashing in on talking about my son on these platforms. They have partnered with YouTube. So, but as I've told you before, most of you know this, it doesn't really matter what we talk about up here. You can get paid talking about knitting booties for a cat. It is what it is. Got to get that money, possibly. Maybe he did see that. Well, there's money to be made. The people have been, donating to me, and it could have started off innocently. People were donating. He got comfortable, and then he realized, hell, I'll just stay off. I don't know. I'm just throwing it out there because I'm not going to put words in his mouth and say he said that or he thinks that. Just saying hypothetical. He could say to himself, well, there's money to be made. I'll stay off from work and I'll get all I can get. And what I do with it is my business. This is why they tell you when you donate your money, there's the propensity for the person to take the money and do all types of things with the money. That's just common sense. So it's up to you if you want to donate or not donate. I didn't have a problem in the beginning because I knew he had taken off from work. So I didn't have a problem in the beginning. Because I knew he wasn't working. So I just assumed he needed money naturally, to pay for flyers and, things like that. Get the word out about the kids. So I didn't have a problem with it at first. But now it's like all these allegations of buying this and, it was a motorcycle. Then when I made a video about that, everybody lost their damn mind. I never said he bought a motorcycle. I said if he did. I called pure hell. But then weeks later, I'm in Dallas with Gasolines. I'm a Seth's supporter. So I thought, well, y'all need to make up your mind. You understand? Because 1 minute you're mad at me for making that video about the motorcycle, which I said, if. First 6 minutes. But this is what happens when people don't care. They don't listen. They just saw the title. They show how stupid people are. Now it's, she's supporting him. She's supporting him. No. I already spoke about how I feel about the stuff that's coming out. I don't have to go on and on about it for 8-10 hours. I can see that something is jacked up. I already said that weeks ago about the audio. If he leaked that call, why did he do it? If you leaked it, then say you leaked it. Tell why you leaked it. But then why leak it if you're saying you want to work with the Proudfoots? That didn't make any sense to me. So that's why I kept asking that question. Well, if he leaked it, then why would he do it? If you're saying you want to work with the Proudfoots, that didn't make any sense to leak it. But then the flip side of that, I said, well, maybe he leaked it because he's pissed off. He's not getting what he wants from them. So he thought, okay, fuck it. I'll leak the audio, to show people, hey, this is who they really are. They don't give a damn about the kid. I'm mad at them. Whatever the reason is. I don't know. It's just all over the place. That's where I have the problem. All this ping pong back and forth. It's just too much. Seth did go through a lot of money for gas. He could have made up something better than that. I can understand him needing at least 3 months to help with bills, but I feel like he's pushing for a house, just saying. And he might, Sour Girl. I thought about that too. He might be trying to get money for a house. I know he was complaining about the rent situation and how he was living. And at that time, I thought maybe he was renting a house, but then people started coming in the chat the past week saying, oh, no, he has an apartment. He has an apartment. So I didn't know, because like I tell people, I'm not in Hendersonville. And another thing I want to touch on too, before I check out of here. As I said, all this he said, she said, petty complaints, grandiose YouTubers wanting to be right about every damn thing. How do you know what somebody is doing in Hendersonville and Clarksville? You know, people keep crying. They don't want nobody talking about the Proudfoots, which is bizarre to me. Very bizarre. But how do you know what Seth is doing? Are you outside his house watching? I'm curious. Because you're complaining about the money. You're complaining about tattoos and who wants a tattoo and GoFundMes. Then somebody's got something to say about he ain't searching. Okay, but my thing is this. What's it to you? Or, I mean, are you standing out in the lawn or sitting in your car trying to figure out what Seth Rogers is doing? Because my thing is, a lot of you keep going back and forth and straddling. You don't want nobody saying nothing about the Proudfoots, what they ain't doing, and they ain't searching. So why now are you worried about if Seth is searching? Well, what's the difference? I don't get it. That makes no sense to me. What do you give a fuck about what he's doing down there? I'm just saying. Make it make sense. Everybody's complaining about who's searching, not searching, threatening people, this and that. And now you're complaining about he's not searching. Well, how do you know what he's doing? You would only know unless you're out there following him around. And that would be creepy. So I don't understand. I don't understand nothing that's playing out right now pertaining to these parents and all this back and forth nonsense. I'm not worried about what Seth is doing. I'm not worried about what the Proudfoots are doing because it's pointless. It's pointless at this juncture. It's just pointless to go on and on about who's driving around, who's doing this. I heard that last night. Oh, the Proudfoots were passing out flyers. They were doing this. They weren't as vocal and out like Seth was, but it doesn't mean they weren't passing out flyers. Well, I feel like this. I'm not there to see the Proudfoots pass out flyers in the beginning or however it went. So I can't speak on that. Just like I can't speak on what Seth is doing because I'm not in Hendersonville. And even if I lived in Hendersonville or Clarksville, I still couldn't say who's doing what because I'm not in these people's pockets. Christopher works in a whole nother jurisdiction. So you definitely can't even speak that he's out here passing out any damn thing. He works for probably 8-9 hours straight. You want me to believe he's getting up from that job to go pass out flyers? I doubt it. Katie, you want me to believe she was down there in a camper, driving around Memphis in strange jurisdiction, Mississippi, handing out flyers? Possibly not. That's why I say people don't think when they speak. Some people were hours away from Hendersonville. So you can't speak on what they were doing when they went away. So you're speaking of what? The first 8 days, the first 15 days? Clarify. You can't make it make no sense, Nubian. That's the point. Of course, that's my point. Flyers cost. They do cost. And if you're taking them somewhere, like Office Depot or wherever you're taking them, it costs money. Unless you're printing them from your own house. You still got to buy the paper. Paper costs. So I don't know what Seth is doing. I don't know what the prophets are doing. I don't know who's funding what. I don't know if it's funds coming from the community. That's why I put that question up about the billboards the other day, because I haven't seen any billboards up here where I live. So I speak on what I see up here. I don't live down there. I'm in another part of Tennessee. I'm in East Tennessee, not West, not Middle. So if I say I haven't seen billboards, that's what the hell I just said. I haven't seen any here. Now, if there was some down there, I found it strange that nobody was posting them. That's why I made that video. I haven't seen anybody post any billboards. So if somebody made billboards, I didn't see any pictures of them. So that's all I can speak on. Right. If you have a printer. Good point. Right. Now, he might take some of that money and buy him a printer. That way he can have a printer at the house. He could print flyers off. Really, that's a good idea. Or somebody could donate him one. Some people say, well, he's got donation money. He could buy one. But you understand what I'm saying? That would be a good idea. Your child is missing. Go buy a printer. Make sure it's colored. You make colored pictures, black and white pictures, and you can do it yourself right there at the house. Set aside so much money just for making the flyers and the banners and bracelets. You find the people who can make the products. They tell you how much it costs, and then you already have the money put to the side just for Sebastian. That's what I would have done. You split the difference. I'll put this much into putting flyers up for my child, travel, gas, whatever, and then this amount of money I'd use to pay my bills. Well, allegedly, Seth was dating a young lady by the name of Michaela, and she was helping with the case, helping him out, and somehow she got tangled up with T-Rev. That's the allegation. See you later, Patricia. Calm says at this point, Seth needs a trauma counselor. This is horrendous. Yes, it is horrendous. You got that right. It's a bad situation. Yeah, it's bad, Molly. Really bad. Seth is alone in this. He's surrounding himself with whomever will stick around. Yeah. But Demetri, you know what? Look at the cost of that. You know, he had an attitude about that. He wanted people to help him find his child. But look at the cost of having people in his circle. You know, I'm not going to say, Seth has been a perfect person in this dilemma. But the thing is, it looks like every time you look up, everybody who's been around him, they have something negative to say. It's bad. You believe whoever you want to believe. You believe him, you believe them. You believe it's a mixture of attitudes and grandiose personalities. Everybody wants to be a head knocker, but it's still a bad look. Yeah. It's all trash. It's a trashy situation because in the end, there's a child missing. And I won't doubt, whether people want to accept it or not, that a lot of people that are involved, they want them 5 minutes of attention as well. You can't think at this point that some of these people don't. Because look at everything that's coming out. Everybody now has something to say about what Seth did or what he didn't do, or how he said something, or how he acted. I heard all kind of crazy stuff last night about him throwing a badge on the table. He's making derogatory comments. He's talking about dogs, calling them mutts. I mean, it's just going on and on. So that's why I said, damn, just leave these people alone. Just cut them loose and get the hell on. That's what I would do. But that's the point. I'm not Seth. So I can look at it from my own perspective, for how I would deal with a situation. And that's what a lot of people need to understand, the YouTubers too. You're judging Seth and the Proudfoots from your own lifestyle. But you're not them. You're judging them according to what you would do. That doesn't mean anything. Because I can sit up here all day and say, well, I wouldn't do this. I wouldn't do this. I wouldn't do that. But I'm not them. I navigate differently. I would not put up with none of the bullshit that Seth is going through. Not never. But I'm not Seth. That's the point. If I got a bad feeling about somebody, I'm not getting ready to cuss them out. I'm not getting ready to jump on YouTube. I'm not getting ready to do any of that. I'll just leave them alone. But I'm not Seth. That's the point. But that's what he doesn't get. You don't have to come to YouTube to tell us what happened with you and a dog handler and a horse handler. Just vacate the premises and keep it moving. Because now it's just like they love to say, a shit show. It's just he said and she did this and they trolled me and he used a fake account. I mean, it's gone from sex allegations, sexual assault, nasty comments from the Proudfoots about the child, to now he's using fake profiles to troll Facebook and YouTube. He's taking down the profile from YouTube. I'm just like, what in the hell is going on? This shit is bizarre. It's really bizarre. Oh, I'm sure Vivian, the police knows a lot at this point. I'm very sure of that. Yeah, Cannon. They're all flawed. Of course they're flawed. They're humans. He said he stayed the night. Don't start rumors. You clowns, June McDonald. Demetra, who are you talking to? You all play nice now. Let's not name call in the chat, because we're already talking about this type of behavior with everybody else. Come on, don't do that. But like I just said, I wouldn't put up with none of this. Just like I said, if you go back to the beginning of this live stream where I give you my little, quick story of dealing with people, with missing people, I just, but I don't want you calling people names in my chat, because it can get ugly that I'd have to have you blocked. That's what I'm trying to make you understand. Because if you start calling people names, then they'll start calling people names, and then the whole chat will be filled with everybody calling each other derogatory names. Like I said, go back to the beginning of this live, and you'll get my point. Why I'm saying it's easy to have a perception of people in a story, because I speak from personal experience. I saw with my own eyes how people behave that have missing people, and it's not the way you think it should go, because that's the point. You're just judging from yourself. You're hoping that people are going to act like they're adults, but it doesn't work like that. People do what they want. And I think, that's what's happening here. You have this perception, or you had a perception of these people. You wanted, these people to be a certain way, but the point is you don't know them. So now, everybody's got a problem with everybody. who said what, who did what. But the point is you didn't know them. I've been saying that. You don't know the Proudfoots. You don't know Seth. You don't know any of these people. You don't know Nina. You don't know none of these people. So I just sat back and I just watched. I said, well, I'll watch these people and we'll see what comes out about them. And I'm glad I watched. It's too much chicken for the soup. It's just too much. What are you talking about, Virginia? What are y'all talking about? He slept and stayed the night before he returned with his fifth wheel to Hendersonville. Yeah, it's too much. It's out of control at this point, Gigi. It's just too much. You can't even keep up. I said that last night. I was trying to rest. Oh, I was so tired. I went out in that heat last night and to go to the grocery store. Whew, and I had, oh my God. It wasn't as hot, because I went later, but dang, this Tennessee heat is she can get a little crunk when she wants to. Carrying in bags and stuff. I only had one bag, but I had piled everything in one carrying bag, and the heat just kind of got to me. So once I got here, I had to sit down and cool off. And I just dozed off. I had promised somebody in the chat I was going to go live, and I thought, I can't go live. I was too hot and flustered, and I got exhausted. But anywho, I was thinking about a lot of things, last night, in and out of sleep. And I said to myself, all this is from them coming out talking. Just that. Because you got to think about one thing. When the news reporter interviewed the Proudfoots, and she mentioned, oh yeah, it's 8 days, blah, 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 and you have all these people saying negative things about you and on the internet. I mean, it just shows you, as I said, what people do. Person goes missing. People start digging and stuff. And then it just gets out of control. But had these people never talked about anything personal, you wouldn't have anything. And it's not to say people weren't going to do what they already did, because they did that. They did that week one. But the parents didn't have to respond. That's my point. The parents didn't have to respond. They don't have to respond to allegations of divorce documents, CPS reports. Nobody had to respond. And that's what people don't understand about people digging up stuff from your past. You don't have to respond. They can say whatever they want. Who was going to confront you about divorce decrees and what was in a divorce paperwork? That's what the Proudfoots don't understand. Same thing with Seth. You all didn't have to respond to anything. Who are these YouTubers and the chat and the Facebook groupies, junkies? Nobody. So when you come up here to respond, you are still opening Pandora's box, even with the response. This just shows you how people don't have any direction. You get up here and say, well, I'm going to go ahead and explain to them about this. The point is, you ain't have to explain nothing. If we want to think this about you from what somebody gathered and posted on their channel or Facebook, you're entitled to think what you want. But once you respond, I keep saying this, you can't go back. You think about this. Famous people have accusations and secrets and whatever come out about them every day, okay? The news reporter, like Cuomo, all these allegations of this, Puff Daddy, blah, 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 blah. But they don't always respond because the Sun or the Daily Mail got some source that says, okay, they were having an affair. Perfect example. Hey, they say you were having an affair with such and such. It's up to you to decide if you want to respond or not. You don't have to respond. Because let me tell you, at some point, hello, the story will die down. The story only gets worse when other people start coming out and start speaking on it, such as the person in the story who the allegation is about. So let's say somebody goes out, report, oh, such and such is having an affair with Susie May. Then Susie May, she responds. And then she either confirms it or she denies it. Now, if Susie May decides to say, yes, I was having an affair, boom, 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 there's your fireworks. Now everybody's looking for the guy to come back and say, well, Susie May said it happened. Do you have a response? God forbid he denies it. I did not have sex with that woman. And then somebody produces a receipt. And such as Susie May, of course, she kept the dress. You see where I'm going. All hell breaks loose. Sometimes it's best don't respond. You feel like you don't owe the people explanation. You don't want to explain yourself. Don't respond. Regina, what are you talking about? Lord, don't tell me the queen got to start having a toddy at 10 o'clock in the morning. I'm 2 hours and 31 minutes into this live. If you're curious, I'm trying to figure out what are you all disputing down there in the chat about a fifth wheel? Y'all coming in, arguing, calling folk clowns. What is the problem? See, this is exactly what I'm talking about. And I've tried to be very copacetic in this live stream. I think I've been pretty calm. Well, what is the issue? Yeah, Anita, you will go numb. I know all about it. I have 4 autoimmune disorders and hands and stuff stay numb. But see, this is what happens. People don't know that. You know now. That's why people can't speak on what you got going on. This is what I keep saying about everybody. Everybody thinks they know every damn thing, and they don't. I knew something was odd. You moving your arm around, people making a big deal about that. Him moving his arm around. You will do a lot of that when you're uncomfortable. Your arm aches, it's achy, it gets numb. I think most people know that. If you sit some certain way too long and your limbs go numb, you are going to shake your arms and stuff out. Why would you not? So you could try to shake the feeling back in it. For all we know, he's got neuropathy. I mean, he does have weight on him. For all, you don't know if he's diabetic. You don't know. So I don't get all riled up into stuff like that. Because I feel like the shit's already petty enough. I'm not getting ready to start going on and on because somebody's twisting their arm around. Somebody said, oh, well, you must be lying because he's winding his arm around. Could it be the man has some type of health issue? For all you know, he could have neuropathy. He could be a diabetic. Is that really what you want to focus on? He's winding his arm around during a damn interview? Jesus, well, it's not that serious. I don't navigate like that. Focusing on all that petty stuff. Hello, Miss Tiff. How are you? I'm getting my blood pressure up because somebody's winding their arm around during a live stream. I think I got better things to be concerned about that. Jeepers creepers. But that's the point. Everybody knows everything. They know everything. Hell, what size underwear does he wear? He's so concerned. What size underwear does he wear? What? When does he take a bath or a shower? It's like, how far are you gonna take this? Everybody's too weird. Just too weird. Well, it's pointless, sour girl. It's just like I said, everybody's gonna have their opinion about stuff. You know what I'm saying? When you hear a story, some people form an opinion as soon as they hear the story. I kind of like to listen to see what they have to say first before I just sit up and say, yeah, he's guilty, she's guilty. Let me hear them talk. Let me see how they act. Let me see how they respond to the questions. Do they come back out and talk again? When they talk again, what do they say? What's their behavior? That's what I like to do. I like to watch a little while before I just start, throwing daggers. Because like I said, I did that in that case with the lady in Georgia. And the police kept going back and forth on their investigation on if somebody was involved in her being found in the wilderness with her stomach burned. A lot of us thought her daughter did it because the daughter was an addict and had all these problems with the boyfriend. She had just got into town. She was living in one of the houses that the stepfather owned. So, you didn't really know what to think. But then they come back from thinking it was foul play to, she hurt herself in the woods. And even to this day, people still comment on my old videos saying, no, they hurt her. Her daughter did it. Somebody else did it. Somebody from the halfway house did it around the corner. Just conspiracies after conspiracy. How do you go from a halfway house around from where she was found and tie that into it? Because this is what people do. They don't have nothing better to do. They just go fish out anything. Oh, somebody was hiding in the backseat of her van. It's like, man, you all watch too much television. It's too much television. Did you all see Steph sent at C and D to not to talk about Sebastian? Well, I had already heard that there was going to be a cease and desist to a certain YouTuber. This is why I keep telling you all people don't listen. This is why I tell you have to be careful what you say up here. Since it's okay, you think it's okay, you can say whatever you want on the live stream. You have to be careful because they can send you a cease and desist, find you, and serve it. And naturally, the bigger the network, if you have a big network, such as what Cardi B did to Tasha K, they can shut you down. You have a lot of viewers, followers, you do an advertisement, and then you're up here talking about what they didn't do, whether you have a receipt or not. It's considered defamation. So there you have it. They sent out 50. Where'd you hear that from, Teresa? Regina, do you have something you want to say, honey? Because you was just chatting down there. Good Lord of mercy. Exactly, WeCraft. Exactly. Free speech can have consequences. Exactly. Because you can say it all day. It's my right. It's my right. It's my right. Yeah, you have a right, but it's not to say that somebody is not going to try to come and shut down what you're saying, especially if you don't have any receipts and you're just throwing out stuff that you think is going on in the case or just an allegation against a person in general. That's why wealthy people sue. That's why famous people sue. They can sue because they got the money to sue. They'll spend more money suing to get you to shut up or retract an article. And eventually it happens. They have to retract it, take it back. That's fine, Jennifer. Now imagine getting one of those letters. Now you can't talk about what's everybody loves to say is making money on YouTube. But like I said, this is a business. YouTube makes money off of all of their content creators, if that's what you want to call it. So YouTube is the biggest winner. So really, one could say, send the cease and desist letter to YouTube, the person that owns YouTube, because they're the ones making the most money up here. Just keeping it real. Calling a spade a spade. Yeah, Angela, I'm like you. I don't have no reason to. And I don't think a lot of people know what it's like to be in pain a lot and ache a lot. Trust me, it's a terrible feeling when you wake up and you ache from your head to your top of your big toe. And when you have autoimmune disorders, such as lupus, arthritis, other type of issues, you will ache. You will ache. And it's an uncomfortable feeling when you ache a lot. Because naturally it'll make you irritable. You swell. Obtain water, all type of things. Regina, do you want to come up here and talk? Because you are chatting down there. Damn. Elizabeth, I agree. Same here. You have to live with it. Exactly. I ache all the time, and I rarely talk about it. I don't get on the live and talk about it. It's nobody's business. That'd be something else for somebody to go make a big deal about. But you can't say shit up here. Yeah, you've been chatting down there, y'all, going on and on about stuff I have no idea what you're talking about. So I'm just trying to figure out, what are you all talking about? Allegedly, if they didn't want this out, they should have asked all to share this out. Both parties came to YouTube asking for help. Well, Michelle, that's the whole thing about all of this. You really don't know people's true intention about stuff. Because it's easy to say somebody came to YouTube for help. But then when you start seeing the things that they're saying, I don't know if I can agree with that. I can't say a person really wants help finding a child if you're up here talking bad about the child. You can't have it both ways because it doesn't work that way. It's just like going to the news. You can't go to the news and say, help me find my wife. But then you're talking bad about your wife on the news. Does that make any sense? It doesn't. So people who are watching who have some sense will say, he doesn't want to find his wife. He's bad-mouthing her. So it's the same with those prophets coming and talking negative about the son. Why would I think they're genuine about finding their son if they're talking negative about him? I don't give a damn that you think they passed out flyers and this and that. I'm going by what you're doing. Your mouth, your tongue. Your tongue says otherwise, and that's all I can judge you on. What your perception of that conversation is obviously different than mine. But don't judge me and tell me I'm wrong. You can't say I'm wrong. Because there's no explanation, and I'm going to keep saying this, to talk bad about a child. And the child's missing. And you want to get mad because somebody don't want to rally with these people. I'm not going to rally with them. Because then I'm saying I'm like them. And I'm not getting ready to put myself in the category of the fucking Proudfoots. Not now, not never. So you can make another video about what I said. I could care less. And as I said, how I feel about the Proudfoots has no bearing on Seth. These are separate people, and I put them all in separate boxes. There's no excuse to talk bad about a child, period. Whether they're involved in the crime or not. If there's a crime or not, there's no excuse for that. So you're telling me you don't care about him. Because you can't say, oh, we're going over here to get help. Oh, we're going to the news and tell them they're missing. He's missing, but then you're going to talk bad about him on a public platform. Man, that's cold. I don't care what nobody says. And if you think that's okay for the Proudfoot to talk bad about Sebastian, then that's your dumb ass. And I said it. I don't have anything to do with that. And I'm not taking back what I just said.
I think you're 100% right. And the thing is I was going to tell you about all of these cease and desist letters. First
Yeah,
of
I had
all,
to wait. Slow down. Slow down. Start off with what has happened, because you're just jumping right out there. I don't even know what the hell is going on. So what happened, sweetheart?
So you're hearing of all these cease and desist letters being sent out.
I haven't. I just saw it in the chat. I hadn't heard nothing.
Oh, well, it's rumored everywhere. I've seen it on other channels that all these people are getting cease and desist.
Okay, so start off with, when were they sent out and who got them, if you can?
Well, that's the whole thing. It's all just everybody talking that they've gotten one, but there hasn't been any proof that they're actually out there. No one has.
Well, I haven't received one that I know of.
Right. But there's also TREV 757 is threatening everyone with cease and desist letters, apparently. This is part of the speculation going around. That the Proudfoots are threatening.
So that's a joke, of course, because you're the same person running from not paying child support, and you want to hire a lawyer for cease and desist.
Yes, exactly.
That makes no sense.
About as much sense as a male boar having teats, right?
Well, then guess what? If he wants to sue people for talking about him on YouTube, then his baby mother, Athena, they all can sue as well for slander.
Right.
So
here's the whole thing. These people are sending out all of these letters, and they don't even know what these different things mean. They don't know what libel, they don't know what slander or even defamation is. Mm-hmm. And here's the real kicker in all of this. They can send you as many cease and desist letters as they want to. Mm-hmm. Anyone can send you a cease and desist letter. They can write it with their own hand and send you a cease and desist letter. But unless you are in violation of any of the civil possible litigations to be taken, which is, libel, slander, or defamation. Yeah. And unless they can prove that you're wrong or lying on them or slandering their character or libel from putting it in writing or defamation, then it's nothing. It's nothing.
Well, one thing about truth is what it is, truth. There is no, in my opinion, I'll say my opinion, because my opinion may be different than what defamation really means. My opinion is, if you come out and you tell me that you are gay, let's say, me talking about you being gay is not fraudulent because you told the public you were gay, right?
Exactly.
It would only be a problem. It would only be a problem if I added things to that were not factual.
Exactly.
That's where I think defamation would come in. But we can always look up the word. That way, nobody can not understand what something actually means. So let's go to the dictionary. Because I like to be precise, since people love repeating what I've said over here. Defamation occurs if you make a false statement of fact about someone else that harms that person's reputation. Such speech is not protected by the First Amendment and could result in criminal and civil liability. Okay? What is an example of defamation? Calling someone corrupt or criminal, for example, a thief, rapist, or murderer on social media. Well, I guess I've done that. Posting a one-sided story with vital facts left out on the social media. Publishing fake stories about someone that portrayed them in a negative way. So basically, it's just saying you are being fraudulent in your comments, in your comment. And it also is broader too by calling them a criminal, but it's still going to the fact of you don't have the proof to say he or she's a criminal. So when you all
Correct.
say naturally, Mr. Mathis is a criminal, that could be considered defamation. Although he does have a criminal past, it doesn't mean that he is what considered a criminal presently. Let's say.
Correct.
Okay.
Now, there's one thing that can protect you in your freedom of speech whenever talking about these things as well, though, that most people need to understand. If you say it is your opinion that it is possible this person is this, that, or the other, then you haven't defamed anyone because you are entitled to your opinion.
What are you
And
talking
as
about,
long as you're
Vivian?
not, whenever, oh, sorry.
Go ahead. The cease and desist have come out after he was found out, in my opinion. Exactly. Are you talking about that thing over there, the minion? Yeah. You only served that when you saw that people heard about what happened with you and Athena. Now all of a sudden you don't want anybody talking about it. Well, it's tit for tat. You did it to your wife. You talked about her like a dog and accused her of being a liar. And she said the kids weren't yours. And you talked bad about the detective. You had to have known that was going to come back full circle at some point. And he got it when Athena came out. He left. Some people feel like, well, she's vengeful. She's just mad because he didn't want her. You don't know what happened in their house. You don't know what happened in their house with each other. You don't know what he didn't do. And like I tell people, I don't see anybody lying about somebody living in their house and don't want to pay bills. I don't see anybody lying that a person didn't want to talk. They weren't affectionate. They didn't have maybe intimacy. Who wants to lie about that? Because now you're telling on yourself. You're still telling a part of your personal business that really is not really coffee table talk. So why do I want to let people know on YouTube, my man walks in here and lay in the bed and he don't touch me? Did you hear what I said?
Mm-hmm.
He walks by me and eats up groceries that he don't pay for.
Pay for. Yep.
Come on now. I'm still telling on myself.
Mm-hmm.
Still telling on myself.
Still. Exactly. But all of these cease and desist letters, I think it's hilarious, to be quite honest with you. Because if you know anything, first of all, about lawsuits pertaining to defamation, being libel, and slander,
Exactly,
you
starting
have
I.
to prove that you're lying,
Mm-hmm.
that your statements are lying. And whenever it
Right,
is your
right,
opinion, you can't prove that it's a lie because you can't prove that someone's opinion is a lie. That
right.
might be
So,
exactly what they think of
so,
you. So,
so anything you put out about a person, you have done it to yourself. So basically, he is basically suing himself because you
yeah.
you came out talking bad about people and they didn't get to defend themselves. Sharon didn't get to defend herself until months ago, and you didn't care about that, and you didn't mind using and manipulating your chat members and mods to, and they was stupid enough to go along with it.
They
So,
were.
well, so you know what I'm saying? And
Yeah,
I'm not trying to be nasty, but I'm just saying to go out here and harass people that you don't know anything about on behalf of a YouTuber is wrong.
it is. It is. And all of us that played a part in it can't sit here and say, oh, we're not guilty of this and we're not guilty of, because Queen, you already know we are. And and the only thing we can do, once we realize we're in the wrong is try to do right,
Yeah.
but still
See,
let your
I
statements be
don't, but see, I
made.
don't understand that. Why would you all or anybody want to go harass somebody because of what the YouTuber said or what you saw on social media? I read crazy stuff all the time. I am not getting ready to go over in somebody's inbox because this person doesn't like them or they said something about them. I see this every day on social media. I don't go in people inboxes. Hey, I heard you did this. You said this. Who am I? Who am I to do that? I have no right to do that.
None. I mean, this is the way I look at it in totality whenever it comes to other people's opinions about me. Whether they say it out loud or they don't, what other people think about me, what they think about me
Mm-hmm.
is none of my business. It's
Mm-hmm.
really not. At the end of the day, being realistic here, what someone else thinks about us is really none of our business. And when we start going and asking them and
Well,
make
it's
it
your
our
business.
business.
It's your business. Yes, if the shit's not true. Come on now, let's be
Well,
serious.
yes, that's
You would not
different
want
though.
somebody out
That's
here. Let's be truthful. Nobody wants to be
right.
talked about, even if you did it. Even if you were caught holding up the Walmart, okay?
Hmm.
Your ass still don't want nobody talking about it. It's common sense. But you did it, it's out. There it is. It's only worse if you didn't rob Walmart and somebody lied and said you did.
Exactly. And but also with that being said, none of us want our skeletons or our dirty deeds put
Of
on blast.
course, and
But
of course, because we're all human. That's right. Everybody's done
yeah,
something: lied, stole, robbed, sexual assault, pedophilia, every ugly sin you could think of, man and woman has done.
yes, ma'am.
That's just the truth.
Exactly. Exactly. But whenever you go do these things and you decide to go to that Walmart in a public venue where there's lots of other people and you decide to do this action or behavior, then you're going to be seen and you're putting yourself out there. It's your fault you got caught robbing
Yeah,
the
that's
Walmart.
true. That's true. That's right. You
You
got
know what I
caught. You
mean?
got caught. Yeah, you can't do nothing about it.
Exactly.
But this nonsense up here playing out, all of this involved to me just shows to me deflection. And that's expected of people who like to cause trauma and drama with people. It's okay to put them on blast, but they don't want to be put on blast. Because that's just it. None of us want it, okay? I can talk joke up here about whoever, but naturally, I don't want nobody talking bad about me. It's just the way it goes. It's called nature of the beast, okay? But when
Right.
you go out here and deliberately put people on blast for no reason, you don't even have a reason, and then you're lying about it, you should know you are going to eventually get that back. That's just common sense. So he didn't have no business talking bad about Sherry. If he had a
Any of
personal
them.
problem with her, whatever their problems were as far as the children, the child support, should have never even talked about it on the channel anyway. That's not the place to be talking about that. And then
I
all these other
completely agree.
allegations of cancer and this and that. And see, anybody with sense would be looking back at that saying, well, how do I know that's the truth? Because if you look at his last live streams, he talks around the subject of Athena, Sherry, the few little things I've watched, because I don't sit and watch the lives. He is
I
not
don't
going to
either.
address any of that because he already knows it's pointless. It is
Yep.
pointless. It is pointless. And just like somebody said the other day, if he cared anything, I was watching AB's channel. If you really wanted to settle the situation with Sherry and the kids, you would have been done that. You would have been asked for visitation and asked for clarification for DNA. You can do the DNA before you do anything. Well, let me make sure these are my children.
Right.
I don't
And the
think
thing
I
about
don't think they're my children. Let me go find out. Nobody's going to sit up here, get on YouTube, get a following, and then all of a sudden start throwing daggers at some random ass woman that nobody knows and try to make her out to be the bad guy. Throw your kids under the bus for what? For what?
to try to look good for people he wants money from.
Yeah,
That's it.
it's to me. If I look at it, it can't be nothing but the money.
Exactly.
Because you all don't know no more than what I tell you. So why even put these people out here like this when nobody knows anything about them? Who gives a fuck?
It's
Nobody cared
deflection.
about what you were doing and who you're sleeping with. So why even talk about these people? I don't get it.
Right. And whenever you yourself do things that are wrong to other people, and then you try, and people start catching on to what you're doing and doing wrong to other people, you can send all the defamation letters you want to folks. These folks out here getting these defamation letters need to sit down and take it with a grain of salt that it
Yes,
actually
Lisa.
means.
I
They need to
agree,
take it
Lisa.
with because here's the real fun thing about lawsuits and defamations, okay, and all
Now,
this libeling
are you sure you want to use the word fun?
You're right. Sorry about that. Yeah, no, no, I don't. But it is. Here's a interesting tidbit, little bit of information. Just like Gemma said, these lawsuits can be filed all day long. Anyone can go down to their county courthouse and file $100 lawsuit against someone else. But guess what? If you don't win that lawsuit, because you're on some bogus stuff, just like this defamation letter to He ain't never going to do nothing. These people are sweating the wrong things. Look at the person and the situation they're in, and put just as much weight in that cease and desist letter as you do everything else that person does.
Exactly, Gigi. Yeah, it costs a foul. So when you look at all that's come out about him and these allegations he's put out about this woman, kids, whatever, my thing is, if he did follow through with cease and desist letters, why? When you have other responsibilities
that he's avoiding.
Why would you care? Why would you care that people found out about, Athena and this and that? You didn't care about putting those people on blast. That's why you know there's something wrong with him. He's ill. He's ill. And then you've gotten your name wrapped up in this Sebastian nonsense. So if people are really woke, you could see a pattern. He's a scream queen. He's a drama queen.
Yes.
Because you're now talking about separate situations. Because let's be truthful. What happened with Athena has nothing to do with Sebastian. Nothing. What happened with Sherry and the kids have nothing to do with Sebastian. So this is why I tell people, to get to the truth, you have to compartmentalize. They're all separate boxes that don't have nothing to do with nothing.
At all.
They only came out because of the person who is on YouTube who knew Seth Rogers' bingo card. You couldn't have one without the other because this is what you put out to the universe. So nobody had to know about Sherry months ago before Sebastian even went missing, number one. Then you hook up with Mr. Seth for possibly fraudulent means, you and Michaela. Then Athena comes out to tell her side. You either believe it or you don't believe it. But the point is, who is the common denominator of the drama? And you don't have to say the
garden gnome that wears fitted hats.
So he's the common denominator of all these points that have intersected from different parts of the universe. Like, well, Sherry does not live in Tennessee. Okay? Athena doesn't live in Tennessee. He didn't live in Tennessee until recently. But yet, all points are now connected by one messy boot. And that's the end of the story.
I couldn't agree more, Queen. I couldn't agree more. And the thing about these lawsuits and all these cease and desist letters and whatnot, at the end of the day, it doesn't matter what someone files. What matters is how the court finds it, who the court finds in favor. And whenever someone sits there and puts these statements out with their own tongue, and then people talk about the person making these statements, well, it's really their fault. And there's really nothing they can do about it, whether they want to or not. Because at the end of the day, it's just like you said, Queen, he's not going to put his name on anything that is going to hold him to an address that they are going to be able to find him at and cite him for his past owed child support. He's not going to. It's just look, it's someone who is trying to make themselves.
And when you have to pay per person that you're suing?
Yes. And the person that you're suing can file a counter lawsuit against you.
I was getting ready to say that. Took the words right out my mouth.
Can file a counter lawsuit against you. And if the judge finds in your favor, even though the other person filed the lawsuit against you, that person that filed the lawsuit against you might be likely to pay all the court costs, all the lawyer's fees, and the judge could find in favor for the countersuit. And then all you did was dig yourself more of a hole. Now, if you think about where this is coming from and the person that has written these cease and desist letters and all of this going on, he's digging himself a hole, just like he's already dug himself a hole.
Okay. Well, let me read some of the comments. He put up a recent community post that all is well with Sherry and that they worked it out and will have kids all summer. Did that change? Is that Gemma? Honey, pretend that went in your ear and out the other. Why would you be getting the kids? They're not yours.
Yeah, there's no proof. Remember, Queen? He's got to have a DNA test before he can start paying child support because he don't think they're his. Right?
Right.
Right?
So he's gone to New York in the past 13, 12 days and got a test. I say BS. But this is what you do because you want to get people to stop talking about it. They're not going to stop talking. Just as quick as it dies down, somebody else will bring it up. That's just life. He's a waste of space. Athena is doing well. She's making music. She's busy. She's got a lot going on for herself and personal. And she's, as I was listening to her music yesterday, I thought he's
She's
not
growing.
he's not even on her level. And I'm not
Nope.
saying she's a perfect person or anything like that. The point I'm making is she has talent and she's wasted her time on a bum. So
Yes.
therefore, I would not worry myself about him, Michaela, none of that nonsense because they're trash. They're just trash, and she knows this now. So she has to live with her decision of having this person in her personal space. Whatever problems they didn't have, but he seems to be a fraud to me just from the things I've heard that don't even pertain to Athena, because that's the
And
whole
then,
point. That's the whole point of the story. There are other stuff that's come out with the stuff, your allegations of him pitting the mods against each other, the trolling, and just like that other white boy that was on his network talking to him doing a live a week ago, talking about wanting to chase the trolls down and find them. Why? You're on a live stream with him talking. Why would you want to go out of the chat to go try to hunt down a troll and see who they got? See, that lets you know the mindset. And this is somebody who's sitting here conversing with him. Now I learned this person has a YouTube channel. See, these people are ill.
mm-hmm.
They're ill. They don't have constructive things to do with their time. They just do.
Well, Queen, I think that a lot of people out here forget that these people are entertaining them. Some of this stuff, all this drama and nonsense, you guys, it's a setup. They do this and they go back and forth. Why? Because as long as they're going back and forth and one can play the bigger victim, one of them is going to be making more money. Are you picking up what I'm laying down here?
Mm-hmm.
And they don't understand that these people are out here to entertain. They're not here to educate you. They're not out here to teach you something. They are here to entertain you. It's not about right or wrong. It's about the almighty dollar because that is what matters to them. Otherwise, they wouldn't be out here entertaining you for money.
Yeah. That's all it is up here is entertainment for some all day. Some, it's theatrics all the time. It's like I said, you can cut a joke here and there, but just all the time it's something, something, something. It's just I see it in some of the streams.
And you know what?
I'm on
It's
the ground and I'm looking over here and I'm doing.
it's an even bigger slap in the face whenever these people come up here and they got a different kind of cancer or something every other week, or their same grandma has died 3 times now between Facebook and YouTube. Because what they don't
They're not
understand is
reporters.
there's people out here that really have these kind of traumas going on with them every day. They really do. People really got family
Go ahead.
members out here dying from lung cancer. Just found out yesterday, Queen, my little brother has small cell lung cancer and he's not going to take chemo or nothing. You know what I'm saying? He ain't going to live long. They give him months to live. There's people out here that are really going through this kind of stuff, and it's like a slap in the face. It's a slap in
You've
the
been breaking
face.
up on us. I don't know if that's my internet or what. It's kind of spotty. That's it strong.
And then whenever people do have these real traumas and stuff, and anyone wants to talk about it, well, they've done had Blow Schmo over here that's done had all these fake illnesses 6 times. The same fake illnesses or a different fake illness each and every week. So nobody even wants to be there for them whenever people are really going through because they done been scammed by somebody.
Mm-hmm. Well, let me ask you something. have you heard all this he said, she said about this woman who said she was trolled by him and she went in the inbox and she talked to him and this barbecue person?
No, I have not. Fill me in.
I don't really know. I was just catching it. I don't know what I was listening to, quite frankly.
She's like, no, what else?
It's going back to her repeating what somebody told her he said to them behind closed doors, and she believed that if she basically believes the allegation and she met with him, but they never met back up again. I guess she has dogs. I don't know. I don't really know what I was listening to. I don't understand none of this shit going on.
I think that the number one thing everyone has to realize in this circumstance, all of these people, whether we want to admit it or not, but everyone who has inserted themselves in this case, who has looked for this boy, whether they are legitimate in what they do or not, has a stake in it once they invest something. Okay. Whenever you're a private investigator and and I'm not saying this is what happened, but I'm saying people
That's a
have to
good point,
understand.
Nursey. All these people bringing allegations about Seth. Have you filed a report?
Exactly.
No, they all cut him off. Don't you find that interesting?
Hmm.
So, okay. You didn't like what he did and said you cut him off. Well,
But I do understand if you have chosen to part ways with someone. Okay.
yeah.
And you know what?
I was gonna say there's nothing wrong with cutting people off. I do it all the time. When I move on, I move on. I don't want to keep talking to you, and I don't want to be bothered. So
Right.
maybe that's what they did. But and then the flip side is people say, well, it's too many people. It must be some truth to it. It might be some truth to it. So that's my point to Seth. You see what's going on. These people are looking at you as a common denominator. Then that means you need to straighten up or do something.
Yeah. Or maybe just cut everything loose and just do you and
Yeah.
look for Sebastian, Quit going to all these YouTubers and quit going to all look, private investigators, I'm gonna tell y'all right now, you can hire someone to go take pictures from the roadway all day long, and you can hire someone to go look up records in another county courthouse, but guess what? You have that same power. There is nothing, there's nothing a private investigator can do for you that you can't do for yourself. That's the truth. That's the truth.
So basically, what you're saying, people shouldn't hire private investigators.
I don't think whenever it comes to cases like this, they should hire private investigators to look for their child or to find information out
Why not?
because an attorney can help you more. Because
Okay,
a
guess what? An
real
attorney, listen to what you're saying, honey. Attorney has to then pay an investigator. Lawyers are not investigators.
attorneys don't have to hire private investigators to get information.
A lawyer is not getting ready to walk around on his time and dime to go talk to different people. He has people to do that, sweetheart. You
Yes,
don't think lawyers have their own investigators?
but what I'm saying is like with Seth with the instance with CPS, he couldn't
Uh,
get those records. A private investigator is not entitled to those records. You see what I'm saying? Like some of the things that he was wanting, I think he realized that those private investigators could not get him, that maybe other means such as an attorney or a judge signing to get you those papers would.
mhm.
I think that he's put too much, what's the word I'm looking for? Too many expectations in the wrong places. And that's
Well,
normal
that's the
considering he's
point.
never been through
Step,
this.
yeah, and that's what he said. I'm going to make mistakes. He's never been in this situation. So when you count somebody that's probably a hothead, he's stern, he wants things done a certain way. That's where your problems are going to come in. Then you got to count the people who are coming in. Are they actually genuine? Are they actually in it for the right reasons? Because as we've seen, people have come into these stories that weren't in it for the right reason.
Exactly. Exactly. Lots of these people come into these stories for the wrong reasons.
So do you believe these complaints that these women are talking about? Oh, Lord mercy.
Here's my problem with the complaints. I'll explain to you why real quick. None of these complaints, none of them, except one, which is Jules. And I give respect to Jules because she is, a legit dog handler, and I respect what she's doing. But at the same time, all of these complaints, except one, were made after Seth decided he wasn't going to work with these people anymore, or after someone else had already openly said something. It's easy to jump on a bandwagon. It's easy.
Well, and people do that.
Yep. And
Well,
that's why I say it's do I think that it's possible that Seth is lonely and maybe made people feel uncomfortable?
yeah,
Yes.
because it's just one person after the other. You got the two PIs. He still deals with Heather allegedly. I don't know how true that is. And then there's the Chloe girl. They don't get along. So that's allegation one. Then there was Michaela. That's two. And then this other woman who's talking, this barbecue lady. Who is she speaking of? I'm sick of hearing this bullshit, quite frankly.
I don't even know who this barbecue lady is. Like I have no idea.
I think she was in cahoots with one of these people. Because she's talking about meeting him somewhere to talk about searching and all that.
But what people have to understand is in any of these situations, anytime there is high profile, anytime one of these cases gains national attention, there are going to be people that come out of the woodwork that stake themselves on these cases that are going to say things that they can make it seem as if it were wrong for this person to do this, but let me reiterate.
Vivian, what are you talking about? I doubt she was in the woods all alone during the search. She could have easily outrun him or just push him down. What are you talking about?
I agree with Jennifer Watkins. It has nothing to do with Sebastian's disappearance. If Seth is single and
So
lonely
what's
and
somebody
hurt
saying?
within,
They was on a search with him alone. I don't understand what you're saying. Vivian says Michaela. Fuck her.
y'all see the
I
source
wouldn't
that's
believe.
coming from, right?
I'm never going to believe nothing that comes out of her mouth because this is how I look at it. She was in the picture first with Seth before uh T Rev got buddy with him. So you just do the math. Do the math now.
Exactly.
Got a feeling she was involved with him on whatever capacity, however you want to judge it. I believe she was involved with Seth. However, before T Rev got in cahoots with Seth. If I'm wrong, then I'm wrong. But it's still something funky with all of that.
If Michaela were truly afraid of Seth Rogers, if she were truly afraid of him, why did she stay in the picture until T Rev came around? And then only after T Rev
Thank
inserted
you,
himself
girl.
into the picture did all this start being said about
I'm
Seth.
gonna have a
That's,
drink here in a minute. Because this
you know
is
what I mean?
ridiculous. Star
You
says
have,
that's my low down dirty dog BS. Not cool. That's some low down dirty dog BS. So Starry Night, what you I wish somebody else come up here and give their opinion. She is not scared of Seth. Girl, please. That girl that been in his house hanging with him and all that, she never said he tried to come on to her or take advantage of her when she was in his house answering the phone. Now, if you really want to go there, we can go there. You've been in a house with a man, let's just say he's supposed to be a sadist. Stay woke, everybody. You were in his house alone with him, answering phones, doing stuff, running errands. He wanted to be freaky deaky or whatever. He would have done it, and you would have gladly came and told everybody. Why all of a sudden you give it T Rev, now you want to go to confession?
thank you, Queen. Excellent point.
So that right there tells me something. I just thought about that. This is all BS.
Yes,
This is all BS.
all of it. Only after.
Well, that's what I'm saying, Jennifer. Who else has helped him that has an allegation? Let's go there. That's why I said earlier. Who has been around Seth Rogers in a professional capacity or personal capacity that could come forward with an allegation and a receipt that he has been inappropriate either by words or by touch to her. We'll wait and see.
Not to mention, Queen, if you really look at it, what was
Well,
Michaela's
Stevie, let other people tell
professional
it.
reason?
I do say it like it's the fact. No, I give my opinion. A person don't have to agree with me because I give my opinion, but don't get mad at me because you spending shit on your network and you expect me to agree with what you saying. I heard a lot of BS drama last night on somebody's network going on and on and on. About Seth and this, that, and the other. And I thought to myself, well, you're entitled to believe what you want about Seth, but I'm not getting ready to bang my head up against the wall for none of these people. None of them. Seth or
Nurse,
Proudfoots. Not banging my head up
nurse,
against no wall.
Nurskin 76. You said Clue has witnessed him being inappropriate, also Trev Time and many others. Okay, the thing that I would say about that, about the whole Cluminati thing, was Cluminati only had that to say.
Don't mention those names in the
Oh,
chat,
I apologize.
please. Please don't mention these
Queen.
people's names because I'm sick of hearing them too. All this,
Yep.
He said, she said. So just don't mention their name. Just say I heard somewhere.
Right.
Okay.
I heard somewhere that a certain person only mentioned the inappropriate behavior after others who were actually invested mentioned inappropriate behavior. Like I said, that bandwagon, that train, it, it's a bandwagon. I swear it is.
Hannon, very good point. She rode to North Carolina with Seth, took her dogs to his house. Did y'all know that? Say it, Queen. Right.
And it's also these
so let's
same people.
You going out of town with a man, he can make a pass. He had time to make a pass when you was at his house talking. Y'all probably went out to eat. So we're talking about your house. You packed up your dogs, from my understanding, and went with Seth, took your dogs to his house, spending the night. You went out of town with him, taking up your damn dogs. And now all of a sudden, we ain't heard nothing from you that he was inappropriate. Touched you, groped you, used derogatory terminology. But now he's a what? You all are labeling him as what? A sadist? If you feel that way, just say it and be done with it. Stop talking in circles. Just say it. That's how I feel. Just say what you mean. But don't go repeating what Susie told you, and then you can't tell the public what Susie said because Susie can't remember. Well, then that'll make me think that Susie's not telling the truth. And I'm just saying, if Seth said something to me out of the way a week ago, how is it I can't remember? Why can't I remember?
Bingo.
It's worth me telling you. No, I'm serious. It's worth me telling you who you weren't there, and then you say, well, what did Seth say? I can't really remember. But it was offensive. Well, I'll be damned. That's just strange to me. So I'm going to say this. If Seth is that guy, then you all should have no problem leaving him alone, and he shouldn't have a problem leaving you all alone. And also, Seth shouldn't have a problem with finally cut everybody off. Don't take no messages from nobody you don't know. Don't be alone with nobody you don't know. Don't even talk to him on the phone. Don't give him your number. Don't give him a Facebook profile. Don't do nothing. Because I see where this is going. Whether I believe the allegations or not. This is just something for extra people to spin to YouTube.
Entertainment purposes.
Because this is what happens. There are cases like with the P. Diddy, R. Kelly. It's not to say that any of those women are lying. But you are going to get some people who can just come out of the woodworks and start making up stuff. So I say to him, to not have to deal with this type of problem, Just cut it all off. Do your own thing. Don't get wrapped up with any other females wanting to help, wanting to search, wanting to offer services of any kind. I would not. Just to keep the demons at bay and allegations from arising. Just don't deal with any women. I wouldn't do it. Now he wants to go out here and still get himself tangled up with another woman that say, "Oh, I want to be your friend and I want to help you." You'll be going right back down into the abyss because you don't know her. You don't know what her intentions are, and you don't need somebody saying you did something inappropriate or you said something to alleviate all that. Just don't be bothered. That's it. But I believe Seth is hard-headed, and he's the type you can't tell him anything. But that's why I keep telling people that's his choice. If this is who Seth is, he's hard-headed, bull-headed. That's his business. That's his personality. I don't have anything to do with that. I don't have anything to do with that. That's his journey in life. But if he wants to try to get some peace of mind with this case, he needs to leave all these people alone. And any strangers, I wouldn't get involved with them. If I didn't know them, they haven't been in my inner circle already, I wouldn't deal with them.
I agree, Queen. It only adds satire to the case. It doesn't add anything beneficial. It doesn't help find Sebastian. It doesn't prove anything, and it doesn't disprove anything.
Yeah.
At the end of the day, all it does is give people something to talk about.
That's all they're doing. That's all I heard last night during a live stream. On and on and on. And all I kept thinking to myself, now, do I believe these allegations? What is the deal now? It's like every time you look up, it's something being said about what Seth did. The first thing I'm telling myself is, when is he going to just leave these people alone? After Michaela, you shouldn't be getting involved with nobody anyway.
Anyone.
I wouldn't get involved with nobody. That's just me. But I'm not Seth. That's the whole point. I'm not him. He's his own human being. He wants to keep getting wrapped up with these strangers. That's on him.
That is on him.
He wants to keep talking about him. He's a fraud. Tony's a fraud. All these allegations that they're frauds. Okay, so this is out here now. But obviously he doesn't care. That's what I keep trying to make people understand. You keep going on and on and on about what he's doing and what Tony said. Has it not dawned on you? He doesn't obviously care. I don't know how to make a person understand. I tell myself, that's why I don't go on and on about it. For what?
It does nothing. All it does.
You can give your opinion all day, but I feel like this. If this is what Seth wants to do with his time, if he wants to grind, if he wants to continue dealing with Tony, he sees what the people are saying, he obviously doesn't care, then why should I care?
You shouldn't.
Yeah, right. But that's his life.
Exactly. And what he chooses to do now, I mean, to a degree, yes, it's going to reflect on him because he's putting it out there. But at the same time, what does it have to do with anything to do with Sebastian to know who Seth is dating now? What good does it do any of us other than give us something to talk about and something to gossip about? And he said, she said, for any of us to know any kind of relationship any of these people are in. It doesn't.
I don't care because I said that before. I don't care about him dating a woman. That's none of my damn business about him dating a woman. Where I have the problem is if somebody's out trying to use the man to get content to people or stir up shit with the man knowing he's got a missing kid, or they're involving themselves with him for self-serving purposes. That's just wrong. But in the end, Seth has to be the one to discern who is good for him and who is not. That's not an Angela problem. That's a Seth problem. You understand what I'm saying? So I am in no position to tell him anything, what he should and shouldn't do. I don't know Seth from a can of paint. All I know is all this shit is playing out on YouTube, and this isn't the place for this to be playing out pertaining to him or the Proudfoots.
I
This
agree with
isn't the
that.
place. This isn't the place for all that. And quite
But then
frankly, I'm,
again,
I'm still here. I'm sick of hearing about it.
yeah, but then again, Queen, I'm with you. The Proudfoots and Seth have all already told us everything that matters a long time ago in this case. Whenever they talked about Sebastian in the very beginning, whenever they didn't do certain things, whenever they did do certain things, you guys, they can tell you nothing else than what they've already told you. The only thing that they can add to this case now is speculation, gossip, and satire.
Because I feel
That's
like
it.
it, Emma. That's why. Micro says, I don't hold anything against Seth. Feels like he's being manipulated. He could be. He could be. That's why I said it's probably a combination of everything. Thank you, Cannon. Thank you, sweetheart. It's probably a combination of everything. Hot headed, bullheaded, don't know what to do, easily, trusting people, lonely. It's probably a combination of all those things going on with Seth. But in the end, he has to be the one to come to terms with what he's doing and what he's putting out into the universe and what he's receiving. So no YouTuber, no chat member, no stranger can go up to him and say, hey, I think you should do this. Hey, you need to stop doing this. Hey, you need to get rid of the PR guy. That's for him to realize that. Because sometimes, outsiders can see better than you being in the glass. You in the glass, you can't see out. You're foggy. The glass is foggy looking out the glass. But maybe looking
Hmm.
from outside in, it's a clearer view. But that's what happens in life. People sometimes cannot see that the stuff they're engaging in is jacked up. Now, the gist of the story will be that Seth has full awareness of everything that's going on. He has full awareness of these people manipulating, conning him, and he's okay with it. And that'll be the fucked up part. That he's
Right.
okay with it.
Right. And what people have to understand is if they choose to no longer support Seth or to no longer support the Proudfoots for whatever reason, that is their right to. It doesn't matter. It can be for something that other people wouldn't even have a problem with someone doing, let's say, because we all have our own limits and boundaries and whatnot. It's okay for people to not want to associate with you whenever you make decisions for yourself. And that's a very, like you said, Queen, that's a real repercussion of the things we say and do. Is there's people out here that are not going to want to have anything else to do with us, and that's fine. That's their choice to do it. But I'm with you on the part of people inserting themselves intentionally to manipulate
Yeah,
and
that's wrong.
cause
That,
more
that, that's
problems.
that's
That's the
that's
wrong
just
thing.
wrong to do that. But
Right.
people do it all the time when there is a missing person. You just have people who are just messy and they're always in stuff. This is why I keep trying to tell people, if you were to look at a lot of these people that are involved, they want to be involved in this story, random people, the YouTubers trying to get a hold of them, grabbing onto their ankles for dear life. Their lives are just as chaotic as Seth and the Proudfoots. They're probably evenly yoked.
I agree with
I
that.
won't.
They're
I won't
evenly
doubt.
yoked.
I won't doubt that 95% of the people that get up here and talk and they go on and on and on about this, they are just like them. They have all type of drama. They got all type of kid drama. They got all kind of husband wife drama. It's something 24 hours a day. They don't take a day off. That's why I think they can relate to it because they live like this. Did you understand what I'm saying? I,
Yes.
I look. I
And
look very carefully at the comments, and the
and
comments
there's
tell me everything I need to know about the person commenting. A lot of people who comment on this shit, they're just like the people they're commenting on. That's why they can
yes.
identify with them.
Yes. And if you go watch content from those people, they will tell you themselves that they are just like these people in so many words. And it tends to be the people they side with
That's what I
are the
keep
people that,
saying.
yeah.
Because if you see blatantly, it's just like looking at Jason with a hacksaw with blood on it and maybe a head in the other hand. And then a person looks at him and says, I don't see anything wrong. What are you complaining about? See where I'm going? So
Mm-hmm.
you see the head of the victim in one hand and you see the hacksaw in the other hand, but you don't have a problem with what you're saying. But then you get mad because somebody else doesn't agree with Jason holding a head in one hand and a hacksaw in the other. They're wrong. But somebody should agree with you. That's what you have on YouTube.
Mm-hmm.
I know for sure, and I'm right. And you all should let me know I'm right. Okay. Well, you keep believing that, sugar.
It happens all day, every day. But yeah, you're absolutely correct. It's the people that have something in common with the people that they're associating with
And it's
who
just like
have
what
the
I said
most to
just
say
now.
about
It'll,
someone
it'll, it'll,
else.
it'll be a shame that Seth is getting a kick out of this. He's enjoying all this nonsense. It will be a shame to know he's enjoying this. It will be an utter shame. But as I said, that's on him. That's on him.
Exactly.
Proudfoot, same thing. You're getting a jolt out of all this nonsense and foolishness. You got to sleep with that. I don't. I sleep good every night because I don't have to take the burden of what other people got going on, whether it's on YouTube or it's a true crime story or, it's the person across the street. That's the joy of being an individual. I don't have to fight your battles. I don't have to believe what you said. Amen. I don't have to be bothered. And that's why I told myself, this is giving me a headache. All this nonsense, arguing back and forth, bickering, trying to tell a person how they should think. You worry about yourself. If this is how you think about this person, that's your opinion. But you don't come and tell somebody else how the fuck they should feel about the Proudfoots or Seth. You ain't got to tell me, prove to me what you believe. If you believe that, cool. But if I differ in my opinion, that's my opinion.
Exactly.
That's my opinion.
Exactly.
What I feel about it, I don't feel anything either way for either party, really. Because I think it's all jacked up at this point. At this juncture, I think it's a hot mess. That's what I think about all of them. It's a hot mess.
I
And
think
it's
the
and it's
only person that matters in this entire situation is Sebastian, and he's getting lost in all of the bull crap.
he's not gotten. It's past tense.
Yep, exactly.
Yeah, or
He's
say
lost in
present.
all of
He
it.
is lost. It's over.
Yep.
It's a lost cause. But this goes to show if this is how you all are behaving with your commentary, then this is what you were doing when he was visible. This is the point that everybody is missing. While you're arguing over who's right, who should believe whom, this is what was going on when they had full custody of the boy. Because why am I going to sit here and think you all weren't doing this in front of the child, around the child? You had to be. No way
Yeah,
you just poof,
right.
he went missing, and now all of a sudden you all are at odds with each other and he's missing. You all aren't taking a playbook out of the Caleb Harris case, the Riley Strain case. Those people have been together equally in front of the news, speaking, talking, and even if the parents don't really get along, they still came together. That's the point. That's the point.
Yes.
They came together
Yes.
for the common cause of trying to find their son. And these fucking people can't even do that.
Do you know what I find more alarming in this situation that other people don't find alarming?
Okay, hold on a minute, Tracy. Hold on. Go ahead.
Where are the people that can say the Proudfoots or Seth were good parents? Like, where are these people supporting them? Where are the family members and the neighbors that can say,
I find it
well,
strange. I find it
right?
strange. Nobody speaks up about these people. That's very bizarre. Because at this point, somebody needs to come forward and say, hey, he's a good dad. She's a good mom. He's a good stepdad. I mean, somebody. I just find this strange. It's just like the little girl that just killed her grandmother in Florida. Here's the black lady on the news speaking up for her, and she just killed her damn grandmother. She's hurt. She's missing her mom, blah, blah, blah. Her mom's in the Ukraine. Total deflection that she just beat her grandmother to death. Most people look at that lady saying, what the hell's wrong with you? She just killed her grandmother. Who cares if she missed her mama? Her daddy took her phone that day. She just killed a person.
And shows zero remorse for it or anything.
Because anybody with sense would look and say, that's you're still deflecting the fact that she killed somebody. She beat the old lady to death. So what? She's a good kid. She's a good kid, and da-da-da-da. She's not a good kid. She killed somebody. She may have had some problems. She may have been troubled. She might be bipolar, got something going on. But the little girl could have just ran out of the house. You're having a problem with your grandmother. You're mad at the world. Woo, woo, woo. You miss your mother. Cool. But you beat somebody to death. And then the father, allegedly in the paperwork, they say he's been having problems out of her. So did you try to get her therapy? Did you try to take her to see somebody? Does she talk to the mother back home? What was really going on for this girl to beat up her grandmother? So it's disrespectful to go to the news and say she's a good kid. Because she might have had a mean grandmama. I'm not even getting ready to say the grandmother wasn't mean. The grandmother could have been an old bitch. You know what I mean? But she's dead too. You know what I'm saying? The lady's dead. So why not say, okay, I'm not having my way. I'm going to walk out of here. Just walk out. People do it all the time. But obviously this child had some type of impulse control. So then what I got to ask myself is, what was she acting like before she came to America? How did the parents treat her? Is the war a part of her disposition? Watching the violence play out in the streets? See, you don't know. But I'm sure it wasn't great. That's why she's here in America. She's only been here 8 months.
Right. Well, to do this to another human being, regardless if we want to admit it or not, we would have to be desensitized enough ourselves or detached enough ourselves to even want to end another human being's life. And people don't want to talk about that. They don't want to talk about, well, if this person, you did Susan Smith yesterday. Great job covering that, by the way.
Oh, thank you.
With Susan Smith, people normalized this behavior rather than they normalized. That's the only reason this woman didn't receive the death penalty. And here's the problem with that. It's not that person killed another human being and now it's just time to end their lives. No, that's not the rationality behind it. The thing is, whenever someone is cold enough to be so detached and so disassociated with themselves that they can do something to completely innocent or vulnerable or people that depend on them, it's a whole new ball game than someone that was abused and finally seeks vengeance on their attacker or something like that. It's a completely different scenario. It's completely different. It's evil. Yes, exactly. And
Tracy,
when we normalize,
well,
I'm in
go ahead,
Georgia.
finish what you can say.
when we normalize,
You hear me?
Hold on a minute. Let Regina finish what she's going to say so you can talk.
Okay.
when we normalize and rationalize this behavior for people and feel sorry for them, we do nothing but let the next generation of these desensitized, demoral, and cold people pave the way to continue to do this. That's all there is to it.
Okay. Tracy, where you calling Queen from?
I'm calling from Georgia.
Georgia, you are always on my mind, Georgia. You've been trying to get up here since last night, baby. Tell me what you think about all this he said, she said, the complaints, the grandiose YouTubers. How did it get to this point? Let's start with the obvious. Do you believe Seth has a problem with boundaries?
I believe he doesn't. Well, yeah. I don't
What?
think he.
Well, sit on it
Well,
for a minute, funny. Queen got to
yeah.
get some coffee. Just sit on it.
All right. All right.
Cause I'm just if you can't make up your mind, just say you you don't know, because we don't know. So just because we're
Yeah.
going by he said she said at the moment. So
I know. I know. Bless his heart. I mean, he just seems. He just seems weak to me.
okay,
Um.
I accept that.
I mean, that's the only word I can really think of. Excuse me.
Well, you just tell me what you think from what you have said in the chat last night.
Yeah.
Your opinion. You don't got to be shame up here. You just giving your opinion.
I just never seen anything like it ever.
Okay.
Especially the man that's with your ex that, in my opinion, still
The what?
loves,
Say
still
that again.
cares about.
Say that
Huh?
again, Mike. What you say?
I said the man that's with your
Oh,
ex
Taylor.
that you still care about, it's Chris, is telling
Oh,
you.
Chris.
I
I'm
mean,
sorry.
he just
Okay.
seems like. I bet you he was always the one to communicate with Seth and not Katie.
Well, he
When
said,
Sebastian.
well, Chris said that. But where I have the problem with that, funny you would mention that. Why are you all bickering now? Stay woke.
Yeah.
If that's
I
true, then you all should be thick as thieves for the common good of the child.
absolutely. I agree with that 100%. Um, I believe he's loving all this attention. I really do. And he couldn't. I think he was in the beginning when he had Chloe. I think that was a good match, but I do believe that he probably did say some things to her because now he thinks he's this.
Superstar?
Yeah, for
Okay.
real. And making all this money and they just don't seem like they even care. I mean, Sebastian's getting lost in the chaos, just like Summer. You know, they talk more about Seth and the parents than they're talking about Sebastian.
Well, you got to remember, what can you say about a child that you don't know nothing about? We really don't know Sebastian. See, that's what people don't seem to understand. When people keep coming in the chat saying, why are you talking about this? Why are you asking this? We're asking this because this is what the people put out. This is what the parents put out.
Right.
Nobody knew anything about nothing until they came to YouTube. So therefore,
Right.
you're speaking on whatever they put out. You can't tell somebody not to ask a question about an abortion and say, you put that out there.
Right. Oh, yeah. I agree
Nobody
with
knows
that.
nothing about that stuff. So you can't get mad that somebody is talking about it. You want to get mad, then you take it up with Katie Proudfoot, Chris Proudfoot. You take it up with Seth.
Yeah, I agree with that. I
Yeah,
mean, I know.
let's be truthful. We do not know to this day that boy's aptitude to go out here and do anything such as ride a bike, drive a car. He said he couldn't drive a car, but we hear he can read. So that means he can comprehend. Well, what was his aptitude in school? What could he do and not do? Mm-hmm. We don't know that. We can only trust the judgment and the conversations from the parents. So Katie ain't really told us what he could and couldn't do. The only person that really talks about what he could and can't do is Seth, and you entitled to either believe it or not believe it.
Right. I'm agreeing with you. I always agree with you. But what was I gonna say?
Well, look,
He came up with something else.
You ain't always got to agree with the queen, but you understand what I'm saying.
Oh yeah, I do.
They're the ones spinning the versions of their life with him. I don't know that all that's true because I don't know them.
Right.
Queen, I agree with you.
Who was really a good parent or not good parent? How would I know I'm not there?
Right.
I agree with you, Queen.
All the time.
Yeah. Because the only fact in anything they say is the fact that they said it, if that makes sense. Like the only facts that we have are that they said this or they said this. How do we know it's a fact they said it? Well, they did it and it was recorded on YouTube. That's how we know it's a fact they said it. But we do not know that it is a fact in this case. We only know it's a fact that they said it.
Like Sebastian being Ard, that really bothered me. I'm like, if you knew about that, why the hell didn't you take him right then? And even if you didn't have the means, get your mama to do it. I mean, there's no reason to leave a child there after something like that. If that really happened, because Seth said it out of his own mouth. And then I guess her mama spent 9 years. I mean, was that him? I mean, was it, was Katie's mama the one that's a big question I have. I mean, I don't know if any of it's true. Like you said, we don't know anything except for what they're saying. Are y'all there?
Yeah, I'm listening.
Okay, I was like, wait a minute, did I lose? I don't know. I've never been up, so but I don't know if you guys heard that live. It was on another. He was being interviewed, and he actually said Sebastian was scarred, and that bothered me so bad. I mean, that just bothered me so bad. I mean, who still bothers me. And didn't her mama, Katie's mama, spend 9 years for something like that? I don't know if it was Sebastian. I'm not saying it was even a boy. I don't know the whole details on that, but I know that I heard that she spent 9 years. She served 9 years for that.
And somebody questioned that. Excuse me. Somebody questioned that. Is she been in the military? If they're making it up, who the hell gonna lie about the being in the military? Now, I can see some nutbag out here. He wants to get attention. He's a scammer. You know what I'm saying? He pretends he was in the military. But if I've been with a person, had a relationship, why am I gonna lie and say my wife was in the military? That's crazy.
Yeah. I mean, that's easy to prove.
It's just a conspiracy. It's just a conspiracy in everything. They want to make everything a conspiracy. Oh, how do you know for sure that they were in the military? They're going on a live stream. You think nobody can find that out? And it's also a crime to pretend you have been in the military.
Yeah.
To lie and say you've been in the military.
It is.
Yeah, it's fraud.
My son's in the Air Force at Warner Robins Air Force Base, like 15 minutes up the road for me, which worked out great because I had to move up here to take care of my grandparents. So 92 and 96.
Oh, I had a cousin. I had a female cousin. She served down there years ago.
Nice. That's
Stolen
awesome.
valor crimes are actually very common among scammers, and yes, it is very much a federal crime. Absolutely.
Oh, yeah. Absolutely is. But like you were saying, Queen, why hasn't any Friends came out? Like you were saying that's weird too.
Well,
like I thought in the beginning there were some people coming out or coworkers or something saying, "Oh, Katie's not that meek and gentle.
Exactly.
She's not a China doll. You know, she's."
Yes.
Then I didn't hear anything else. You know.
Well, a lot of people. Hold on a minute. I gotta put.
And I do believe the neighbors, those neighbors that came out and did that.
To heat my coffee up. There were a few people. A lot of people came in commenting last night and this morning. I'm glad everybody responded because that's why I put the questions up there, because I put them up there according to things I think about that they've said and people's comments, which I don't see anything wrong with me asking questions because this is the information these people have put out. But you have to admit, just like that little lady who spoke up about the little girl who killed her grandmother, right? That lady can only speak of what she thought she was seeing between the grandmother and the little girl, right? She said, "Oh, they got along great." Well, they couldn't have got along great because the grandmother's dead.
Right. Yeah. Absolutely.
That's. I mean, you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah. That's.
So it's no different than this case. Oh yeah, I go to Seth's. We talk all the time, but you got a whole kid missing, and now you all are at each other's throats. So what I say don't mean it's really the truth.
Right. All right. I know. They're going at each other pretty much. It's like a diss track. They're trying to.
Okay. So ask yourself why. Oh, sorry.
Trying to make the other one look bad. I don't know. I don't know why.
It's something because there's something more to the story.
Oh yeah, there's a lot more in that pit.
Yeah. Because when Seth first came out saying, I'm busy, I got things I'm doing, I can't always answer the phone. First thing I thought was, okay, what am I missing here? You understand what I'm saying? And then Chris is saying, well, we talked all the time. about Sebastian, and I didn't see anything wrong with that, because some people might judge that and say, well, why it ain't the mama? What difference does it make? He's living in the house. He has every right to talk to Seth about the child. Come on now, let's not be petty.
Absolutely.
But what was
I
the
agree with
problem?
that.
What's the problem is what you're doing now and early on in the case. You two or three are at odds, and we're arguing over who messaged whom first and who didn't respond first. This is petty shit. And like I said, this is what we do as people. We all have done it. Have you not had somebody say, well, I called you, you didn't answer? Or you'd say to them, well, you don't pick up my phone. And then they say, well, you got a phone.
Right.
Why don't you call me? Right?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. And
that's my point.
The fact that
so that's what they're doing. They're doing exactly what some of us have done. Because I can honestly say about somebody I know, I did a favor for somebody months ago, a really nice favor. And you think I've heard from that motherfucker?
I know that feeling.
You know what I'm saying?
Oh yeah.
I feel Queen filled your belly up.
Right.
Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna say it on this live stream.
I know what you mean.
And I hope they hear it. I filled your belly up, and you had just got free money in your pocket the night before for birthday money. Okay.
Yeah. Oh my God.
You had just got money. People were handing this person free money. Because the next day we woke up, her daughter was counting the money. And the little girl just stopped counting because she got tired of counting the money. She's just like, well, Mom, I'm at 230 something. I don't want to count no more. Okay, so Queen offered you a certain amount of money, a certain amount to give you some, get you something from the store, and you just thought a queen must have hit the lottery.
Right. I know
but
that.
You know what? I let it ride. You know what I did? I laid in the cut and I didn't say another word about it because I went back in my house and let God handle it.
Absolutely.
I let God handle it. And guess what? That was the end of January. I haven't heard nothing from this person since the end of January.
Man, I know that feeling. I'm telling you.
Okay.
But I would help someone again, not that person. But the bad thing is I'd probably do it again.
Exactly. And I just gave a new person in the building a whole comforter with not even a year old. He said, oh, I don't need it. And his relative said, yes, you do. You need any kind of cover you can get. You take that.
Aww.
I did it because I wanted to. I had it and I thought, well, I've already bought 2 new coverlets. You know, I showed you all what I had bought a few weeks ago. So I said, I'm going to go ahead and get rid of that because I don't really have the space where I am, to have extra, comforters and covers and stuff. So I saw him moving in and I thought he might need, a comforter, a nice comforter. I didn't mind giving it. I don't want nothing from him. I don't expect nothing back. But that's the whole point. You can be a giver. That don't mean these other people out here are like you.
Right. Oh, I know. But you'll be blessed, though. And
I am blessed. I am blessed. I'm very blessed. God has favored me, even despite the BS I get up here at this on this jungle gym. But that's the joy. But guess what? That's the joy of it, because you only know me from sitting up here on the live stream. Every blue moon, I get a little jiggy, but that ain't knowing me. But somebody could come in and say, hey, but that's the perception I saw on the live, so I'm going to judge you accordingly. I get that. You understand? I get that.
Yeah.
But that's not. But that's not. Hey, yeah, that's Beverly. That ain't Queen every day.
Right.
When I shut this computer off, I am solemn. There's no nothing. There's no riffraff. There's no bickering. There's no nothing. I have my little moments. I say something to a certain person I talk to. When I'm done with that, there ain't nothing coming off my tongue. It ain't nothing. Because I don't like foolishness. That's why when I look at this case, this is what you don't want in your life, is what you're seeing play out on YouTube with the Proudfoots and Seth'S. You don't want this in your life.
I know. I was going to make a channel. And I was like, I'll be like giving my address out too much for the people talking shit. I'll be like, come on. I'm
my God.
Shut up. Let's go.
Well,
I just didn't. I was like, I'm too busy anyway. But
YouTube is like any app. It all serves its purpose. You know what I'm saying? There's
yeah,
things. There's things I love about YouTube, and I can tell you what I love about YouTube. Anybody who's followed me for 5 years, 4 years, they know what I like. I love the home decor videos. I
oh yeah,
love the organizational videos. I like the documentaries about different things. I like the
absolutely.
history you can watch on YouTube. I
Yeah,
love all of that.
there's a lot
Google,
of good
same
stuff.
thing.
Yeah.
Google serves a purpose. Facebook can serve a purpose. It's that other grit I don't care for.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
There's a
all
lot
the
of messed up
nasty,
people out there.
huh?
There's a lot of messed up people out there.
Well, and that's what people need to understand, because let me tell you something. Just like how Seth was okay to some people in the beginning, and then, now a lot of people don't care for him because of the
Like
things
me.
he has said.
Mm-hmm.
My thing is, you can be pushed
Yeah.
to be that villain. And I'm not saying
Good.
that Seth is a perfect person.
Mm-hmm.
No. But what I'm saying is, you get in the right situation or circumstance, you can be a Seth Rogers. You understand what I'm saying?
Absolutely.
Absolutely, yeah.
I've
You
been
let
there.
somebody hit the right vein, and you are already going through something. It's all out war. It's just like what you see play out on TV. All these horrible things that people are doing each other, like, okay, mass shootings, for instance. This is a perfect example.
Mm-hmm.
The one thing you've heard about most of the people who go on a rampage is that they were quiet. They were docile in behavior. They weren't known to stir up a lot of trouble. See where I'm going?
Yep.
So we judge them because they've done something heinous, such as shoot up a whole movie theater, classroom. But somebody should know logically the person had a breaking point.
Mm-hmm.
Doesn't mean it's right. Of course it's not right. But they had a breaking point, and they didn't know how to deal with what was going on that led up to the breaking point. Now, I don't know Seth from a can of paint. He could be just a crazy ass guy, mean, vile, whatever. But the point is, let's say he's really a nice guy.
Mm-hmm.
And he's just out here doing this crazy ass shit because he's lashing out at the world, lashing out bitter from his past, and Katie lashing out because his kid is missing. He's lashing out because he's lonely as hell. He feels like he's been duped. So maybe he's saying to himself, I'm going to give these people what the fuck they want. You see what I'm saying? They want a clown.
Oh, yeah.
I'll give them a clown. There are a lot of people who act the 1 minute they're cool. You understand what I'm saying? And then the next minute you're looking at them like, who the hell is this?
Oh shit, I've done it. I blew up on my cousin the other day.
What, Tracy?
I mean, well, she just kept getting on my nerves, and like just constantly just coming, knocking on my door. I was trying to rest. It was my day off because we take turns taking care of my grandparents. And I apologized later, and I was like, look, we grew up different. Like, this side of my family is my dad's side. He died when I was 6. It's a whole long story. I wasn't here in their life. No, it's all right. He was a piece of shit. But I wasn't really in their life. But my grandparents are awesome.
Well, and that's good. And you were blessed. And you were blessed to have somebody else to stand in the gap for you.
Yeah, my mom took us away, me and my sister away for a reason. We went to Florida. We were hiding, basically. They tried to find me, but my grandparents are cool. So I'm like, you know what? I'm gonna go help. And even though I haven't been in these people's lives, so I'm still learning them. And she's just a little like she's real sweet. Don't get me wrong.
Okay.
But she's
that's good. So Tracy, basically, what are you saying to me about Seth? You feel like what? He's a good guy, but he's misinterpreted, or he's got some issues. What are you trying to say?
I think he's a good guy, like you were just saying. I think that deep down he is a good guy.
Okay.
But I feel like he doesn't know how to be. I'm not trying to be mean. He doesn't really know how to be a man. As far as like, it's just crazy for me to see this big burly-ish guy, like, just, and I've seen it before, but and that's why I think he likes them younger, because he.
Okay. Well, let's address this, because some people, I know how people are, because a lot of people don't care for Seth because of these allegations and all of that. So let's say the obvious. Most people aren't going to think he's a good guy if, one, he had relations with a child, right? That's common sense, which is Katie, okay?
Yeah.
So that's number one. Number two, if he's this creepy crawly guy that's making passes at women, or overt passes, or
right.
I don't know how to word it, but you know what I mean? He's inappropriate.
Yeah.
So one could say, well, he can't be this good guy if he likes sleeping with underage children. That means you're a pedophile. Then two, you like being inappropriate with women. So I'm wondering, damn, what is the truth?
Right.
What is it? Hold on one second. Didn't want to mention names in case they're on live streaming or looking at your stream. Yeah, because that's what they do. They hear their name, and then YouTube sends them a notification if I mention their name in a live stream.
Oh, damn.
Quinn, something you just said.
That's how I know. That's how I know AB. When AB talks about me or puts me in any of his videos, I get a notification.
Something else you just said, Queen, about, and I'm not saying she did or anything like that, but there's two sides to every coin, and I would like to point that out. You said,
Julia, do you want to come up here? Because I need to hear everybody. That's why I don't like texting. It's not to be rude to nobody in the chat. You just have to know how Queen navigates. I'm not a texter. That's why really YouTube is not for me. I'm not a texter. I don't like reading text. You understand what I'm saying? I don't like reading text on my own phone because you can misconstrue stuff. This is why I like people to say, you know what I mean? That's why I always invite people to come up on the stream, because you keep texting, people can misconstrue what you're trying to say. So I prefer people to come up on the stream and they can explain it verbatim. But lately, I'm going to be honest, people have been coming up here and they just can't say what the hell they mean.
Right.
And they get an attitude. But you can't get an attitude. I've invited you up. And then you get up here and you're talking in circles. You won't say anything. And then the people in the chat, they get mad.
Yeah.
They get real ignorant.
Offended, people get offended easily.
Make your point.
I know. I've been frustrated with some of the people too. Like, I'm not going to mention any names.
People don't understand. Queen's a little older, so my time is valuable to me. Okay, so I want you to get to the point before I get another gray hair.
Yeah. I know.
I get it. We keep, because a lot of people don't like when you start out. Hi, Mary. Hi, Sue. Hi, Jay. Hey, Bob. Because there was a creator years ago when I was talking about the West case. She would take 20 minutes to greet the chat. And then I'm going to tell you how she was. And a lot of people don't know her because I don't even know if she's still around. You go 15 minutes to greet the chat before you get to the point. By the time you get to the point, she waits to the end of the video to say, oh, I got a nugget for you. And then she'll show you something and cut the live. And then cut the live.
Right.
And everybody, oh my God, everybody would bitch. Like, why does she do this every live stream? Tell us she got something to tell us. And then she won't tell you. She'll say, I'll be back on Thursday. And it's like Monday.
Talk about all this other shit. I know who you're talking about.
Oh, is she still on YouTube?
I think I saw her like a while back. Didn't she hang out with the cousin a lot? Or talk to the cousin a lot? She brought the cousin out.
Oh, from Bakersfield?
Yeah.
She probably did. Did
Beverly get into it with her? Because I remember that. I don't know if it's.
Did I get into it with her?
Man, I was.
Well, that's been years. That was years ago. That was years ago. I probably responded to her saying something to the chat. She didn't like me. And I thought, you don't like me because you are sitting up there fluffing your audience with this bullshit out here about those kids. And you don't really want to tell the truth. You know damn well that girl lost those kids. She mistreated her kids. She had a total of 4 kids that she refused to talk about. And I'm going to address this to Vinnie Politan. I'm sure YouTube is going to send you a notification that I mentioned your name during this live stream. That woman lied to you all on that court TV segment. She has 4 total children, and she didn't have custody of none of them. And you should be asking yourself why you all didn't know that when you put her up there on your program.
Oh yeah, you were dropping facts because you had someone close to her.
Yeah, because the public deserved to know that.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
The public needed to know she had a total of 4 children and lost all of them.
That's crazy.
All of them. So how can you sue the state for the 2 when you're not even being honest with the public? You have 4 that are not in your custody. So Vinnie Politan, Court TV, you now know.
Right.
You were hoodwinked. You were hoodwinked for. Yeah, she did that because she knew. Oh, I'll get attention. Get on Court TV.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, but if she mentioned the other kids, she's not. People are gonna be like, wait, hold up.
Oh, and you, Tracy, you may not have heard this when I went live the other day, and I told the chat. I had told the chat about the donation money that people sent to her. Did you hear what I said in that last live stream?
I think so.
About where the donation money went to?
Her lawyer for that lawsuit?
No, she bought a car.
Oh yeah, I did hear you say that because oh my God, is she living in it?
Oh my God, you're sick.
I mean, wasn't she jumping couches?
Well,
or something. I feel like she was jumping couches back then.
Yeah. Hold on a minute, y'all. I got somebody in the back. Hold on one second. Let me check this out.
Dude, I couldn't lose one of my kids.
She can't get the okay. Hold on one second. Let me give it to her. I'll drop it. Thank you, sweetheart. Thank you, Gina.
You're welcome.
Hold on a minute, Jules. Hold on one second, sweetheart. Let me put it down. I have the hardest time.
You got good comments and stuff. You have good insight on things too.
Well, it helps when you have a source.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I remember you dropping that. I remember you like, I got a source that's close to her. I can,
listen. I got a feeling somebody else is gonna be probably sending a cease and desist.
Oh shit.
Mm-hmm.
And that's another thing about Seth. How I say, like, he cannot, like, when Chris, I think when he told everybody, like, F off and all that stuff, if we don't like it for them working together and blah blah, that bull crap, we'll see.
Who said that? Wait, slow down. Who said that?
When Seth was like saying that when Chris confronted him that day, like, and then he came out and he was like, oh, if y'all don't like us working together, you can F off, and then people got pissed.
So who was Seth addressing?
Everybody. Like, do you remember when? I think it was like the vigil or something was going on.
Oh, okay.
Chris showed up and confronted.
Yeah, that's the one. That's the one that started the olive branch commentary. Yeah.
Yeah.
I know.
And then he was like,
I don't think I ever saw him say that because I don't watch live streams where he goes and talks all the time because they're a bit winded. So I just don't. I just get verbatim from you all.
Yeah, and then he was right after that. He was saying, he told everybody, "Oh, if y'all don't like us working together," and I feel like he was releasing because he couldn't.
Okay, but why would that upset you? It'd be different if he was saying "F you" for some other reason.
Because he felt less of a man because he couldn't go back at Chris, but he attacked Trevor, and that, and I'm like, wait, Trevor's like a kid, isn't he really young? Like, why are you
Trevor's old enough? Look, Trevor's old enough to have a YouTube channel. Come on now.
Well, I know, but I just mean, like, Seth hasn't confronted any other of these men that have talked about.
See, I didn't really understand what was going on with all that. Even to this day, I still don't understand. None of that nonsense.
I know, you get like bits and pieces and try to put it together.
Yeah, because the thing that people don't seem to understand right now with everything that's being said is he said, she said, and I'm not there to hear anybody's conversation to know who said what, who didn't say what. You're just getting like the tail end of stuff, the pop off. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And one thing I've learned about a story, it's 3 sides: his side, her side, and the truth. And everything's about perception. So I may perceive something you did, and you may say, well, I didn't mean it like that, or I didn't do that. And then I can say, well, yes, you did.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it's a matter of if it makes it to the street, who are the people going to believe? You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And people will believe the person, one, that they're cool with, that they like. That's just how a lot of people judge people. Well, I know him. He wouldn't do that. But it doesn't mean that he didn't do it.
Mm-hmm.
Miss Jules, how are you?
I'm good, Queen. How are you doing?
Honey, I don't know, honey. I'm trying to understand all of this he said, she said stuff. And what would you like to add to all of this nonsense? Are you one of the people that have been up in these complaints and he said, she said dilemmas?
No, but a creator mentioned something in their live last night that I really want to address because everybody's talking about it and I'm getting comments on my videos, which are not even related to what this
Well,
creator
go ahead,
said.
let me make this clear to you. I don't keep up with all of these people live streams and what Seth says the Proudfoots because I don't have that kind of time. And I'm just going to be truthful. I don't really want to keep up with it. Some people may say, "Well, you're not really, being in the know." What I keep telling people is the obvious. It's somebody's version.
You'll find out.
Exactly. And I'm going to do a public version too. So,
whether I want to believe it or not, it's still somebody's version. So I'll let that sit there. Welcome everybody to Miss Jules. What would you like to clarify? And you can tell me why you came in this live stream too.
Yeah, so the first, I know you did a live the other day asking about like what happened because I posted on Jay's wall and I'm going to be 100% truthful and honest with you about what that was about. No, Seth did not hit on me. Nothing weird like that happened. That's not what it was about.
Okay, because that's why I was saying I want to understand it because when we don't just say exactly what a person said or did, it leaves stuff up for interpretation, and I think that's where a lot of people are taking it if they're not. Because they don't know what he said or did with you. Yeah. Or
person. It was nothing. It was nothing of that nature at all. Like it was nothing sexual. I mean, he is a corrections officer, and I'm a military police officer, so we joke about stuff. But it was more so. I did see the temper and the explosiveness of it on both sides of the family, and it's just as someone who came from a very abusive household as a kid, and with like.
I'm glad you're being honest. But can you give me more of a, for instance, when you say, okay, so let's say, set it up for me. You were holding a conversation. Can you say the context of the conversation where you saw this response?
I can talk about one. The other one,
okay, that's fine.
I don't feel comfortable. So that's fine. So everyone knows I'm a handler, but I'm also a military police officer. So everyone thinks, oh, she's just a reservist. No. I'm active guard reserve. And what that means is Monday through Friday, I'm active duty status at an Army Reserve Station, unless I get permission to work remote, which is what I'm doing now. Okay. But my certifications go from, I've been an MP for almost 15 years now. I went to anti-terrorism school. There's a point to this. I went to security manager school. I went to investigative officer school. Like I have all these extra credentials in addition to being a handler.
Get it, girl.
It's been a long.
Thank you.
I don't know if I can make another 5 years to retire. Honestly, I don't know if I can do it. I'm trying.
And once again, thank you for your service.
Absolutely.
Thank you for your support.
I'm going to mute some of you all so I don't have a lot of background in the back because I'm going to let her talk. So go ahead.
Yeah, thank you for your support. I really appreciate it.
Yeah.
So sorry. So
I'm one of the type of people I like to hear from the person because all that passing it. And like I said, I don't sit in the live streams to hear all of the people's conversations. So I like to hear from the person. I like to get a feeling, their tone, you know what I'm saying? Their temperament, when they tell the story.
Right. So I appreciate that. And during all this stuff, like, I'm a security manager for the Army also. And I told Seth, hey, in addition to being a handler, this is before I came to Tennessee. This is before I left Pennsylvania and got permission to go. I was talking about like, hey, if you need me to look into people.
Wait a minute, slow down. So you telling me you have a regular job?
I do Monday through Friday. I'm an AGR, which is active guard reserve. That means I'm active duty status, but I work out of an Army Reserve Station. So like a standalone reserve centers, they have people there full time. I'm one of those officers that's there.
So they expect you to be at that job, correct? Because I want you to be clear what you're saying, right?
Yeah, unless I have permission to work remote, which I do. I have permission to work remote, and the only thing my commanding officer said is, as long as you're sending in everything you need to, that's fine. You're utilizing your skills as a handler. You do you, but if I send you an email,
so that's why that's a good thing that you tell the people that you actually work a job, You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. So yeah, I know.
So
I appreciate that. Yeah.
yeah.
So he doesn't care as long as I'm sending him my paperwork. He doesn't care where I'm at. He's like, you've been doing this a long time. You're a handler. He loves dogs. His dad was a handler in Vietnam. My commanding officer. His father was in Vietnam. So he gets it.
So was
during
my
the day,
wow.
So during the day, I'm doing this stuff. So I'm either searching super early in the morning or super late at night. But the Middle East, it's a crisis right now. So I'm in Microsoft Teams meetings all the time, like throughout the day. And if he calls me and says, Julia, I need you to come back and do this, guess what I have to do?
Mm-hmm.
He's an 06. He's a full bird colonel. I got to do what he's telling me to do.
Okay, I understand what you're saying.
Where was I going with this? Okay, so I sent Seth a text message because he was asking me about, Chris and Katie's military service. He knew they were legit because obviously he was with Katie when she was in the military. But he was asking stuff in regards to do you happen to know how long health insurance goes on for once you're retired or once you're this? And I was answering questions for him. So after I disclosed I don't want to say something private to him, all of a sudden there's an anonymous Facebook post with exactly what I told him saying, we heard that Chris and Katie, blah, 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 medical insurance with the military. And I'm just like, whoa, that only came from one person.
So
there's
let me
only
ask you
one
this,
possible person.
because I see where this is going. Do you feel like the questions that were asked to you by Seth was for some type of spite, or he was just milking you on something that's really, it wasn't for just curiosity? You understand where I'm going?
I think the response he gave me was because when I sent him a screenshot of it and I said, what's this about? He said, you should have spoken with me first. Because he called me 4 times that morning, but I was busy. And all of a sudden there was a Facebook post. So his response was, well, you should have spoken to me. I was like, that's not nice. What the heck? And then he would call me.
I'm confused. He said you should have spoken to him about what?
So the information I said that I gave him, that I only gave to him, there was an anonymous Facebook post randomly. There was an anonymous user, and it was saying and that's why I was just like, he's the only person I told, unless he had me on speaker and somebody else was in the room with him. I don't know.
Okay.
You know what I mean? So that's why I was just like, and at that point, it's just I was disclosing private information to you, and I'm not going to say what the information was specifically, but it was private. It was only meant for him to know about because he had a right to know. But that set me up initially. So I was like, what the heck? And it hurt. I'm just like, and then he would call me excessively throughout the day. He knew I had a day job, so I had stuff going on. And just then the whole Trevor Lee interview happened, and I saw how explosive that was when he slime bag and all this other stuff.
Well, let me ask you this. When he was calling you during the day, did he tell you what he needed? Why he was calling?
Nope. He didn't like texting. He wanted to talk on the phone.
What do you say? What? He didn't want to what?
He's even said this before. He said he prefers. Remember, he mentioned in an interview something about Sumner County, how he texts them, but he prefers phone conversations.
Oh yes,
he didn't like texting.
And guess what? And guess what? And guess what? I know you're not lying about that.
No, I wouldn't lie. I wouldn't lie to you. So that's
follow my lead. I know you're not lying about that. Okay.
Correct.
Okay. I'm just telling you in a roundabout way that's been confirmed. So I know you're not lying about that.
I appreciate you doing that. So that was, as I do with everything, I consult my superior officer because he's following this. He had a son who passed away years ago, so he's been following this. He understands. Okay. So he's my mentor. He's my raider. I called him. I said, this is what's going on with everything. I don't know what to do. And he was like, Julia, he's like, you need to be a handler. You need to be a military officer. You need to distance yourself from the sides of both sides of the family and be professional. Don't be a friend. Be a professional. That's your job. And I was just like, I understand, sir. And he said, do you want me to contact Seth or TBI or somebody and tell them that I'm the one telling you this? And I said, if you don't mind. So I trust him when my commanding officer, he's no reason to lie when he says he reached out to Seth and or the law enforcement agencies to tell them this. He's got no reason to lie to me.
So they're reaching out to him. So they're reaching out to him to tell him what? That you're busy, you have other obligations. Is that what you're trying to say?
To say it was their recommendation that I step back and do what I need to do in order to find his son.
I see. With no without any type of interference.
Right, because I'm not gonna lie, when I first came in, I was biased because, and somebody asked how I got involved. The United Cajun Navy people, one guy's name was Todd Terrell. He found me on social media somehow through some algorithm, found my certifications for my dogs, and then he said, "Hey, are you available?" And I said, "Well, I could come down, but I need permission to work remotely to do volunteer handler work." And he's like, "That's cool." So Todd Terrell introduced me to Seth. And that's how I got involved. Seth was the first person I met. I didn't meet Chris and Katie first initially. I had no idea who they really were.
Right.
I didn't know about the drama. Had I known, I
You
can't say
probably
whether.
got involved. So what are you saying right now? Had you known about all this he said, she said, you would have never taken this on?
I would have gone directly to law enforcement instead of going through a father, because I saw a father
Really?
who was grieving. I saw a father who was grieving, and I felt bad because, you know, I've had a miscarriage before. I've lost a kid, so I was just like, I understand, I get it. I'm gonna come down there. I'm gonna help out.
Okay.
So that's how I initially. I'm sorry, this has just been like a whirlwind. That's initially how I got started.
Just listen. I got time. Listen. I'm already 4 hours in, so obviously I'm not going anywhere. You just take your time. That way you can think about clearly with everything you want to say, the message you want to get out during this live stream. I don't know how many other places you're going to be going, you know, to speak and everything, because you know a lot of people now, they're starting to complain about that.
Yeah,
that's why I put that up in my title. There are a lot of complaints going on right now.
But I was initially trying to help out as more than just a handler, because like I said, I have all this experience that I've done as an MP. I've done commander's investigations. I've done all kinds of stuff, and I said, I've been an MP for all these years. Please let me do something to help. Both, like, so I was, and this was a rumor going on for a while, and I'm going to confirm it. Yes, I was trying to get deputized by Sumner County, and Seth knew that. Other people who were close to him.
Wait, slow down. You said you were trying to get what? Deputized?
Yeah. So what that means is, since I have law enforcement credentials via the military, because the MP Academy will transfer over for the most part, I still have to take a post test, which is the peace officers test you have to take to be a police officer. So I was going to do that. I was perfectly willing to do that. And again, only Seth knew this, and people very close to him in his search party. Someone leaked that to some reporter named Burton Skaggs, whatever his name is, in Tennessee, and he was grilling me about it on Twitter. I'm like, this is supposed to be private information. Why is this out there? And I couldn't figure out. I'm like, it is like, what's going on? How is this getting out there? Obviously now I know.
So what was this person trying to do?
They were trying to get me to admit publicly that I was trying to get deputized. I'm just like, who cares? Like, if you're trying to help find a missing kid, who cares what I'm doing?
What are you thinking they're trying? What are you trying to do? You think they're trying to make you out to be like what? You trying to chase the story or a clout chaser? What do you take from it?
I honestly, to God, Queen, I swear, I don't know why they were. I've never had that happen before. Anytime I've gone to get deputized, I've never had an issue like this before. I've never seen people go and report it like, guess what happened? It's like,
so
why?
You know who you talked to about this deputizer. So who do you believe told it?
The only people who knew about it were Seth and his volunteer team. And I don't want to get, like, I'm sure I'm going to get a cease and desist letter before talking about this, but I don't care.
This is where and I don't want anybody to think I'm, pointing fingers at you or this other person. It's just daunting to listen to. That's what people don't understand. I'm not even in the story, but as I told people earlier, because you probably didn't come in at the beginning of this live, where I was helping some people with a missing persons case in here that ended up very tragic, and I got to see behind the scenes. It ended up being just what we're talking about now, cease and desist. I got myself wrapped up in that just from being a friend of the family. Then other people involved came in. They were introduced to me, and it ended up being just like what we're talking about now. Nobody in YouTube or the world knew but me and the other two people. And I was telling, I let them know, because I stand firm on a queen. I let all of them know. I don't have time for your pettiness. There is somebody missing. And if this is what you all want to do with your time, I don't want no parts of it. And you think I got intimidated about a cease and desist? You mad at this chick and she's coming to help and she's an advocate and you're going off and then you're telling me, well, send me the screenshot of what she said. Or blah, blah, blah. I said, I don't have time for this. What I'm trying to tell both of you, you two need to go work out your differences. It don't need to go into the legal system. You see what I'm saying? I was the only grown up. Two professionals.
I get it.
Yeah, bickering behind closed doors, and nobody had any idea this was going on at all. These people were supposed to be helping missing people in Summer Wells' case. I told both of them, both of you need to get a grip and go work your differences out. I don't have anything to do with it. And you think I didn't remove myself? Block, delete. I don't play them kind of games, and nobody intimidates me. Nobody. I don't care who what your profession is, and you have to stand firm on that when you're dealing with people, because this is what I kept trying to tell everybody. You think you know the people in the story, but you don't, and you get a glimpse of them, of the people coming in, plus the victim's family. You may see signs with the victim's family that's a little etchy, a little crazy, and then you start telling yourself, Jesus Christ, what what the hell is going on? You remove yourself.
And I know people think like I'm super awkward with people, and I have ADHD. Yeah, I'm awkward. I've got PTSD, complex PTSD from being overseas. Like I can be awkward online when I'm talking with people. It's just how I am. It's not that I'm hiding stuff. People keep saying, "Oh, she was shady." No, I'm nervous with people. I'm awkward unless my canine handling is my line to confidence. I love my dogs. I love working them. You know, when you have something that like really drives and motivates you, that's what it is for me. And I can talk canines all day. That's like, and again, I know Katie and Chris and Seth have all said Sebastian loved animals. So I'm just like, like if I find this kid, I would love to talk to him about like animals and stuff. I will go rescue like the most adorable Mancoon kitty and give it to him as like a welcome home gift if I find this kid. Like I will do whatever to like,
Well, maybe you need to come up here, Ryan. You need to come to East Tennessee and work, girl. They need you. They need some people here.
And I'm almost done, I promise. So back to this guy was releasing it, and I was getting bullied online for the longest time. And then that Steph fake dog handler, I don't know where the hell I still to this day don't know where the hell she came out of.
Yeah.
It was just like, what? And then like I remember mentioning it to Steph, mentioning it to Steph. I'm like, hey, this fake dog handler. So, and people were saying I was trying to get attention via Tony online. I texted Tony Mathis several times, introducing myself when he first came on, saying, hi, my name is Julia. I literally have a degree in marketing and public relations, because to be an officer in the military, you have to have a 4-year degree. So I had to go to school to get a degree. I'm like, if you need help, I used to do interns with the Philadelphia Soul and all these people, like, I could help you out. Never wrote me back. And then he was consistently never wrote me back. So when Steph came out and people were confusing us, I sent Tony a text saying, can you please, if you're going on TikTok, clarify Steph is the fake, Julia is the real. Never responded. So I said, F it. I'm going to go on Facebook, tag him so he sees it, everyone else sees it, and he's going to respond to me. And guess what? He finally did. And I have proof of this. So it was Mother's Day, right before I came down. He sends me a Facebook message saying, you need to call me. I'm like, hey, I'm out to dinner with my mom. It's Mother's Day. Can I call you afterwards? She's like, you need to step away and call me. And I still have all this. And I'm just like, I'm about to go to a different state to help. Like, I want to spend Mother's Day with my mother. So that's why that post, that's the honest to God's truth of why I made that post, and I tagged Tony, because I wanted his attention. He wasn't responding to me, and I didn't know how else to get it, but he seems to respond to social media.
So what you were tagging him with, do you have an opinion on why you think he wasn't responding?
No idea, but I've heard that I'm not the first person he hasn't answered via text messaging. I know other people have texted him who were trying to help with search efforts or even with flyers, and he never wrote them back. And it's just like, that's weird.
If you can be honest with what I'm getting ready to ask you, you can either say I will answer or I decline to answer, okay? Do you feel, honestly, that all parties, the parents, have been transparent with you and you trying to help do what you professionally do with your canines? Do you
I'll
feel
play
like these
them.
people are honestly, been transparent in the information given? Give me your take on that. And if you decline to answer, that's fine.
No, I'll answer you.
Okay.
I'll do the parent individually. Katie, I've never spoken to her outside of. I made these free decals for like Sebastian's army, and she messaged me asking if she could have a couple, and I said to her, "Hey, do you want me to send this to a PO box?" Because I don't know if she wanted me knowing her address. Because think about it, I was a random handler on Facebook talking to her, and she's like, "No, it's okay." And then that's all. That's as far as my conversation with Katie goes. Chris. I'll start with Seth. So Seth, I don't know. I feel like there's stuff he's not telling me for whatever reason. Because whenever I wouldn't answer him, or whenever I felt like I was getting close, some fake Chris Proudfoot account would pop up on YouTube saying stuff about me. I have so many like screenshots of them saying stuff. It's been weird as hell. It's been so weird. I've never seen this before.
So has anything been said besides what you just recently mentioned? Anything said personally in conversations from these fake accounts besides that medical business?
Yep. So there was a fake account called like Alistair Valorith. It was in Terry Lynn's chat. They were messaging me saying, "You're not working with law enforcement. You're not doing this." And yes, I have been. I mean, I showed text messages of me talking to Agent Simmons before on like this platform. Like, are you kidding me? Like, it's been weird. I swear I'm almost done because I can't be under too much longer. So, Chris, I heard the Webster's interview with him. And honest to God, I think the main reason why Chris didn't want me initially searching his house wasn't because he had something to hide. I think it was because I came through Seth. I didn't come from an outside, like, police department. I have
I know, but my
USPCA.
thing is, what would be the difference if it did come from Seth? Who cares? You don't have anything to hide, so your child is missing.
Right, but there was people like online speculating I was going to plant something, and I'm like, no, I would never risk. I'm an Army officer. I'm not throwing. It's wrong morally. Yeah, it's wrong morally for starters. But also, why would I ever do that? Like, that's horrible. Like, people speculate the most ridiculous stuff. And again, I'm not trying to like bash anybody here. I'm just being truthful because this has to come out. I'm tired of just like getting
something needs to come out because I'm just a realist, and it's no disrespect to any of you all who are saying these things. I just like people to be transparent and say what they mean, because when you don't say what you mean, these people will shred you to pieces. If you ever go back on an interview and say something different, that's what they're going to do. They're going to go back to whatever you said on 15th Street and say, "Oh, that's not what you said over there. That's not what you said over there." This is what they do. This is what we all do.
And I've had so after the Webster's interview and whatnot, and I talked to Chris on the phone for about an hour, and it started out like kind of like he was a little defensive, and like I understand because he just did that Webster's interview, and then I called him, so I did talk to him. We eventually got to talking about like deployment stuff, like military stuff, and like laughing and joking. It was a decent conversation actually, and then this is when I was just like thinking, I wonder if I've been too one-sided with this whole thing, and I'm wrong. That's when it initially started, back right after that Webster's interview, after I talked to Chris. It was like 3 days after that interview he did that I talked to him. And that's when I initially started thinking about it. And for a while, I was just like, I don't know what to do. I'm like, I don't want to sound flip-floppy, but I think I came into this the wrong way. I should have gone to law enforcement directly. I admit that. I should have done that, but I didn't because I thought with my heart, not my brain. I didn't go with my gut. I went with my heart, which was my first mistake. GJ never said Terry Lynn was going to plan something. I just people were speculating that I was going to, and I know she wouldn't either. Sorry, I just saw something in the chat. I'm just not going to read the chat right now unless
don't read the chat. The trap. Yeah. Look, I was going to say that the chat is a trap. Do not read the chat. It throws you off. It throws you off.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah. So wrapping this up. So there was another YouTube searcher out there who I connected with, who's been searching daily. And she told me she knew about me, my military history. She saw my certifications and my credentials, and she was going to go to the mayor of Hendersonville to see if he would approve my deputization because I wasn't getting anywhere initially with Sumner County, initially. So she went and talked to the mayor. This took a week and a half, and I still hadn't heard anything. And I was just like, what the heck? So I was like, you know what? I'm sorry. With all due respect to the mayor, I need to go through another organization. I need to go through a federal organization or TBI or somebody and speak with them. which is what I've been doing the past week and a half. People don't realize deputization takes Sebastian's been missing over 100 days. Deputization takes a very long time. They had to vet me. I had to sign confidentiality agreements, and I have a whole pack of this for proof too. I had to do all this stuff, all this paperwork. They called my commander. They called the DOD office in the Pentagon to make sure my security clearance is valid. This is the FBI, one of the FBI offices in Memphis. They were going through everything to make sure I'm legit. They called all the canine organizations I worked with, and they saw I was legit, and they were just like, okay, I need you to come in, sit down and talk to us about why you want to do this, which I did. This was last week. I was doing all this extra stuff. So the reason for the deputization is because there was a searcher who found something in the woods that they wanted me to have my canines come and search. And this is 5 days before I arrived in Tennessee. They found something. And they asked me, can your dog do human fluids? And I said, yes, one of them can. Can your dog match articles of clothing to something? Yes. I have 2 dogs that each of them do separate things. And then I was told, okay, well, we found something. They sent me a picture of what it was. And I was just like, whoa. And I'm just thinking, I'm still 5 days out from coming. I'm like, where's this going to go in the meantime? So, and this is mentioned on live. So like, I'm everyone knows about it who saw this last night. This person held on to this while I was still not in Tennessee yet. So when I got down to Tennessee, I had to do things. I had to check in with the local office. I gave them an actual copy of my military license. I had them copy it. I brought in copies of my certifications for them to hold on record. I didn't want to just email them copies. I wanted to bring the physical documents so they could scan them themselves, so they could physically see them. I wanted to meet, Eric Craddock. I wanted to meet, Carter. I wanted to go to TBI. I was building relationships my first few days. That's what you do in the professional setting. And then it just started to go into this whole whirlwind thing. So after that, this is when that individual went to the mayor and was trying to get me deputized. They said, okay, well, I'm not doing anything as far as touching or handling stuff because there's a whole chain of custody thing because I don't want to incriminate myself. You got to keep in mind, I have an Army TS, top secret security clearance. I'm an officer, I'm a commander. I have to take care of all of my certs and everything I build up to protect myself. So when the mayor didn't get back, that's when I was like, this is going on almost a month since time has passed. I have to do something. That's when I went to the FBI. I'm like, hey, this is who I am. I've been waiting for this. I'm so sorry to come to you, but this is taking too long. And I said, I will be very upfront with TBI. I will be very upfront with Sumner County. I will work with them directly. I'm not working with the families. I'm here at this point in time, I'm here specifically as a handler and whatever you need me to do. And they said, thank you. That is what we want. They don't want someone who's deputized to be biased. You can't be a deputy to be biased because think about that. That'd be like a Philadelphia police officer being biased towards a murderer's family. It's just like, you can't do that. You have to be completely and fully transparent. You have to check in with them. They can't show any signs of favoritism. So I don't know. I have no problem with this searcher. I'm not going to say their name. There's so many steps I've been working behind the scenes, and I was texting this individual saying, please don't say this on the live. Please don't show my text conversations. Please don't do this. And it's just like, now it's just like, I don't know what to do. And then people wanted to send me donations. I don't like taking money. I hate taking money from people. I've been that way since I was 10 years old. I don't like it just because I don't know. I was raised a certain way, I guess. That's how I was raised. I'm almost done. So that's how I was raised. I was raised, do right by others, donate to others.
They just won't let people talk. Good God.
Yeah. Anyway, so I was just like, okay. I scrolled there for a second because they were just like, what? Okay, going back to where did I leave off at? I was talking about the searcher. And I have no problems with the person. I've had private conversations with this person with stuff outside of the search I won't disclose because they were one-on-one. Same thing with the parents, Chris and Seth. I will never be the person to disclose personal texts or conversations unless I think it's going to hurt somebody. That's different. But again, there's so much behind the scenes stuff I'm trying to do this right. I don't want anybody to get in trouble. I don't want anything to happen to anybody. I want to do right by these, especially these searchers who've been out here the past few weeks, days, months. I want to do right by them. I don't want them to get in trouble. I don't want to get in trouble. I'm trying.
So that's why what you said is you're just trying to explain yourself with everything going on. So that text I read the other day on my live, was that your text about the being ghosted?
Which text? I'm confused.
Or maybe you're not that person. I don't know. Hold on. Oh,
okay. I'm trying to think of what text you're referring to. I don't remember sending. I'm trying to think. Honest to God, I don't. If someone can tell me, I don't remember what text. I remember if it's.
That's why I was just asking you, since you're up here. I had read a text to the chat the other day, and where he was talking about being ghosted, and then I think you responded on someone's Facebook page or something.
It was YouTube. My Facebook's still on backup right now. So.
Oh yeah, I erased it from the person, because that person. No. I got enough. I don't like psychos bothering me, because I see some stuff. I see some mess brewing now. Because see, people think we don't pay attention to stuff. That's the one thing I do like about YouTube, is that people think that I don't know what they be doing behind the scenes with stuff. Boy, the things I could tell. That's why I keep telling people, please don't try me. Please don't try me.
Right. Yeah, that was me. I commented on Jay's post because she posted the screenshot saying that Seth was saying, "Oh, I ghosted him." No.
That's the one I had repeated to the chat the other day, where he was saying something about calling the dogs mutts. You are that person?
Yeah, that's me. I mean, honest to God, that was me. I do take offense to it, because it's just like, my dogs worked hard for the title.
I said it was wrong. I said that earlier in the live, at the beginning of this live. If you get time to go back and watch the beginning of this live, I said that. I said Seth knows better. You don't address the dogs in that manner, especially if you're asking the person for help or they're offering for help. If you don't want their help, then just say. Now, this is what I had a question, not to interrupt you. Did you tell him why you were not talking to him anymore? That's the question I posed to the chat.
My commanding officer told me he was going to reach out and tell him, and that's why I mentioned earlier, he's got no reason to lie to me. He's an 06. He's known me.
Okay, so you saying to me, when you fell off from Seth, you did not tell him why you weren't answering his calls?
Me myself, no, I did not. My commanding officer was doing it for me, because he knew.
That's all I wanted to know. Okay, so that's your reason. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah,
so see, that's why I asked that question. Okay.
Yeah, and it's just like I'm not comfortable telling a grieving father, hey, I'm backing off because you're angry, or because like this. But also, if he knew in order to be deputized, I had to be neutral. So that's just how it is.
Well, let me ask you something. Do you feel like you should have just told him the truth, Jules? Just told him how you felt? Do you feel like you should have told him? So it wouldn't be no misunderstanding, and all this he said, she said, and all this stuff that's playing out right now on YouTube with text messages, and you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I probably should have done it myself, because then it wouldn't open up the floor. But I mean, honest to God, it's just.
Now let me say this: it's not to say that Seth wouldn't have gone and said this, or if he's this fake profiler person he's pretending to be, he still wouldn't have put out stuff. You understand what I'm saying? Because that's the one thing about people. You can't control people. Even if you're being your true self, honest as you can be, that's still, what's the word I'm looking for? It doesn't stop what the other person wants to do.
Right. And also, this is something that, like, I fall under, I'm AGR, like I said, active guard reserve. So I'm an officer 24/7. When I take my uniform off physically, it's still a part of me. I will always, in the military, you're guilty until proven innocent, especially as an officer. Like, if I get pulled over for drunk driving, not that I drink, it doesn't matter. The Army is going to get involved, whether I'm on duty or not. Officially, they're going to be like, you're an officer in the military, you know better. Guess what? Say goodbye to your career. Okay. I have to be really, 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 really careful. And the searcher who put up this video last night, like, doxing me and text message conversations between me and them, I really wish they would take it down, because honestly,
well, where is it? Slow down, Jules. What are you talking about? Where is it?
The searcher did a live last night, and she put out messages how she's been waiting for a dog for a month. And yeah, it's been a while. Because I was trying to do a searcher who's been out there, who I do respect, but I hate doing this.
So what are you saying? She's saying bad things about you?
She's complaining to YouTube how she's waited for a month for a dog, but there is literally a reason as to why and this is why I said I've been waiting to get deputized. I want to do it the right way. If these searches
What
found
does she have to do with it? I'm confused.
because she found something in the woods she wants my dogs to see if they hit on. And
Okay, let me ask you this. I want you to take a deep breath. Who is she and what is her relationship to the case?
it's Terry Lynn. I respect her highly. I do, but she's been searching every day.
Well, yeah, she was in the chat. Yes, I don't want no problems. I don't do that. He said, she said. So if y'all looking for that on this channel with people battling, I don't get down like that. I don't do that.
Right. No, it's the reason why I don't want her to go now and say
So that's why y'all wanted her on the panel. So what? So they can go up here and battle?
I don't want to battle with her. I respect
you. In the chat. Well, listen.
Yes,
hold on.
I saw.
You're mentioning this after the fact. Okay. But in the chat, people are saying, let her on. I didn't know this was going on. And so if you think you're going to come in this platform and do some battling, I don't work like that. I've told people I don't rock like that because I'm not going to be a part of the drama. Queen can start her own drama on her own. I'm boisterous. I give my opinion. But what I don't do, I don't let people do that tit for tat on a panel. I don't rock like that. I'm not trying to get a view and a light to have people involved in this story arguing on my panel. I don't rock like that. That's
and I don't know. Oh my god! Now she's like saying she's gonna do it on her channel. I respect her highly. We don't need to do this. Like we don't.
But the people in the chat, you shouldn't be egging this on. I don't know Terry Lynn from a can of paint. I've only watched the one video she did, when she was on the ground. But you all cannot sit up here and act like you care about this kid and you want these people to do what? Sit up here and argue about who said what and who's supposed to do what? Come on. This is what's the problem right here. This is exactly what the problem is. You try to egg people to come up. Well, and Terry Lynn, you wanted to come up. What was going to happen if I let you up? I'm just saying. What would have happened if I let you come up? You all going to start arguing? Because I don't even know what the hell's going on. I'm just letting this lady talk. I don't even know what the hell's going on.
Wish literally just
ain't no both sides. And you in my chat with a fake profile. Don't make me call you out. Please remove yourself. Now Beverly's about to come out. Please remove yourself. I have been cordial this entire 4 hours and 51 minutes. Please stop. Just stop it. Enough of this. A kid is missing.
Yeah. I'm literally just defending myself from a video that was already posted. I'm not gonna go, and I know she said she's gonna handle her channel. I really don't want it to get that way.
Terry said she wants to come up. Do you want her up to say something to you or no? Because I'm telling you now, I'm not with no foolishness.
No, I don't want that. I want this to stop. I only came up here to defend myself based on the video.
I don't get wrapped up in that kind of stuff because I don't want my name wrapped up in nothing because I've already called out one YouTuber for doing it with that Seth and Trevor Lee nonsense. I don't rock like that.
Right. I want it to stop. I want people to, like, yes, she's waited for a month, but again, she did the right thing for me. She tried going to the mayor and she tried. I never said I was going to officially call, but she went to the mayor. She did the right thing. She was trying to help me. The mayor took too long. I went through a different agency to try to get deputized. I was trying to do the right thing here. And I feel like that's not being said.
Okay, hey, let's stop here. Stop, Jules. I want you to stop for a second. Terry Lynn is saying, I'm not doing anything. You were supposed to call her as you said you would this morning. Is that true? That you told the lady you were going to call her?
No, I never told her I was going to call her. I'm going to get my phone right now and read off what I sent to the person.
Okay.
Get my phone. Hold on.
Yeah, I want this addressed so I don't have to hear about it again. Excuse my manners to anybody in the chat. I am trying to keep my composure. I am trying not to use profanity because I have a lot of people who subscribe to me who don't believe, in cussing. I get it. So this live stream started off very neutral, very neutral, and I want to keep that flow in this live stream. But now you all are coming in with all this stuff. See, I'm not with all this. This is the very reason why I said this case is so messed up, because everybody's coming out with a version of he said, she said, and it's out of control. But this is what I keep saying. Chaos breeds chaos. And nobody seems to understand that. This case is chaotic. That's why the child is missing.
Mm-hmm. I'm going back to my conversation. Just give me a second. Sorry, I'm scrolling back because I was talking to one of her mods for a while last night. No, I never said I called Terry Lynn. The mod asked me, can you call me tonight? I said, can I call you tomorrow? Meaning the mod, and I have this in a message. And she says, will you call me tomorrow and text me? This is the mod. I said, yes, I can call you tomorrow.
Okay, so let me ask you this. How did you message this mod person?
They found me on Twitter.
Oh, Twitter. Okay. So you had a conversation on Twitter with the mod, and then did you call the mod today or no?
No, I didn't get a chance yet because I woke up and I just saw this.
Oh, you just saw the message today?
No, I saw your panel today. So I was going on YouTube getting ready for my morning, and then this happened. And I guess now she's going to talk smack on me on her panel. I really wish she wouldn't, because there's things it's going to ruin everything. Like, this is my livelihood we're talking about here. I really don't need this.
Well, the only thing I'll do is one of you will hop down and the other one could come up. But I really don't want this playing out on my network, quite frankly, because I don't either.
I was just
that's the one thing somebody can say about this network. You have never had people who disagreed or accused the other one of something on the same panel. I don't do that, because you're never going to get to the bottom of it, because you know what's going to happen. Somebody's going to get upset. Somebody's going to start loud talking, and then it's going to be a back and forth, and I'm not going to be able to hear what they're saying, and I don't want to be a part of that, because I don't promote that type of foolishness.
Right.
I'd rather one person speak at a time up on the panel by themselves, because a lot of people think, well, you should have both up there. I'm not a fool. I've already seen that play out. I've already seen that play out on YouTube. I don't do it.
I don't want to do that, and I don't want to get into the he said, she said thing. It's
already there. It's already there. Terry Lynn saying you said you was gonna call her. You said I didn't say it to you. I said it to your mod. So now people gonna say, well, who's telling the truth?
No, I'm looking at my Twitter conversation. Mercy. Yeah, I'm looking at my Twitter conversation with the mod right now. I don't say that I'm calling Terry Lynn. She asked if I would call her last night.
This is my playhouse. I run this. Y'all don't run this.
Mm-hmm.
You want that ghetto ratchet shit? You need to go watch it somewhere else. Okay? Mm-hmm. I've been very respectful during my own live stream. Please do not make me get drunk for nothing. This is petty what you all are doing. This is petty. The lady said she does not want to be bickering with her. What is it that you all don't understand about that?
This is not helping him. This is hurting, if anything. It's delaying.
It would be disrespectful of me to let somebody come up and the person says on the panel, I would prefer that you not let them up. Then why would I do that? I can let Terry Lynn speak afterwards. But they're both not going to sit up here together and one person is saying they don't want to do it. I'm not like the other YouTubers that let the people come up arguing and screaming at each other. I don't do that. I'm not doing that. Because she wanted drama and I don't want to be disrespectful. She reached out to the two mods of mine. Well, Terry Lynn, she just said she did that. So what's the problem? She just said she reached out to the mod, or the mod talked to her. She said she didn't talk to you. So, what is the problem?
The only reason why I reached out to the mods is because she was reading my text messages on a live, and I wanted it to stop, because I was just like, please get her to stop. And I was texting.
So let's start over, Jules. Who reached out to whom first?
On her live last night, she was talking about how she'd been waiting a month for a dog, which she has been, but I've explained why. I was trying to do this the way I needed to. And
let me ask you something. Had you been in contact with Terry Lynn before the live stream?
That same day? I sent a group message with her and one other person who's been searching, and we've talked before on the phone and via messaging.
That's what I want to know. I just need to know that you talked to Terry Lynn before the live stream aired. Okay. So what was the conversation, if you can elaborate, with you and Terry Lynn before last night's live?
Like the entire time, or just from yesterday?
Whatever. Because I don't really know what's going on.
We have been talking about, she found something 5 days before I arrived in Tennessee, and she ran on my dogs just to detect it. Now, again, this is 5 days before I'm even in the state, which means I wasn't even in Tennessee yet. So this is being held on to for 5 days before I got there. So that's already just like a long window. And I was just like, that's when I came down there, and I was trying to do this the right way with behind the scenes paperwork to get the proper, because like it's technically could be considered evidence.
Well, let me ask this: what did Terry Lynn find?
It was a mattress pad with some questionable fluids on it.
Okay, well, what relevance is it to the Sebastian case? Help me understand.
And we were trying to figure it out because we heard in interviews that Sebastian urinated on a mattress pad. We were trying to figure out. I mean, that doesn't confirm it. So we were going to see if it was. We were going to see.
So may I ask you, where was the mattress pad located?
She could, after I get off, she could answer that probably. I wasn't there the day they found it. I think it was near a grocery store.
I see what I'm gonna have to do from now on. Yep. I see what I'm gonna have to do from now on. Lord have mercy. This is exactly what I was talking about at the beginning of this live stream. It's like the universe don't get it.
I would prefer that she please respect me and not go live about this. She already did one live. I'm just defending myself based off what was put out, because I've been getting messages on my YouTube videos about like, are you really in Tennessee? Yeah, I'm really here in Tennessee. I mean, what do you want me to do? Take a picture in front of the Welcome to Tennessee sign? But then, the internet works. They're like, oh, she photoshopped it. Like, no, like people can, TBI can verify. I've talked to the agents there. I've talked to the FBI people. Like, I've been doing this the right way. This is exactly what I want to broadcast my location. I have anxiety about like people, and like I'm staying with a relative of mine, and I know there was a rumor Michaela's my cousin. She's not my cousin. Michaela is definitely not my cousin. I'm staying with a male cousin.
It's just bizarre. I don't understand. I don't understand what the hell's going on. What is wrong with everybody? Please help me understand. What is wrong with everybody? You know what the problem is? What I said in the beginning. Everybody wants to be right. Everybody wants it. Looking like if I was an outsider looking in, and I hadn't heard of Sebastian, and I was just sitting here listening at this live stream right now, I would maybe say to myself, maybe this is all about attention. Somebody wants attention, because how else am I supposed to judge this? And I'm sitting here in the midst of it. And I'm not judging you. I'm not judging Terry Lynn. But what I'm trying to understand is, why is this bickering back and forth about a dog? A dog. And a mattress pad. I'm trying to understand.
And that's my point too. Like, I just wanted to defend myself as to why, because people were asking me, why haven't you gone to search this after? It's because I literally was going the legal proper way before I did anything, because I don't know. And the wife of a detective sent me a message this morning, and she was saying, hey, they've held on to it 5 days before you even got there. Be careful, because you could be considered, if this goes to court, there could be something against you. Do it the right way, which is what I've been doing. I wanted a paper trail of legal proof and action that since I've been to Tennessee, I've been trying to.
This is what I don't understand. Terry Lynn, have you taken this evidence to the TBI and the police? Because what some people would understand would say to yourself, I guess, with Jules and the dog, I don't even know what I'm saying. I don't know what I'm saying. I'm not trying to be rude, because I know people will gladly jump on that. But you have to understand my perspective as somebody listening to all of this. It's too much. So, Terry Lynn, did you contact the police with what you have? And if you contacted the police, when was the last time you contacted the police with this information? Because that's what people are going to question. What did she say? Oh, Terry Lynn was confused because she felt like you were coming the next day a bunch of times and you didn't something. Well, why would she think
Again,
that? I don't understand. I can't even pull up my live stream for some reason. This is weird.
I was real, and again, there were a couple times we were going to meet up, but people also have to remember I do still have a full-time job. I had a fever for 3 days. I was down and out, and I have proof of doctor's appointments to prove I was down and out. But
yeah, that's what I don't
work.
understand. I don't understand why Terry Lynn would want her to look at it anyway. That's just my perspective. I don't understand why Terry Lynn wouldn't take it to the police and say, "This is what I found. Could you look at it?" This is where I'm confused.
I mean, again, my dogs, yeah, they could have hit on it. So R was going to come and confirm it was like bodily fluids, and then my other dog, Gator, was going to match a piece of Sebastian's clothing, which law enforcement
so let me
has.
ask you something. Do you have something belonging to Sebastian right now?
Not from Seth. I got it through the legal organizations, and here's what I will explain. Some stuff, yes, it was taken for evidence. Yes, there's clothes specifically for evidence, but there's also stuff that was given specifically for canines to use. That's two separate things. And this is why I explained in my live stream the other night. This is why I said if you're like certified with similar credentials to canine officers, you don't fall under you fall under a different set of rules from like an AKC canine handler. You fall under like a police accredited association. That's where I'm certified through. I'm not like a regular handler. I really want this to stop. I was just defending myself based off of what was already put out there. That's all. I'm not trying to start new stuff. I'm just trying to defend what's already out there. We don't need to do anything new. I'm just defending because I'm getting comments and messages asking about why aren't you doing this. I just wanted to clarify before it goes everywhere.
Yeah, that's all I'm trying to say is I'm just trying to understand why somebody think she would just go and take her dogs to a mattress pad. I don't understand why. I don't understand that.
I understand the reasoning for like what they're certified to do, but at the same time, this was in someone else's possession for 5 days, and I was literally trying to do it the right way.
It's contaminated.
Mm-hmm.
Duh. It's contaminated.
Yeah, and I know another thing people were saying, like, oh, like you own a film production company. This is not for a movie. The last film I did was in 2020, and all of my films are about veterans who have PTSD. It's in the description. Yes, I kissed a person in one of my trailers for the movie. I'm an adult. I kissed. Sorry. It's if you look at the description for the movie.
Nobody's understanding. Yeah, somebody asked if you were in that movie. I wasn't asking you that because I'm not trying to get off topic. I'm not trying to be rude to the people in the chat. There's 1,000 people asking questions. I'm trying to let her explain herself so that way she can't ever say she came up here on a panel and she didn't get to explain herself. But I must admit, all of this goes back to why I titled the video what I did. This is exactly why I titled the video. It's as if the devil went looking. Well, here's your title. Here we go looking. This is sad to me.
Yep. And like I played a cop in the Friday the 13th movie. I was literally hired as a police consultant for a fan film. I was hired as a police consultant for the movie. And I was a police officer in the movie. And I have a Friday the 13th tattoo because I was deployed to Kandahar. The first Friday of every month, there's 13 Friday the 13th movies out there if you include the remake. 13 of us got a Friday the 13th Jason Voorhees tattoo somewhere on our bodies. That's just how we bonded. We were called the Jasons. That was our unit. That was like our squad joke name was the Jasons. So 13 of us have a Friday the 13th tattoo on us of Jason. That's it. So, and I don't care if people think it's weird. It is what it is. So. Okay. Sorry, this person's saying it's weird. Sorry, it's what it is. If you're in the military, you get it. If you're not, but now I know she's going to go and talk about it in her live stream. There's really no need to do it. I'm sorry, Queen. I'm so sorry. I was just trying to defend because it's out there. I was just trying to defend.
Unhide Robin because she got hit by mistake with all that other crazy nonsense that's going on. Unhide Robin.
I know, and people keep saying just toughen up, but I mean, my career is at risk here. Like everything gets like I don't think people understand. And again, Stephanie, the reason why I haven't is because, again, I was trying to do things the right way, but I couldn't help that the paper wasn't getting back to me in time, or I had a military call because, like, at the last minute, my commander's letting me work remotely. If he says, Julia, you need to get on the Zoom call now, guess what I have to do? Sorry, I can't meet you today. I have to do this. I mean, it's just how it is. And I just, now it's like, I don't even want to call her without having my aunt, who's an attorney, on the line with me just to defend myself and protect myself, because like that's what it's escalating to, and it did not need to. I was literally, I'm sorry, Queen, I was just defending myself based off what was out there last night.
I'm glad you said something, but I'm going to give you this piece of advice from an older lady. I'm not older, but I'm middle-aged. From now on, I don't care what you're doing, whether it's in the military or your personal life, make sure you clarify anything you say. So this is why I don't like texting. I don't do text with people. Anybody that knows me, no, don't text me nothing. I don't like texting. Call me to tell me what you have to tell me, and I'll call you and tell you what I got to tell you. You understand what I'm saying? Because you can misconstrue a text. So you have to speak on anything else pertaining to this case or just life in general. Speak verbatim what you mean. Now, if it's something that you cannot repeat, then you just say that. I cannot give you that information. Because you know I'm sitting up here curious about what you said earlier, where you couldn't expect a certain conversation you couldn't reveal, but I understand. Because it would be more drama, so.
And I know if she doesn't go into, like, I'm definitely not going to go and call her, because I was going to at some point today. Last night, I was getting so many messages and comments, like, why you this and why you that? It's like, please, people, it's like 2 a.m. Like, let me go to bed for a couple hours, wake up and have a new day. I don't want to call anybody right now. When emotions are super high, that's the worst time to call somebody.
Well, and that's the reason why I wasn't going to let her come up here, because once I kept seeing people kept saying, let her come up. And then she was in the chat. And then you all of a sudden out of nowhere start talking about her. I don't even know if you saw her in the chat or not. I already knew what time of day it was. I was like, no, I ain't gonna be none of that up here. I'm not going to let people go back and forth, because that's exactly what would happen. It's easy to say, no, I wouldn't do that on your panel. Well, that's easier said until you get up here, and then you keep talking, and then she says something, and then you say, no, I didn't say that. No, that wasn't me. Then that's how it's going to get started. Yeah. So I wasn't going to allow that.
No, I don't know. She's going to go and talk about it. And now it's just like, it's literally, I only came here to defend something out there. This is not putting on a new thing. Because, you know, in America, you have the right to defend yourself. So I don't know. I'm trying to do the right thing. I'm sorry, Queen.
Well, somebody says, do you believe Ellie is interested in solving this case? Can you speak on that or no?
I can speak on it. There's a lot of stuff going on that I know they're very close to the vest, but you have to think of as to why. This is what gone way above and beyond what was originally asked. Katie and Chris reached out to the Cajun Navy because they were around for Riley's strain, which everybody heard about. Once the Cajun Navy got involved and all these public posts were happening, this blew up nationally. Like, this blew up. So that's kind of why, and I think because of that, they have to be very, very careful with what goes out. They don't want to, like, have a press conference.
Oh yeah, because that's the whole point. That's law enforcement. It's just like all the stuff you see in other crimes. Like, you know, I talk about Rex Heuermann. I was going to do that one this afternoon. They have a reason for everything. There's a methodology in everything in law enforcement, especially if they're on the case and they're doing what they need to do. They cannot just come out and tell you what you think you want to hear. It doesn't work like that. They have to preserve the investigation. You cannot, especially if you think you are on to, let's say, suspects. You cannot just come out and just randomly throw out, yeah, we think, Bubba and Susie Mae did it. Well, here comes the questions. Well, why do you think they did it? Well, what are you going to say in a response? Now Susie, Mae, and Bubba walking around knowing that they're suspects. They can go on the run underground. They can start messing with people who they think are witnesses. You see what I'm saying? You can't, because that's not how law enforcement works. They can't tell you stuff.
Right, and I will never say anything bad about Terry or anybody else. I'm just presenting stuff that was already out there. I'm not going to say she's a bad person. I think she's great for volunteering her time. I really do. I truthfully think what she's doing is awesome.
Well, do you think, let me ask you this, do you think they have suspects, or do you think this is criminal? Let me start with that. Do you think this is criminal in the eyes of law enforcement and also yourself, or would you like to decline both questions?
I mean, I can't speak for them, but I'll speak for me. If I was looking at this, if I were running this investigation, the only reason why I would keep things close to the vest is because if someone did have him or something was going out there, I don't want to tip off anybody to what's going on. I mean, I can't speak for Eric Craddock or, Carter and what they're doing, but all I've learned in the past, everything law enforcement does is for a reason. And you know what, it's okay, because maybe they want to have this out there that like, oh, we're just like kind of doing our thing, and maybe someone will get angry or somebody's going to do something stupid because I think law enforcement's not paying attention. I guarantee you they're paying attention. I mean, Agent Simmons just got an award the other day for doing something for the FBI Memphis office.
Well, let me ask you something. Do you think this is criminal, sweetheart? Do you think this is a criminal investigation, criminal case?
I think it's going that direction. I think it didn't start out that way, but I think it's going that direction. Because you're involving
do you think law enforcement, FBI, TBI, and Secret Service believes this is criminal, or have deemed it criminal but haven't said so?
I don't know anything about Secret Service because I don't know about their involvement, but I'll say this. When people say the FBI is involved, then I can explain why I know this is true. If you go to the TBI agent working on this case, his LinkedIn page even says he's a correspondent with the FBI. So the agent assigned to this investigation is a correspondent with the FBI. He just won an award, the FBI Memphis office, for doing investigative work. Like, these people know what they're doing. So yeah, FBI really has been involved from the get-go. They have a correspondent between the TBI and FBI office. He's relaying stuff to them. People think FBI is out of DC. Every state has their own FBI field office, if that makes sense. So I'm not gonna. I don't know anything about like.
Just say you're not gonna speculate on their behalf. I'm just asking a question. That's all.
Yeah,
probably wouldn't be a good idea for me to ask you that, knowing that you also work with them. So I apologize for that.
And I don't want to give up on Sebastian. I really don't. But I just want people to stop talking about me. That's all. I'm like, I was just defending myself, and you've been very nice and respectful to me, and that's why I messaged Regina actually the other night.
I heard. I do believe someone was on my panel speaking about you. Would that be a mishap?
That would be. I spoke about her too, and that's the reason I said if Jules come out and said that he was flirting with her, I would take it that Seth was probably just a lonely.
Well, she didn't say that. She didn't say that on my panel. Did you say that? I missed that.
No, I heard. Yeah, Regina's been very respectful to me. Her and Nana, they both were here that night. They both were being very respectful.
Do you want to answer that, since Regina threw that out, because that's not what she said when she first came up? Do you believe he was flirting with you, ma'am?
He made some interesting jokes towards me, but it was more so the anger than anything. So the jokes.
Can you elaborate on the jokes or no?
Just stupid jokes that, like, the military has a very interesting sense of humor instead of cops. So, like, it was just jokes.
Had he been in the military? Seth was in the military?
No, but I'm saying cops and military have similar mind.
I see.
Okay. So
you don't think he was flirting with you?
No.
Okay, but you saw maybe, or no, I don't say maybe, I'm put words in your mouth. You saw some anger issues with Mr. Rogers. Is that what you're saying on this live stream?
A little bit of anger, but also stuff was getting revealed to other people that was supposed to be kept private. It's more so like
I just want to make sure there's clarification before this live ends. I just want to make sure that we get an understanding. Okay. All right. Well, anything else you'd like to say? Because I know you had sent me a message. I just called it about 15 minutes ago that you had some business to take care of. So
yeah,
I let out what you want to say on this live stream.
No, I mean, I'm sure I'm going to get blasted somewhere else now, which is whatever. I just don't want to give up, but it's getting to the point where it's just like, it's human nature to defend myself, and I'm trying to do the right thing, and I wish people would think before they went on and did stuff, because I'm trying hard in my own time behind the scenes to get stuff done the right way. What if this goes to court? It could, we don't know. There's a lot of stuff that needs to be accounted for. So I don't know. And again, I really don't want to call her now without involving legal stuff. That's not to be mean. It's just literally, I feel like I have to protect myself. You know what I mean? So.
Just saying. Well, because the point is, I'm not in your shoes. I don't know what you're going through. And everybody has a job. We now know that you actually have a real job that you go to. Everybody has to stand account to somebody at some point. That's what I was trying to tell people about speaking on social media and saying things. If you have a job, at some point, that's going to get back to your employer. I don't know why people don't believe that.
Well, people are already calling my like former like canine people I work for like privately. They were calling them to validate my credentials. I'm like, what? And like my boss, they think my boss isn't gonna tell me that. They're just like, why is this person calling me? It's just like I honestly don't know. It's weird.
Wait a minute, slow down. Somebody in the college supervisor.
Oh yeah, this one person who she found me
Okay,
on
let me say
Instagram.
something. Now I gotta say something now. Hold on. Why are you all calling her job for what?
To validate my credentials. I mean, do you think Agent Simmons would have said you're good to go if I didn't have the cert?
It's not for nobody to validate nothing. That's up to the people who are involved with you, such as the parents, Seth, whoever hired you or brought you in. That's for them to validate you and find out what you got going on. That is not for nobody else. That's what's been going on with all this nonsense. Everybody got something to say about everybody coming into the case. Okay, y'all got a problem with Tony. Okay, you don't like him. He's got a past record, this, that, whatever. That's Tony's business. I don't really care about none of that, to tell you the truth. Because in the end, I don't have no control. You see what I'm saying? I'm just an outsider looking in. If Seth want to deal with Tony, that's his business. That's his business. That's what people don't seem to understand about this stuff going on with Seth. Seth may have some internal stuff going on already. And he's lashing out, pissed off about whatever. Naturally, he's going to be pissed off because his child is missing. He probably's got some old baggage unresolved with Katie, Chris, everything. Now, all these people coming in supposed to help. It's all this stuff about he said this out of the way. He's doing this out of the way. Then we got that old crazy nonsense with Michaela and that other little minion. It's just like on like Donkey Kong, and it's ridiculous. It's just ridiculous.
Yeah, and I do respect Terry Lynn. I want to make that clear. I respect her, and I wanted to help her, but I want to do this right. I want to have a proper chain of custody. I want to do this legally. And when law enforcement tells me, hey, we'll meet you today, but then they have something come up, there's other missing people and other crimes going on in Tennessee. If they have something else come up and they cancel it, unfortunately, I'm the fall guy, and that happens.
God,
I don't know what to do.
I sure wish I had known you 3 years ago. Woo, honey, because it's something I told Heather I want somebody to check out right here in Clinton, Tennessee. Dang.
Right. And I just, I'm going to, if she doesn't live a lie about me or whatever, I'm not going to go up somewhere else and defend myself again. I mean, people are going to do what they want to do. I just wanted to speak to last night in case I get more messages like, why haven't you gone? Where are you really? I answered to my superiors. I answered to law enforcement. I answer to my dogs, literally, like they're my world. I love my canines. I love what I do, but I wish I could just rewind, go back to day one.
And that's what happens. Right. You can't rewind. This is why I keep telling people about talking publicly, responding to things, getting involved with people. All it takes is one small incident. Somebody said you said something, did something. Before you know it, it's out of control. It's just out of control.
Right.
It's out of control. And that's what you have here.
And like I said, I respect Terry Lynn, and I would ask her, please respect me, my profession, my career, and do not, I'm just defending last night. Please let me do this the right way. Please, I'm begging.
Terry Lynn, I'm going to say this to you. You do whatever you want. You grown. The woman don't want you talking about her on your channel and saying anything about this nonsense. That's what the complaint is at the moment, I guess.
I'm just defending last night's stuff. We don't need anything new going forward. I'm going to do this the right way. I'm going to do this the legal way. And
maybe Terry Lynn don't understand. Can you not? Do you not want to get involved with this dog and anything else? Your superior told you not to do anything. So what is it that don't nobody understand about what she just said? Told her not to do nothing.
Yeah, he wants me to do things the right way. He wants me to go through law enforcement, and I mean that's what he wants me to do. I'm not gonna hang out on chats anymore. I'm not gonna go on panels anymore. If I go live, it's gonna be.
I wouldn't. I don't recommend it. Listen, take it from a 53-year-old. Stop. Just stop. Don't go into Facebook groups. No, listen to me, honey. Don't go into Facebook groups no more. Don't go on another panel. Don't comment. I wouldn't even comment in the damn chat. Do you? You have a real job. This is what people don't understand about people who actually go to work and have real jobs. They have real careers. I would focus on my career that I get an actual check for. I would do what I need to do with my dogs on whenever I feel like it, but I would remove myself completely from this nonsense and live your life. Eventually, they will forget all about Jules, and they'll be stalking and jumping on somebody else's damn back.
Mm-hmm.
I would. I'd get the hell on. I'd get the hell on.
Right. I want us to stay like.
I would have no parts of this shit. This shit's ridiculous now. So excuse my language. This is outrageous. All this back and forth.
I mean, like I said, I appreciate what you did with trying to go through the mayor to get it, but he was taking too long for me, and I went a different route to try to go. And I had to go through loopholes. I had to do an actual post test to like prove that I was smart enough to do things. Like I had to do all this stuff. But now it's just like I want to find this boy. I just wanted to clear up why. I wanted to give an explanation because I wanted to explain why. Yes, we did have plans to meet up a couple times.
And you can't just be walking around. And another thing, I live in Tennessee. I don't know, maybe some of y'all navigate different down here. You cannot just be walking around on people's properties.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe y'all do that in Middle Tennessee. You don't do that shit here. I can tell you that. You will not just be walking around with nothing. A dog, a cat, a damn donkey. Just walking around. Oh, no. Hell no.
Queen, what most people don't understand even more is that is literally part of the training of what is allowed legally and what is proper and protocol.
You cannot just go around searching, period. Dog or no dog.
Exactly.
What is it? I mean, where is everybody from?
Mm-hmm. I agree.
Can't do it here.
Jesus Christ.
I don't know why people want proof that I'm in Tennessee. I don't know how I'm going to prove that. Like I said, why would I, like, I don't know how I can prove that. I don't know what I have to do. I don't need to prove to anybody. I'm here. I don't know what to do. Like, I don't want to meet up with, like, you have to understand why I'm going to be hesitant to meet up with anybody right now. Because, like, what if, like, my dog doesn't hit like it's supposed to? Or what if something happens they don't like? You know what I mean? So,
yeah.
I just really want, I'm trying to.
Yeah, I know you might be local, but that doesn't have anything to do with somebody not wanting you on their property. That's what I speak from a lot. I live a different life than most people. I just live differently. I know how people navigate. What you think is good is not good to somebody else. It doesn't matter where you're from. People don't want you on their property. It doesn't mean that they're involved in a crime. They have anything to do with it. I personally don't recommend it.
Mm-hmm.
I personally don't recommend nobody walking around on land. Period. I just don't. Now, naturally, you want to search for a person. You do that. You get out and you search. But the thing is, people are funky about their property, whether there's a structure on it or not. Nobody thinks about sinkholes. We do have sinkholes here. You all don't think about that. Walking and next thing you know, there's a person missing and you don't know where they are. I mean, you just have to be realistic. You talk about walking in brush, and you don't even know what's in the brush. You don't know if somebody has their land booby trapped or not, because people like to go on people's land and do all type of crazy stuff, litter, lauder. So what if somebody's having problems out of somebody, and they've got it booby trapped, and you're just walking along? You don't know they've got a booby trap for a rabbit, a deer, or a damn cougar. Ooh.
And I mean, Terry's never gone on private people's property. She's gone public places. She wasn't the one that was going. There were other people who were just walking on church properties and whatnot, but that wasn't her. That was somebody else.
I mean, I'm just speaking in general terms. Just going on properties, private properties, because I think a lot of people think just because it's an open field, let's say, that you should just walk on through there to look for somebody, or just if you just were bored, you just want to take a walk. I don't recommend it. I don't.
I always ask
how
permission
crazy
first.
people are about their properties. People will come out shooting. People are just crazy nowadays. So this is why you have to be careful doing stuff. But it seems like to me right now, Terry says she doesn't want to do with the drama, but you're going back and forth now saying she's supposed to be with you, and are you still saying, Jules, that you did not talk to her about meeting with her this weekend?
No, I did say in my live, but the weekend hasn't happened yet. The weekend starts tomorrow, so I mean that hasn't happened yet. But also, I'm not gonna like I would love to meet, but if I'm gonna get like doxxed publicly, like last night, why would I want to meet up with someone? Because I don't know what they're gonna do when I'm like they're like I want reassurance on a couple things that's still gonna happen, and I hope people can respect that. This weekend hasn't happened yet, so I feel like I can't be judged based off of the weekend not happening yet.
I'm trying to understand how it keeps going left.
Mm-hmm.
It started all with the Proudfoots coming forward, speaking first. Then Seth comes out. Mm-hmm. Then Seth tells us all this stuff about Katie. Then it's YouTube hopping. Then here comes the PIs. More nonsense, more rhetoric. Then we've got leaked audio. That caused the problem. Then we had PIs disappearing. Dog handlers coming. Cajun Navy people coming. And in between that, people being run off, this and that. Allegations of flyers being taken down. I just want people to just backtrack everything you've heard in 3 months. You see where I'm going?
Mm-hmm.
Then we had this nonsense with this Michaela girl, I guess using Seth, getting involved with him, running stuff back to that little dirty YouTuber. And now we have you sitting up here just trying to defend yourself. And she's down here saying what you said you gonna do ain't done. You're telling us what your supervisor told you to do.
Mm-hmm.
And you now telling us that the mayor, you had an issue with the mayor. So that's why you haven't met with her, allegedly. Am I repeating that right?
Well, she went to the mayor to try to get me deputized, but he took too long, and I'm sure she could agree with this.
Okay, so that's what I'm saying. So that's your response. You couldn't get deputized. Well, so Terry Lane, if she's not telling you this, well, what's the problem? What's still the problem? I don't understand.
Because if there is, whether she or the other searcher found that mattress pad, they know where it is currently. I wanted to go the federal route to get deputized by a federal agency because I'm worried about, something being found. And if it is having someone's DNA on it or something like that, there has to be a proper chain of custody. Now, if I'm deputized and I can fall under certain rules and restrictions, then we're good to go. There's no withholding evidence. I hope that makes sense.
Man, this is bad. Are you deputized? Are you deputized now?
Yes, I am.
Okay, when did you get deputized?
I got deputized at the beginning of the week. Officially on Monday, I got my official paperwork and documents. Last week, we closed it out, but it wasn't officially badged. Like, last week, it was going to be, but my badge never got Monday.
Let me ask this. Where is the mattress pad now?
Another searcher that Terry knows has it. I don't want to... She can speak to that when I get off here if she wants to, but another searcher has it. I just know that. I know it's a searcher she knows.
Well, I'm going to tell you now, this mattress pad, I don't know. I don't know anything about dogs searching them. I did a little research, just probably last year when I was talking about the Summer Wells stuff, and you have to speak on that. The fact that everybody's been touching it.
I mean, if she wants to look for another canine person, that's fine. Maybe that's better. If she's a canine doing that stuff and I'm doing something somewhere else, hey, it's more coverage across the state. That's fine. I just really want to stop being, I want it to stop because people don't know what I'm doing behind the scenes. I'm trying to do things legally. That's all I want. I just want to do things right by everybody. I want everyone protected. Even people that don't like me, I want them protected. So that's all. That's all it is. So I hope that makes sense.
I was going to ask something. I forgot because all these comments in the chat is making my head hurt. And I lost my train of thought. I was about to ask, this is what I was going to ask you about the dogs. You have 1 or 2 dogs?
I have 2 with me.
2. Okay, so let me ask you this. Are your dogs trained for living and deceased?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Okay, man. Well, I'm trying to understand why the police don't have the mattress pad. Because this don't really make no sense to me, what we're talking about up here. I'm not trying to be rude, but I don't understand what the hell we're talking about. I want to know why the police don't have the mattress pad. Because in if Jules never came into the picture, see, I use deduction. A lot of people just don't think like me. If Jules never existed, would we still be talking about a mattress pad? Where I want everybody to pay attention to that. If Jules never existed, where would the mattress pad be? Ding, ding, ding.
Queen, just so you know, that Alistair wore, that was the troll that was in Terry Lynn's chat that just happened to pop up now. That was saying I haven't actually been talking to TBI. That Alistair wore, that's a troll. So that's not. They don't actually have a camera handler now.
All right, Regina. Regina, I'll put you down. You want to go?
Get Sebastian's picture as like their profile.
Yeah, if that's okay, Queen.
But thank you, babe.
Me. Thank you. Bless
bye, honey.
Bye-bye.
Sorry, I didn't check that before. I apologize.
Yeah, this Alistair War person literally was in Terry Lynn's chat the other day and saying, "Oh, you're not actually talking. How do you know what I'm doing, bro?" So it's just like, go away. So I'm giving you a heads up that it's not. That's who that person is.
Hey, hold on. Who is it? Who's saying something to you out of the way?
That Alistair War person, that's the person in Terry Lynn's chat the other night that was making up a bunch of stuff, and that's the. And even Terry was like, "Don't engage with that person."
Alistair. Wait a minute. Okay. And take that picture down of that child. Anything else, Jules? Because this is just absolutely ridiculous.
I mean, now I gotta
understand what is going on here.
I hope he's found as soon as possible. Like,
I'm so. Oh my God! I have just a few more stories pertaining to children. I don't ever want to talk about another kid.
No, I really can.
Oh, Lord
people just drop this whole thing. Like, I'm gonna like. I was just only. I'm sorry, Queen. I was only defending the live I saw last night. I was getting comments on live videos.
So ridiculous, Jesus Christ!
I mean, I'm defending myself from last night. We don't need to go forward and put anything new forward. I was defending myself from information that was already out there. We don't need to talk about this any further. You know what I mean? And I wish it would stop right here. Like, Terry Lynn, please respect me as a woman, as a military officer. Please just. I was only defending myself. I respect you. I think you're a badass. I think you're a tough woman. But please, please, let me do what I need to do. I'm sorry if you felt stood up. I really legitimately am. Hear me. And everyone here's a witness. I'm sorry. Just please stop with please.
Yeah, because I got a feeling this ain't going to stop once you come off this live stream. It's going to be something else. It's because I know people.
I appreciate what she does. I've always said that from day one. It's just there's a lot of stuff behind the scenes.
I don't want to be on these streets, Foxy. Why would I want to be a part of this? This live stream was going good. Why do you think I got up early to do the live stream? Because it was more peaceful in the early morning. Like I went live the other day at 6. It was wonderful. We had maybe 2 trolls the whole live.
I mean, I'm not
disrespecting. Everybody was talking. They were giving their opinions. It wasn't none of this right here. The dead wakes up at a certain time. You understand what I'm saying? And people just lose their minds because it goes back to what I was saying in the beginning. Everybody has such strong opinions about this one, that one. But like I said, in the end, no matter what you think of the people, you don't know them. Now, as far as you all, the other entities who are immersing themselves or being brought into the case, we don't know you either. But I just think, I'm just going to be truthful. I'm just speaking from experience. I just don't advise it. I ain't trying to be, I don't advise it at all.
Right.
I'm speaking from personal experience, from what I've seen dealing with missing people and how it gets to this point, because I've been a party to it. I don't recommend it. That's why I don't go around here bothering anybody in Knoxville or the surrounding area pertaining to a missing person case. I don't ever want to get involved in some he said, she said ruckus. I can't do it, and I won't.
And I do respect her for what she's doing. She's been doing this longer than me with the Sebastian case. I respect her highly. It's just, I mean, I have anxiety. I have PTSD. I'm trying to do this the right way.
That's the reason why. That's why you probably got to be careful any cases you choose to get your dogs involved, because if the owner is stressed, the dogs will be stressed. Am I correct?
Yep, that's why I mentioned in my life you can work your dogs off lead. Everything travels on leash. That's why with Ara, I let her go off lead, and I don't live stream. I mean, I don't live stream my searches. Not because I'm lying about where I'm at. It's because what if I'm live streaming and, like, let's say Katie or Chris or Seth's watching my live stream. What if I find something that's traumatizing? Think about what the searchers with the Chad Daybell. Think of what they experienced when they found those, especially Tylee. She was like all like butchered. Think about what they went through. Like, I don't want a parent to see that. That's the only reason why I don't.
Well, I just think at this point, me personally, looking into the looking glass, putting aside who said what, I think everybody just needs to go their own separate way. It doesn't need to keep being talked about and gossiped about. You go your way. Terry Lynn goes her way. Everybody does their own thing. Because in the end, what people don't seem to understand is you do have a real job. You don't act like she doing this by herself. I thought maybe you were just doing this. This was your business of having the dogs, but you have now explained that you have a real job. So really, Jules doesn't have to explain anything to anybody because she has a real job where she gets a real paycheck. So her job is not just a dog handler.
No, that's just a certification I have, and that's like my. I don't want to say hobby. It's a bad word, but like I train my canines. I was an enlisted handler before in the military, so I train my own dogs too. It's guys work on cars. I train my dogs. I do stuff like that's what I do. I do dog sports.
I have a different perspective now, knowing that, okay, one, she doesn't live here. Okay, two, she has a real job. So I think people need to be respectful of that. She does have a real job. She doesn't need any drama jumping off from all this he said, she said to affect her real job. She has an actual job to go be accountable to. So I don't think anybody understands that. See, I didn't know that at first. That's why I'm now hearing all this stuff going on. I wouldn't worry myself about any of this. I'm going to be truthful with you, sweetie. Remove yourself. Do yourself a favor. I'm serious. Because I just got a feeling it will be something else.
Right. And I mean,
because it's chaotic. It's too chaotic at this point. It's too chaotic.
Yeah. And
it's just too chaotic.
I respect her. I do. And I'm sorry that I had to other people report you. I was sick. I had other stuff going on. And I'm sorry. Yes, people are right. I should have not tried. You don't want to, overpromise and underdeliver. Unfortunately, I can't happen when stuff comes up. And I hold myself accountable. Yes, I was wrong to promise and then not be able to go through with it. I'm sorry. I just want this. But there are things behind the scenes I was working on. And I wish people would just, please, we don't need to do this further. I want to do what I want to do. I want to find this boy. Terry wants to find him.
Yeah, Vivian is right. Reach out to another handler, civilian handler. That's all. That's all. That's it. But if I was another handler, I wouldn't get involved in this. That's just queen, honey. Listen, I live my life just the way some of the stuff I talk about on this channel. When I get an inkling something ain't right, I want to get the hell on. I want to say, you know what? This is too much. Now, have I made mistakes and still wrangled in some old nonsense? Of course, I'm human. But this right here, this is this is somebody else's life. We're talking about a child's life. I couldn't do it because I know me and I know my temperament. First time a parent got crunk, got to talking crazy. Okay, I'm gonna give you a pass that first time. But you come at me talking crazy that second time, me and my dog, we are on a B train out of here. We on a B train out of here because nobody's gonna disrespect me. You're not gonna talk crazy to me. You're not gonna say anything derogatory towards me. Because let me tell you something, your ass be laying face down. You'll be laying face down. So to keep you from laying face down, I'm gonna remove myself. And I'll kindly tell you to your face. Well, I tell you what, baby, God bless you on your journey. I hope you find your son. And I'd walk off.
Right.
And I'd walk off.
Yeah, I have a lot to think about.
All this nonsense. This is nonsense.
I agree. And I'm not going to speak about her after, on her in any type of light outside of here. I just wanted to explain I'm not going to bash her. I'm not going to do it. Not that you were saying I am, but other people might assume I'm not going to do it.
Don't post nothing else. Don't say nothing. People going to take a clip of this damn live stream anyway. That's all they do. Clip, 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 clip. Clip my live stream. Don't be clipping my stuff. Go clip your own videos. Clip your own videos. Because you only clipping it is to stir up more mess.
Right. And I respect you, Queen. You're awesome. You had me laughing the other day when that Cassie girl was.
I know, girl. You know, listen. I'm really a budding actress.
That was so funny when you were just.
You like Dolly Parton? You like Dolly Parton?
Yes, Dolly's cool.
Okay, I was in her last movie.
Really?
Yeah, I'm in the opening scenes. It's the casino scene. You'll see me in her clapping. Yeah. No speaking roles. No speaking roles. But that was an interesting experience. Miss Dolly, got to meet her. She came out on stage when we did the one of the scenes in the casino, and she looks just like herself. One thing about it, she's petite, big blonde hair, and high heels. Yeah, but I'm just saying, jokingly, this YouTube business, it's pertaining on the content you bring. Ooh, baby, it's a price to pay. I will say that it's a price to pay doing this.
Right, and I know people keep saying I don't take money from people, and people have asked me, hey, is there something for your dogs? I made an Amazon wish list, and honestly, not saying drop it here, but the only reason I said is because yes, it still has my Pennsylvania address on it, because people were trying to figure out where my cousin lived, take pictures of his house. That's weird as hell. Don't
see, this you got to be careful. This is what I'm saying. See, this is what you probably never even paid attention to this because you were living your own life, best life, doing jewels. The people that watch YouTube, there's a lot wrong with a lot of people who watch this type of content, especially true crime, even entertainment. They get so immersed in the commentary. They get immersed in the chat if the person goes live. They get immersed in the comments below the video, and they lose sight of reality to where they'll do this all day. I saw these signs. Matter of fact, I'm just going to be truthful on this live stream. I've seen this bizarre behavior with two other people, and I don't want no parts of it. When I see you're acting like you are a psycho, I will remove myself. You start talking a certain way in your conversations. You seem to be always immersed in the chat. You know, all that channel hopping, and you got to come back and repeat what they said on the other channel. You got to keep. I don't want to deal with you. So I'll let that be known right now. And see, you may not have known that before you got involved in this. I don't know if you knew that, how people act up here on YouTube.
No, I didn't, honestly.
Yeah,
I don't know if it's actually Seth. I don't know if it's actually Seth in your chat or not. I have no idea. If he did, maybe he changed his picture, but they said Seth's in your. It could be him. I don't know.
Well, I'm not focusing on that because I got enough. My head's hurting right now. But what I'm trying to explain to you is seriously, you now know what to expect in Facebook groups, that Discord, whatever the hell that is, Twitter, X, all of that. It breeds contempt. These people don't have nothing to focus on. I talk to people all the time in the street, and I can say, oh yeah, I'm on YouTube, woo. They don't even know what the hell I'm talking about. They don't know nothing about the people missing. They don't know anything about the people dead. They don't care. They're not interested. You see what I'm saying? Because there's a different breed of people that watch YouTube, especially true crime. And the people I talk to, they don't care.
Exactly.
They wouldn't waste their breath going in the chat. They wouldn't sit for hours commenting. Because I can just start talking to people and saying, woo, yeah, it's a lot dealing with the people and the YouTubers and the this and the that. And they'll look at me like, what the hell are you talking about? They don't care about YouTube.
You're awesome, by the way. I appreciate your advice, and I'm not discussing anything about the case, especially online going forward, especially because with how I've been working with. I just wanted to clarify last night, but again, I'll talk dog handling training and stuff on my channel specifically. But in regards to the investigation, I'm not saying anything to anybody anymore after this, just because I have to be professional. I just wanted to defend myself. That's all. But I don't have a TikTok, thank God. But I'm not doing anything else platform-wise regarding this.
I wouldn't do any of that I wouldn't. I would. You know who you need to get involved with? People who show you that they are genuine about finding their loved one, and that's the best thing to do. And I'm going to tell you this, and I learned this from my father. He said, if you want to learn people, be quiet and watch.
Yep.
Because that's something we don't do as people. We jump head in first, right? We jump in things head first, not looking to see if there's water in the pool. Okay? So when you go to the swimming pool, what are you expecting to see in there? Water. Okay? So YouTube, Facebook, X, all of that nonsense, it's a pool without water. There's no water in the pool.
Right.
And the people are actually looking in the pool and definitely see ain't no water in there. But yet they jump in there any damn way. And then they say, oh, I busted my head. I don't know why I'm bleeding. Well, you were looking in the pool and you saw there wasn't no water in there. What the hell you jumping there for? So it's a choice. All this is foolishness to me. This is utter foolishness to me, because there's no way I should be hearing what I just heard on this live stream from you. There's no way I should be hearing this type of bullshit. Right. This is bullshit. This is bullshit to me.
I agree. And again, I appreciate you taking the time to let me explain some things.
I didn't know what you were going to say when you came up here, but I gave you a chance to say whatever you wanted to clear your throat about whatever. I try to let people speak. A lot of people don't come on the channel to talk about anything that's in true crime. I don't expect them to, people that's been involved in a case. But one thing I can say is this is not how things should be playing out pertaining to a missing person. This right here, this shouldn't be happening. I'm sorry, but it shouldn't be happening.
I agree, and I apologize. I just want to move on. I want to do my thing.
Let me tell you something. Stop saying you're sorry. Stop it.
I know.
Start today. Stop apologizing.
Yes, ma'am. I can do that.
Own your truth. Speak your truth. Be as transparent. So you now know, after all of this that you've dealt with, he said and she said, from here on out, you just speak your truth. Don't generalize anything when you're talking to people. Just say, this is how I feel about this. If you cannot answer anything, then you say that. I cannot speak on that. And that way it's dropped. And they can think whatever they want to think. I mean, I don't care if it's your job at the military or whoever. Just, I can't speak on that. And then you keep it moving. Because all of this now is just, this is just like just a rolling ball. You understand? And the ball just keeps rolling. And it ain't stopping nowhere. And it's picking up lint.
And all kinds of stuff.
Dirt, it's picking up mud. It's just a rolling ball. And it's sad. It's sad. But do you ever come out to East Tennessee?
Sometimes I do. I went through, Ray's family lives in Arizona, so sometimes we drive down through. We take a long route to get down there. Like I went through Gatlinburg and like all those places before. So I love going out that way.
I spoke to Heather about a case. His name is Chad Carr. His mother and sister did a Dateline special. And I've talked about him on my channel. It's 3 years now that he's been missing from the Foundation House in Clinton. I've been out there and I've filmed, gone live. I do believe he was unalive at that house. I believe the men at that house unalived him because his personal belongings were still at the property. And he's been missing now 3 years.
Oh.
And if you get some free time, I mean, you don't have to do anything, because you're busy. But just saying, if you want to just go over it and look at it.
Yeah, I'll have to email you for sure about it. I'll email you if I can.
I'm on Instagram. Are you on Instagram?
I'm on Instagram. I'm not on Facebook right now, still, just because that's a whole contextual issue that's bullshit. But yeah, I'll Instagram you. Is it the Vault or what do you want?
No,
Instagram
Big Sexy 71.
Oh my God, I'll follow you, and yeah, I'll send you a message. I'll look over it.
Yeah,
sure.
Just if you ever come to this area, it's in the county, and it's rural. and there's a big old house where they house the men in the middle of nowhere. It's very interesting. If you ever take a ride out there, you'll see what I'm saying, and you'll use deduction if you go out there. Just for matter of fact, you can Google the house on the Google Maps, and it'll pull it up, the house, the foundation.
I'll have to do that for sure.
Yeah, and you get an aerial view. I think you'll come to your own conclusion once you see the house and where it's located.
I will absolutely. Yeah, I'll message you on Instagram. If you can just we'll talk the details again real quick, and you can refresh my brain, because honestly, I'm over text this morning from a bunch of stuff. So,
Chad Carr is his name.
I'll write that down at least. Okay.
Yeah, just put Chad Carr. If you pull up an article, they'll mention the foundation house, and then you can just Google the house itself, and it'll come up in Google search.
Okay, yeah, that's fine. And I'm sorry, Tracy, that I took over, because I know Tracy was up here, and
Tracy, she probably just wanted. I was saying about Seth earlier, but I know you're almost done. I'll wait for your next. Oh, Tracy, I'm still up here, honey. I'm 6 hours in.
Yeah, and again, I would never make plans to not just I would never just let someone hang out at a grocery store where I said I was going to be. It's if something came up, I do let people know hey, this came up, or I'm sick. I don't just I don't know if anyone else was stood up as a kid ever with stuff. My dad disappointed me a lot. I don't that's probably why I apologize so much, is I take things twice as hard, because I was raised in a narcissistic house growing up as a kid. So I over apologize all the time.
Because you're overcompensating. Stop doing that.
I know.
Don't do that no more.
And again, I'm not going to say anything.
Just say, give your opinion and then stand on it. And if you think you made a mistake in something that you said, or you said something that happened to be incorrect, there's nothing wrong with going back saying, I misquoted, because I do it all the time in my videos. If I mispronounced something or I missaid something, I don't mind putting a correction in the video to say, oh, I missed the wrong date. I put the wrong date in the live, because I did that the other day pertaining to something I was talking about. And I quoted last Friday as the first. But I don't have a problem with putting a correction in the video. It's no big deal. It's not no big deal.
And I appreciate that about you. That's why, of all people, I knew you were going to be one of the people that was going to be this is how it is. You're very, cut and dry. And I love that about you. I really do. So I'm just going to keep doing me. I'm going to keep doing what I'm doing for searches. I'm going to work.
And thank you for your service.
Oh, thank you for your support and for your family support. You were talking about your father.
Briefly, he was in Vietnam. Yes, he's no longer living. He passed away, heart failure back in 2016.
Did you get his military honors?
Well, that's interesting. They gave that to another relative. Yeah, that's a whole nother story.
If you want to give me your address, I'll give you a flag, because I do military funeral honors. It's an additional duty thing. I have a flag, and I'll make sure you get one.
I don't even know who has it. I don't know if they still have all that was handed. I mean, I was there, when the military did everything. That's a whole.
I'll give you a flag. I'll make sure you get one, a legit flag, so you can put it in a case for him. So I'll make sure you get one.
Oh, I appreciate that.
Yeah, I do that as it's an additional duty. The officer who does the funeral honors is supposed to be a rank higher than the person who passed away. So I'll give you a flag, but I'll definitely do that, because you deserve one. So I'll make sure you get one.
Yeah, because I don't even know. They probably got the everything they gave was probably wrapped up in a tub or something somewhere stored.
No. I don't have a case, but I'll give you a flag at least for sure, so you have one. So at least there's that for you.
Okay. Well, how do you feel about everything that's been said? Do you feel better now that you've come up here?
I feel better, because I just wanted to. I was getting all those messages and comments, and I was just I just want to set it straight so people can hear my voice, not just be a post. I just want people to hear my voice saying, I'm defending. I'm not going to speak ill of her from this point going. I've never spoken ill of her. I've just defended, what I had to. But I'm not going to speak ill of her. I'm going to do what I have to do. I applaud her, and I will say this: I applaud her for searching. I really do. I think she's awesome. I think she's driven. It's just things come up, life happens. I apologize as many times as I needed to. I just want to do me.
I didn't know what was going on. I was just like, she came in the chat and I just thought, okay, where's this going? And I just thought, ugh, because I wasn't going to let her come up, because I know people, and I know when people are going back and forth, if you're going back and forth in the chat, it would happen on the panel. There's not going to be a difference.
Yeah, and you're right. You're right. It would have been a lot of.
And you're emotional. You're very emotional. So I don't know. She could have said one thing that triggered you. Hell, we might have had a Seth part 2 up here.
Oh God, no! I would never.
I'm just saying, but you know what I mean. Yeah. People can say something, and it don't even have to be really anything derogatory. It just could be. She could have said something that triggered you, and then you be ready to look. You come out like Mayfield. Like
oh God. No. I just wanted to explain the reasons, because I didn't want people to think I was a flake or think I was a bad person, because I'm really not. It's just I said my heart's too big. That's my problem, for starters. It's because it just is, and I try to make everybody happy. I know that I can. Well, I realize that.
That's another thing. Yep. Stop apologizing and don't be no people pleaser.
Exactly.
No,
and again,
that don't
if
work.
I were a regular person, I wouldn't care what people said, but I have a career to think about, and like I'm sure people right now are like, "Well, I'm going to call TVI." Agent Simmons isn't going to tell you what him and I talk about. I signed a confidentiality agreement, so I mean, I have no reason to lie about this. I hope he's found. I would love for my dogs to find him, but hey, whoever finds him, finds him. I just want him home either way, one way or the other. He's got to come home. That's all I care about.
Vivian, you got it right. You so said it. There will be a rebuttal for sure on this. Of course.
I won't rebut her either. That's all I'll say.
People coming in the chat, people who follow her, they got something to say about what they think's going on. You are responding to whatever she had to say. So you already know it's gonna be a rebuttal. It's just the way it is.
And if she does rebut, that's on her. I'm not going to rebut the rebut. I'm actually going to just shut my computer. I'm not going to go on YouTube today. I'm just going to do my thing with my dogs. I'm going to spend time with my cousin, because I really haven't spent a lot of time with him while I've been down here. And then Ray's coming down this weekend, so it's going to be nice. I'm just going to do me. And and I know people tell me to soldier up. It's hard when you come from you've seen Saving Private Ryan, right? You know the scene where Tom Hanks walks off and cries on his own because he's feeling so much, and as an officer, he lets it all build up and then he cries. That's kind of how I am. And today was my Tom Hanks crying moment day, because I was just like, there's been a lot of build up, and I reached a point. That's all. So I apologize, Queen, for the drama. I just wanted to. All I wanted to do was set the record straight.
It's not that. It's just I just know people, and I don't think it would have been resolved on the panel. That's my opinion.
Mm-hmm.
That's just me. I don't think.
Yeah, I'm not gonna.
I don't think it would have been resolved on the panel.
No, it wouldn't have. It would have just been. It would have been.
It would have been doing. It would have went just the way it went with her in the chat, just the way she was talking in the chat, back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. Then she said she don't want to drop it, then she come back and talk. That's exactly. It would have been worse up here, because now you hear you talk. She's up here. It would not have been resolved. I don't believe it would have been resolved, because if she's made up in her mind that she thinks that you ditched her, coming up on the panel wouldn't have changed that.
No, I'm not going to change her mind.
I don't think coming up on the panel would have changed her ideology that you ditched her. So you've explained yourself up here about going to the mayor. It took him too long. I don't know if she would accept that or not.
Well, she knew, because she's the one that went, and I told her. I even sent in a text message, "Hey, he took too long. I want to go to somebody else." So he took too long.
Okay, so then what the hell would y'all dispute? I don't understand.
Because I since he took too long, I went to the next level. I went to a different organization to get it done the right way, because I don't want to. God forbid, what if it is the Belgians and then I get in trouble for something? You know what I mean? If that makes sense. Yeah, so I went to
you have a job. You have a job, and like you said, you have a real job. And you have a reputation. You have your animals to be concerned with. You also have to you working with the government down here, and they just don't need nothing for them to look at you and say, "Well, this is becoming a problem. We don't need you." You know what I'm saying?
I do, and I respect everything.
Because the TBI, FBI, whoever's involved, Sumner County is running it, they can easily just say, well, it's too much flack. We're getting flack from this. We got people calling. This person's complaining. Da, 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 da. That's okay. That's what people don't really understand. A lot of people get jilted to the side just because of stuff you all are doing behind the scenes with calling and complaining and moaning about stuff.
And tying up the lines when they're supposed to be open for like tips on Sebastian.
That's the reason why Summer Wells don't have a reward fund right now, because somebody meddled in something that did not concern them. They got in Tennessee business. They were all the way in the UK, and I'm going to say it, and I'm going to keep saying it. You had no right to put your nosy nose in our business. Tennessee business. Now, I'm going to talk crazy like the people did in California, with the way they did me. It's Tennessee business. You don't live here. You don't know what it's like to live here. You don't know the people here. That's a whole child missing. You had no right to go meddle in the business. Now, that child doesn't have a reward fund. All because you called complaining, stress those damn the rescue squad out to where he said he was smart. I don't care what nobody says. He was smart. You know what he said? I'm not doing this. I'm taking it to the judge. Let the judge decide. I wipe my hands of it. I wipe my hands. Because he probably was pissed off to think we have worked too hard to go out here and look for this little girl. Then here you come, some busybody, putting your nose in stuff because you're worrying about a damn YouTuber raising money for Cash App. Who cares? Money is money. So long as the money wasn't stolen, big deal. Nobody had no complaints. I never heard one time that anybody complained about the reward money until that little busy bee out of the UK went running calling, oh, it's fraud. It's fraud how she raised the money. And how's it fraud? She turned it in. I told people, even if it was 40,000, she didn't turn all of it in. You're not going to never know. 37 or so $1,000 was turned in. We know it made it there, or some of it made it there because they had a reward fund. Now the baby don't have a reward fund because you put your nose in something that didn't concern you. This is me off.
I honestly I'll be completely honest. I didn't know about Summer Wells until I found out about Sebastian. Then I was open to the Summer Wells case. Because I'm in Pennsylvania. I was never really. I didn't really look into.
Thank your lucky stars. Thank your lucky stars. Because look at what those rescue people did. The rescue squad, I think it's Churchill. Look at what they did, and it was all for nothing. All for nothing. That was a slap in the face to them because they were out there looking for this baby. They went out June. Then they went back that winter, which I think maybe there was a reason why they went back out there in the winter time. And then here you come spring of what that would have been 22 and just dismantled all that hard damn work for nothing. So it was a slap in the face to those men and women who went out there and searched. And yes, it's hard terrain because how we live in East Tennessee, we're built differently. The terrain is steep. We are in the mountains. What's going on down there in Hendersonville, that is flat. It's not like here. So you're going in high brush looking for a baby girl. She could be right there in plain sight. You wouldn't even know it.
She could be. That's what happened with Skylar Niece in Western Pennsylvania. The searchers couldn't find her because of the snow. She was one that was killed by her two best friends. Or unalived, I'm sorry, I forgot YouTube words. She was unalived by her two best friends, and there was snow everywhere, and I couldn't find her because of the snow, but she was literally 6 feet off the road where she was.
That's what I'm saying. So the only way you would know, a person in high brush is if you smell, decomposition, or you think it's a dead animal or whatever. That is the only alert you'll get besides, like they say, crows flying above. But in high brush, you are never going to know there's a human laying out there.
Yep, exactly. You and Danilo Cavalcante, the enemy that escaped from Pennsylvania. I was helping with that with one of my apprehension canine, and literally he said before the searchers walked right over the guy. He covered himself in like animal poo and all this other stuff to hide.
Yeah.
Like they walked right over that guy. Like it's just like, oh my god. Luckily, a canine was the one that got him in the end. It wasn't mine. That was Yoda, who was a Bortec canine. That's the one that got him.
Yeah.
But I was stationed in a different area. That's how my jail hire actually was through that experience.
Yeah.
Funny, interesting dude. But that's how, you know, they walked right over that guy. They stepped right over him. So it's just like, what the hell? I don't know. It was interesting. It was like these people, and he was surviving, I think, in his origin country for months in the woods. Like that dude knew how to survive. But yeah, you're right. People could have walked right past him. Or
I mean, it's horrible. I mean, I was watching it, and I live here, so I'm sitting here looking at the news, them searching, and I thought, Lord have mercy. Do people have no idea watching this from other parts of the United States and abroad how deep and wooded this place is? It's horrible. This is why they didn't want civilians searching. Mm-hmm. See, you can't explain stuff to people because they think they know every damn thing. This is not the terrain, because like I said, how we live here is not made the same as down in Middle Tennessee. This is definitely not a place a random searcher is supposed to search. That's why they didn't let random searchers search, because you get your ass out there and get lost, you are on your own.
Yeah, it's like Pennsylvania's like that too. Like you have city, Farmville, mountains, city. That's what Pennsylvania looks like too. And I'll say this, I that's another thing I have to keep in mind with people. I'm insured. My dogs are insured. They have like their health insurance, like bite insurance. Not that they just randomly bite people, but God forbid, what if like, some dude out of the woods pops is like, hey girl, come here. Like obviously, not that happens ever, but just saying I have insurance for my dogs and for me to cover us in the event that something happens. I can't cover other people searching with me. So if I'm searching with someone else and I'm leading them down a path and they fall and break their ankle and they try to sue me, I mean, like I'm covered, but they can't sue the property because they're working with me. You know what I mean?
Because it's personal for you walking on somebody's property, indeed.
Oh yeah, and I always get permission. Like there was a rumor that he was being hidden in a church. I talked to some of the LDS churches, and they were just like, "No, he's not here." And they were like, "Hey, come in. Do you want like a glass of water? Oh, tell us about your dog. Where are you from?" Like everybody has been so nice to me, and I've never been saying I'm here on behalf of the father, because he was saying I've never said that. I've never said I'm searching on behalf of him. I've always been like, hey, have you heard of this missing person case? I'm searching properties. Do you mind if I come in? I carry my certifications with me in case people want to look at them. Only one person really wanted to look at them, and because their husband was a handler. So, I mean, that's why I keep them with me. I keep my training logs in a binder with me. I have an app on my phone. Like I cover myself. I've been doing this for some time, and I know YouTube's not the platform to explain this all the times. It's just that like, the only reason I came on here was because I wanted to explain I don't just ditch people. I have reasons for stuff, and I've been quiet about my full-time job and everything else this entire time.
Well, so, I wouldn't talk about it no more, because this is too much trouble. This in no way, nothing going on in this case should have ever reached your supervisor, and whoever the busy bee that called you out of fucking line. You are out of fucking line.
No, and that's why I wasn't.
That's foul.
I mean, maybe that's why Sumner County didn't want to initially deputize me themselves. Maybe that's why I had to go to federal level, because this baby could be anywhere in the state. Because I was like, you know what? Why limit
and guess what? A lot of people aren't thinking about that. If you got these people telling you, law enforcement, that they don't believe the child went outside the house, left outside the house. Well, I'm going to use deduction. How I know he made it home. So therefore, he could be anywhere. So you're searching around Hendersonville and all that. You don't have no proof he's around there.
Exactly. And I haven't asked, like I even said to them, and I think Agent Simmons, that was kind of funny, because I was just like, well, not funny, but I was just like, I don't need to know, like, I just want to know what areas do you think are of interest to search. I don't ask for what conversation happened here. And he told me he's appreciative of that. Just like, I appreciate you're not trying to get into like the quote unquote drama, or what the other deputies say, armchair crap. I don't do that. I want facts. I want, black and white, like cut and dry. Where should I go? What's been searched? What articles were used? Like I ask stuff like that. That's what I want to do. I don't just randomly say, this is like a cool place to chill. I'm gonna search this pond. Like I don't do that. Like I have a reason for things because again, I can't
Well,
do
it's
it.
just like law enforcement, the way you're supposed to do. You have to have somewhere to start, a starting point. So all starting points goes to where the victim was last. That's just common sense. If you have proof, CCTV footage that the victim was at a restaurant or at their house, common sense, that's where you would start.
Yep, exactly. And again, I've reached out to Chris since then. I've been like, do you know if Sebastian played? Like, I asked him today about Pokemon Go. I'm like, did he play Pokemon Go ever? And he told me not on his phone that I've seen. So like so I've asked him questions before about, and he's been answering for me. So and yeah, the only dog that off
leash. Jules, who's been answering for you?
Been answering for me? What do you mean? No, Chris is answering me if I ask him a question. Like if I ask him a question, he's giving me an answer.
Oh,
like,
okay. I see what you're saying. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Hey, Tracy.
Hey, sorry, I got a call and it knocked me off.
Oh, yeah, that's okay. That's okay. Jules was just giving us
the
rundown.
I'm gonna get. My first sergeant took over that Microsoft Teams meeting for me because I asked him if he could. It was just a stupid. Like it was literally like we do our annual refresher classes, so but like he took over teaching, and I'm gonna catch up with him after this. So
okay, that's fine.
I do apologize because people are saying don't do a meeting. Honestly, yeah, I did ask my first sergeant, can you handle this? We'll catch up later because again, he knows I'm trying to protect my dogs, my career. Yeah. I'm not going to talk about her again. I mean, after this, I'm going to be very quiet. I'll do educational videos on my channel only, but unless I find something 100% for sure, I'll go to TBI, and then if they want to put it out, they can put it out. I'm just going to
somebody's asked me, what did you get a scent from Sebastian's scent from? And you answered that.
There's like a buzzing thing in the background. I'm not sure what that is.
That's probably Tracy. Tracy, you got some noise back there. Hold on, let me mute.
Probably my earbud.
That's okay, baby.
No, I'm about to go up anyway, so I'll be gone. They were closed from the day previously. Those were the ones that were given to the canine for canine. Those weren't evidence. That's the article being used for scent work. The article he wore most recently.
So, and then too, you got to ask that. Okay, they got to have proof he wore them the day before.
And I did a whole live about
it matter because his scent will be in his clothes. But I'm just saying for evidentiary material, we don't really know what he wore if you don't have him on camera wearing something and she has have those clothes available to show. Well, ma'am, show me what he had on at the restaurant because I'm sure they've done that.
And I did a whole live on this about like, do you need an article all the time for a child or a missing person? No, you don't, because some dogs track on based off of man trailing, which is the sweat, like from the adrenaline, the disturbance in the earth. Max, if you look, and like Max's handler is very insistent. He was in an odor. He was on a track. He's insistent. You could hear in the audio, he's out of breath. He's talking. Max wouldn't just jump in a pond just for the sake of saying, I want to take a bath. You know what I mean? So Max was 100% in odor. Now, again, if those were clothes that Katie washed, because I'm assuming he didn't wash his own clothes. If Katie washed the clothes, her scent could have been on that too. I'm not saying that it was 100% Sebastian's scent that was tracked to the pond, but it was a scent. So whose it was, we don't know, if that makes sense. But yeah, I don't want to. I'm not going directly to Seth or Chris or Katie for anything. I'm going directly with law enforcement. If Seth wants to turn something into Sumner County or TBI for me, or Chris or Katie want to, that's fine.
Well, that's what he should do. If whatever words were spoken between you two and you decided to fall off, I wouldn't keep talking about it. That's who I would have taken it to. I would have taken it to the police. But I guess there must have been some issue with whatever Seth had to where he felt like he should give it to you.
Yeah, and
that's how I took it.
Yeah, and at this point, I don't need it because he was with Chris and Katie more recently than Seth anyway. So I mean, that's why again.
Okay.
You know what I mean? So
okay.
If that makes sense, he was with Chris and Katie more recently, so they had the most recent stuff. So everything they gave to law enforcement is going to have the cleanest, strongest.
Well, and that's what I need you to explain. That would or would not make a difference with the dogs finding or a scent the state of the clothes.
100%, yeah, because you got to keep in mind cross-contamination. They bagged and tagged stuff in Chris and Katie's house. Again, some stuff was taken for evidence, and some stuff was taken for articles for the dogs.
Right. Okay, I got you.
So yeah, your one mom was right. Max did pick up a scent, but again, people said there's no scent. There was a scent, but we just 100% don't know whose it was. We just know there was a scent. Max found it, and he tracked. I mean, you could hear the handler in the recording. He's even saying Max on track, and he was out of breath.
So wait. So the scent was where?
It went from the house to the retention pond. That's the pond that Max is the Belgian melon lad.
Okay, we heard that. So you believe that?
I believe he tracked something. Whose scent it was, I don't know. I mean, that's why I mentioned the contamination, the cross-contamination of articles. Whose scent was it?
I see.
And again, I don't want to bore your panel, but you got to think cross breeze and wind speed, direction. Like, there's so much science.
Oh, yeah,
if that makes sense.
Yeah. I think they used it in Cal City. They knew boys never made it outside because one of the boys never even made it to the house, period, when he moved from Bakersville to Cal City. And one of the kids told it, oh, that child didn't go with us when we moved. Can you imagine that? Can you imagine being in an interview room and hearing that from a child? And everybody's out here trying to just put the case together. Little do they know, they already knew the children were dead once they talked to the children week 1. And we sat for a whole year never knowing this information.
All right. Well, I appreciate your time. I want to go and so I can link up with my first sergeant because he's like, hey, you still, but I appreciate your time and letting me explain again. I mean, just so everyone knows, if she goes live, she goes live. I'm not talking about this further. I'm just going to do me. She can do her. I mean,
I have all my receipts. The other day you said when you watched the video, which video was it that I was doing? I was curious.
Oh, the one with that Cassie was talking to you on. It was like Regina and Cassie were on there, and she was talking about the plot for some movie that's coming up. Exactly, Shelly. Max can't talk to her. You like Cassie?
Yeah, it's in the YouTube queue. I was
It was so funny. I was laughing so hard. Cassie, you'll come back to Earth. I'm just like, oh, I knew what she was saying. I knew what you were saying. It's just maybe it was adorable. Actually, I was just like, oh, she's cute. So
yes. But guess what? She's one of those that would get caught up in this YouTube stuff too, because she admitted that. Oh, I give all my money, and I thought, excuse me.
No, and I'm not monetized on YouTube at all because people kept saying, "Are you a grifter?" No, I ain't monetized. I want to do educational videos.
It's not necessarily about grifting. This is a business. People don't understand. YouTube is a business. They want you to be up here. They don't care what you're talking about.
Yeah,
they don't care what you're talking about. They don't care if you're monetized or not. They are going to eat regardless of what you talk about on your channel.
Yeah, I don't care what the individuals think of me. I care about what my supervisor thinks. When people start getting weird and trying to call like people I worked with before,
no,
it's
that's
like
wrong. See, I don't believe in all that doxing stuff and getting stuff. That's just like, I got personal information pertaining to that minion and that girl. I've never released it. You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. And
I wouldn't release it.
Yeah, and typically what happens is my boss will tell them, heck no, like, what the heck? And then they'll call me and be like, who the fuck is this person? And I'll just be like, oh, by the way. And then they're like, yeah, I didn't tell them.
Nobody has any business calling your job for what? You are not on trial. You haven't been arrested. So why would some stupid idiot call your job for what? To verify what? Verify what?
Yeah, I very publicly posted I very publicly posted the screenshot between me and Bobby Simmons, Agent Simmons, showing he said I was cleared. That should have been good enough for everybody. I mean, even Chris.
But you see, they're too invested in this bullshit with the Proudfoots and Seth. That's the problem.
Mm-hmm.
See, once the Proudfoots came forward and started talking about that kid, and then he goes to court TV, he gives his opinion. Now you have all of this ruckus. Mm-hmm. And so anybody that comes in the case, Cajun Navy, they had something bad to say about them. Do y'all see a pattern? You all had a problem with Cajun Navy, some of you. They're frauds. They're grifters. Then the PIs, you got something to say? They got something to say. Okay, now they're gone. Then it was leaked audio. Then it was this Michaela business. Now it's you. There's a complaint. Every person that gets involved with Seth Rogers, there is a effing complaint. They're complaining about him. What he's doing, Tony's doing. Okay, throw Tony in there. Complain about him when he came on. There is just a complaint every 5 seconds. I mean,
I think you should be the spokesperson because you should be the new spokesperson. You're awesome and legit, and you're just like, no.
It's like, come up for air already. Put your nose above the water. You know, hey, you want to breathe? Put your nose above the water. Come up. It's ridiculous.
Yep,
It's
but
ridiculous.
again, I just wanted to be out there. I'm not close through the families. I'm working directly with law enforcement, TBI. I literally re-emailed my confidentiality agreement this morning. So from this moment forward, I'm not talking anything else unless I'm told you can say that. I'm only talking canine training. That's it.
That's all. Let me tell you what I would be: a consultant. I would do consulting work.
You're awesome.
Don't do anything directly with families. I would do consulting work. You don't want to go back down this rabbit hole. And this is sad because there's probably some nice family out here who would love to have your help, but you'd be too scared to get involved because you don't know how the hell it's going to end up.
Yep. I've had a couple of people say, hey, yeah, I've had a couple people say, hey, when you're done, if you have time, could you come, like even in the tri-state area, people have been asking. So I'm like, I have a lot to think about. I don't want to give up. I really don't. I'm giving up on the YouTube, all the stuff.
I'm gonna tell you what you do from now on. What you do is, if you decide you want to continue this quest with the dogs, I would watch the people first. I would watch the interviews they do to the news. I would see if they go to the news, and I also would wait to see if they go to YouTube. They go to YouTube, keep it moving.
Yep,
that's my advice. They come to YouTube, I wouldn't get involved.
That's right. I just want to be educational with videos. Like that's all I'm going to do is specifically education, and that's it. Nothing with individual people. Like specifically.
Yeah. Well,
yeah, like, hey, you want to learn how to do a bark and hold? Sure, I'll teach you guys how to do that. Oh, you want to that's different.
You can do that on YouTube. Show them show them how to train the dog, how the dog responds, how the dog responds to the handler. All it takes to get the dogs ready. Somebody would be glad to watch it because people on YouTube, people that come to YouTube, they watch all type of things. I'm one of the type of people. I'm versatile. I watch all type of dogs. And what is one of your dogs a German Shepherd?
Ara's half Shepherd, half Belgian Malinois. Gator's the Belgian Malinois, but the dog's back at home because Ray's coming down this weekend, so my parents are taking care of the ones at home. But the one at home is my 11-year-old German Shepherd. He's turning 11 in July. But the two with me are he's half Shepherd, half Malinois, and the other one Gator.
So do people normally train Shepherds more or just any type of dog?
It really depends on the job that you're looking to do. I mean, for protection work, for patrol work, German Shepherds all the way because they've got for protection work, they've got the bite force, they've got the power. Malinois, they're oh my god, they could Gator. I swear, he doesn't care about the humidity. Like he doesn't even realize with the humidity. He's like, oh my god, let's go. I'm like, dude, you have to take a break. And he's just like, Malinois have no regard for their own safety or their own health. They don't care. They just want to just do them. I'm like, that's how they are. Like,
I learned something.
I wish I could be a Mal, but people remember Steph was like, that's the one thing in the live. She's like, bloodhounds are superior to all the breeds for scent work. That's not true. It's all genetics. It's all training, and it's a handler-dog relationship. You have to have a relationship with your dog for it to be a successful tracker.
My grandfather raised hounds.
Oh, I love them. It's just I can't do like the wrinkles and just like it's just like I would be just like freaking out about taking care of them.
We had, and I'm afraid of dogs. Imagine this. This is what's so crazy about me. Grew up around water, coming to Tennessee, scared of water, and then had dogs in the backyard, scared of dogs. We had hounds and Dobermans. And
Dobermans. Wow.
Whew, yeah, them Dobermans got big, honey.
Yeah, they're awesome.
So especially when their ears are pointy, those point like I love pointy. I'm a pointy-eared girl. Like I love floppy-eared dogs. My friends have labs. I love the labs, but I'm a pointy-eared girl. So I saw a Doberman the one day that didn't have its ears cropped. It looks like a Weimaraner basically if its ears aren't cropped. But when they got them cropped ears and they're just all staring at you, I'm just like, whoa, that dog did chest day today, 100%. Because look at them slack things.
Black Dobermans and the red one. She had my name. Her name was Angel.
I love red Dobermans. I never see them anymore.
Yeah,
I don't see Dobermans.
So imagine this was in the 70s when I used to come down here from Chicago. Yeah, Angel was red, and the other one, Zane, he was black. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I agree, Tracy. I never see Dobermans hardly anymore. It's just like like they used to be. They were popular for a while, but then they kind of like faded out. But everybody has like not that there's something wrong with doodles. I think they're very cute. It's not for me. But like my cousin has a doodle. One that she has two, Gracie and Georgie. Gracie, super smart. Georgie, yeah, but yeah, Gracie's very smart. Georgie, not so much.
Oh,
They're cute. They're like little teddy bears. They're cute to look at. It's just that like I think I was made for like working dog breeds. But I'll pet anybody's dog. I'll ask first. I always ask. Like it could be the happiest golden retriever ever, and I'll say, "Can I pet your dog?" And I always ask first because Gator and Ara do have on their vests. Well, Gator says do not pet. Ara, it says ask to pet, and that's because Gator is so driven to work. He's like, I don't want anyone saying hi to me. I want to do my job. Ara, she's different. Ara's great with kids. Ara loves kids. Like she's this badass looking dog, but if a little girl walks up to her, she rolls over for her. I'm just like, thank God, because she loves kids. Ara's so good with kids.
Let me ask you this before you get off the panel. What do you think about, or your notion of a dog attacking an infant or child? Let's say the child was in a bed, crib.
Are you
what would
talking
make
about
the dog? The story here. We have a story.
Are you
here.
talking about the husky?
Yeah, last week.
I mean, how old was the dog?
8.
Okay, so it was definitely embedded in the family for a long time. And was this a new? These are questions I would ask. Was it the first baby? Was it like a brand new? Like the dog's never on kids before?
First attack ever. They said that we know. We don't know. Are they telling the truth? Don't know. But allegedly, this is the first violent offense of the dog.
I mean, there could be a lot of things in play. If the dog's never been exposed to kids before,
right.
I mean, this is going to sound horrible.
That might be their first kid, because I didn't hear them say they had any more children. I can't remember.
I mean, you got to think of it this way. I mean, and this is going to sound horrible, but to dogs, when they hear something crying or whining or whatnot, there's either two things that come into play. A, it could have been a jealousy thing, or B, it could have been prey drive with the husky, or the dog probably was not getting exercised or work. This is a problem with people. When they have babies, you have to introduce the baby into the family slowly. That's why like parents will bring a blanket home from the hospital for the dog.
The dog is smart. The dog is smart enough to know you are now devoting your attention elsewhere. I mean, it's a dog. I mean, dogs are very smart. So a dog knows, okay, there's somebody new here. You are now engaging with this person. Dogs aren't stupid.
Yep, and it's a husky. That's a huge, energized dog. It probably wasn't getting walk.
Wow.
It wasn't getting walked. Okay, so someone said the baby wasn't crying. So the dog probably wasn't getting walked. It was probably getting limited attention. Maybe, hey, take it to the front yard, let it pee, bring it back inside.
Wow.
So it could have been a jealousy thing. I mean, that's
because I was trying to wonder how the baby. Well, I mean, I know it's a dog. A dog could jump in a crib. It's a big dog, I'm sure. So I was thinking, did he pull the arm or leg or something through the crib? Naturally they didn't describe, of course, but I was just trying to visualize it. He just stick his paw in there, curious.
I mean, that's what I was wondering too. Like, I only heard of it. I didn't read the story. I just saw the headline pop up. But I mean, I don't know like where it grabbed the baby. If it did like a
they didn't tell us. They didn't tell us. Probably don't want to. If it's graphic, they probably don't want to describe it.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. You'd have to be like, did it like do the death shake? Did it just grab the arm and the baby bled out? I don't know the whole story. I just know that you have to exercise those dogs, and dogs can get jealous. That's all. I'm not a behaviorist, but that's what I would say. The dog probably wasn't being worked or exercised. It could have been jealous. I just wish I knew. That's another question too. Why was the dog alone with the baby at all in the first place? Or did the door?
Was it door? Like, he just walked out in the room. Yeah.
Oh, so the door was probably open, or maybe it was cracked and it used its nose, like not its nose. It's
curious.
Or snout to
probably
open the door.
There, curious.
Yeah, who knows? There's a lot of factors, but I feel horrible. That's a horrible thing because they lost their baby, and I'm sure that I don't know if the dog was.
They sounded devastated, but it's just like, whoo, Lordy, what a story.
I don't even know what I would do in that situation because it's just like that's your baby, and then it's your dog's your baby too. Like it's not human. So I know people think dogs are your kids.
Well, more than likely, it's a double loss because you already know the city is not going to let that dog sit nowhere.
No, it's probably been quarantined, and they probably did the rabies like check and whatnot. I mean, who knows? I don't know what the family's keeping it. If they do keep it, it's going to have to get put on basket muzzle laws and restricted. It's probably going to have to go through intensive training.
Down here in this area, I think they euthanize. As soon as there's a death, they put that dog down. Yeah, they did that with
that's horrible.
The girl a couple years ago. She had forgot her purse in the neighbor's house, and she went back, and it was a pack of dogs, and they were neighbors, the next door neighbor to where she was getting the purse from, and they came out of nowhere and they drugged that poor girl, and they were dragging her in the woods when the police pulled up, and they took off running, and they start shooting at the dogs, and they put them down.
Yeah, that's horrible. I don't know, and I wonder if the dog had any history of being aggressive prior, or if it just was out of nowhere. That I don't know either.
Yeah, that's their notion. Oh, we haven't had any problems out of the dog in 8 years. He ain't never done nothing. And I just was like, well, it's too late now. I mean, your baby's gone. Your
that's horrible.
Gone. I mean, and that would be a hard thing to digest. Your dog killed your baby, a newborn.
Yeah. That's horrible. Well, rest in peace to that sweet baby, and I'll pray for that family. That's horrible. But Queen, thank you so much again for everything. I'll send you a message about.
Anytime, honey. I'm going to come on later. I don't know what you're doing. I'm going to talk about Rex Heuermann if you want to join me.
Oh, the Long Island guy. Yeah, he.
We're gonna do a little. We're gonna go into the detective side because the evidence. I don't know if you've listened. Law and Crime. The stuff that they have got.
I'll definitely let you know. I'll send you an Instagram message, and I'm gonna get you a flag for sure. I'm gonna ask Ray to bring one down from Pennsylvania. I'll say, can you make sure to bring down MFH, a military honor flag, so I can mail it to you or get it to you somehow, because I want you to have one for sure. Okay. And we'll talk.
That's fine. Julia. Just take your time.
Hi, Julia. Hey, Queen. Hey, Tracy.
Okay, see you later, babe.
Real quick, I wanted to ask Julia something before she ran off.
I know, that's why you came up here, ain't it?
It is. It is, Queen. Julia, I want to ask you about the dog picking up the scent. The dog Max.
Yeah.
Okay. It dawned on me a couple of days ago that I remember listening to the dispatch. And I remember that the call came in at 6:33. Police were dispatched at 6:39. And shortly after they were dispatched, Max goes to the retention pond. Well, at that time, Mom, according to Chris, was out riding in her car. And according to dispatch, in a blue Infiniti.
She fell off.
Oh, I'm still here.
She fell off. Her, I'm going to put you down.
Am I still there?
No, I can still hear you.
You're breaking up.
Oh, okay. My husband came in on the Harley. He's really loud.
Yeah.
So I ran back to the bedroom.
Your side was a little, it's breaking up.
Let me see if I go in this room. So, Julia, my question is, if the dog had not been to the house to meet Mom to get a scent, he could have picked up on any scent?
From the article? Yeah. It depends on the article that was presented to the dog. So that's why I like shoe insoles.
At that point, there was no article. Mom hadn't made it back home yet. She was still riding around the neighborhood.
You don't know that.
I was under the impression. From the handlers
that dispatch says, Queen.
Okay, I'm gonna say it again.
No, I get what she's saying. I do. I was under the impression.
I'm just saying you're still going by somebody's version, right?
Right. I'm going strictly by dispatch at this point.
Yeah, but what I'm saying, sweetheart, dispatch can't see what I'm doing.
Right. You're absolutely right.
Right now, I'm calling 911. He's having a heart attack. He's having a heart attack. Do you know how to do this? Oh, no. Well, we're going to show you. And then I pretend to be pushing on the bed and I'm not touching the victim.
Okay. Well, that was my only question is if the dog had not been inside the house, had no contact with Mom to get an item to sniff, the scent that dog picked up and ran to the retention pond with could have been anyone's.
I mean, there's a possibility,
Correct.
but I was under the impression Max was given a shirt to get the odor from, but I also heard there was somebody else staying in the house. I don't know if it's true or not, that could have given something to the dog. I mean, all I know is what I was told. I was told Max had an item that he sniffed and he got the scent. That's honest to God all I was told. I mean, whether who gave it to the handler, I don't know. I just know it was one of Sebastian's clothing articles that Max got the scent off of, and that's why he tracked it. Now, yes, it is true. You don't always need an article to track to something, right? Because the dog's going off of, you know, the sweat and everything else. It's looking for disturbance in the ground. It's looking for that scent disturbance, that scent exclusion. I'm sorry. So when he started tracking from the porch, he was tracking from the porch for starters also. So Sebastian wandered on that porch. So again, I was told a shirt was given to Max. Now, if that's true or not, maybe Max did a second track or something. I don't know. Maybe Max did do a second track, and that's when he re-verified his track. I didn't ask the handler if he did a second track. I should have asked that. All I know is I can only speak to what I was told, honest to God, and I hope that's okay to say. I can just speak to what I was told. That's all.
Yeah, absolutely. And I just wanted a little clarification on how they pick up a scent if they don't have a scent to pick up.
Yeah, you can track the disturbance in the ground. It's called scent exclusion. I did a live about this the other day about how you don't need an article. Again, if Max was at least, I can verify he was in the porch for sure because where it started. And if he's sniffing, if he got Sebastian's odor and he starts tracking. But I mean, I never heard of Katie wandering down to the pond. Maybe she did, maybe she didn't. I just can't speak to what I don't know, if that makes sense. But I know Sebastian would walk around, so I hope that's okay to say. I honest to God, that's the best truthful, honest answer I can give you.
Okay, well, it makes it a little clearer now. I was just really confused about whose scent this dog picked up to go to the retention pond if he didn't have clothing. But like you said, somebody could have been there, and of course, from the porch.
Right, and that's why I like doing it's shoe insoles, because it's 100%. I mean, unless someone else is wearing his shoes or they're washing. I mean, I don't take the insoles out of my shoes and wash them all. I mean, what, you know what I mean? So
yeah,
that's where the most sweat's going. I mean,
absolutely.
Hey, if you do, that's a thing you can do. But I just, that's why I use the shoe insole. Yeah,
I do, but not everybody does. My husband doesn't. He's crazy.
Yeah, that's why I use some people say underwear. I mean, people still wash. I would hope people wash underwear. Good God, but shoe insoles. I mean, take out the shoe, and then there you go.
Somebody said, could the track have been older? Anonymous asks.
Older meaning like from the day before. All I know is that Max tracked the cleanest track that he could find. So a more recent track's gonna be cleaner to the dog, if that makes sense. So older meaning a day before. I mean, we can't talk to Max. If we could, Max would say this track is approximately 48 hours old. You know what I mean? But he tracked the cleanest possible track he could find. That's how they work. They work just off of that odor.
Awesome. Well, thanks for answering that for me. I appreciate it, and thank you for your service.
Well, thank you for your support. I appreciate it.
All right.
I'm going to go too, but thank you, Queen, and sorry, Tracy, and
that's okay. You have a wonderful evening and weekend, okay?
Yeah, I'll let you know. If I'll be around to talk Rex, because I would love to talk more about that, because it's interesting. Because again, I'm from Pennsylvania. Long Island's not that far from me. And I remember when that guy was arrested, and he was
when you get done with work today, just turn on Law and Crime or whichever network you want, and they're going to they give us about 7 good points from Law and Crime of what was found, and it's bad, man. It's I can't just. I'll have to describe it on the next slide. I don't want to do it on this one, but he's nasty. He's very nasty. A woman hater. What he did to one of the victims, he hates women.
Yeah, I'm only going to answer this last question. Someone said, can law enforcement doesn't wash clothing articles when they get them for multiple reasons? They will wipe them for DNA.
If something happens and they need it later, they can't wash it.
Yeah, they don't wash clothes. It's little, even if it's not tagged for evidence, it's still logged. So you have to it's all logged. I mean, I know police departments in Pennsylvania don't typically have washers and dryers in their facility. I mean, some of the more fancier places might, but the one local to me back at home does not. So if that's, I understand where Ellie's coming from. I do, but I promise you, they did not do that. They can't do that.
Because then it's wrong to do that, because you don't know if you want to ever get a suspect, if the case turns criminal or is criminal, There is no way you can tamper with those items. You got to have every piece of fabric for testing.
Yep, and also in court, if this does go to court, a judge is going to say, "You guys did what?" Like, and then that's a whole. Then you get a mistrial. You get a bunch of stuff.
I know that's one thing I've never heard is them washing clothes. I don't think the police is in the washing clothes business.
Yeah, I get why she asked that question. I do, but it was just like you got to be very, very careful with that stuff. I mean, think of what happened. What, like, the whole mistrial with the Chad Babel trial. Like, can you imagine if there's a mistrial for that dude? Like, oh my god, that guy. No, Katie. I don't. No. They weren't. Ellie. They were. She pulled them out of the hamper and gave them to him. There was nothing. I see what Ellie means now. Okay, I thought you meant the police washed them. That's why, like, YouTube with the character stuff, you can't fit so many in one block. So I get no. They were, and even if they were washed, dogs are still going to be able to detect an odor. Like, there's a rumor about bleaching clothes and how it gets rid of the scent. Not to a dog. They smell up to how many million times better than we do. So I get the question. Sorry, Ellie. I was just like, huh? But
see, that's why I say, now you see why I say about texting.
Yeah, that's why.
Even if somebody means,
even if she did wash them, we might just close stink to us until we wash them. But for a dog, you got to think about how much better they can smell. So,
yeah. Somebody could have been someone else's scent on the porch if no clothing was available.
I mean, it hypothetically it could have been, but again, he was presented with a shirt, so. He was an odor, so
right. He had something to go on. It wasn't anonymous, just a dog going on its own.
But that's why that Ken guy. That's what he said. We do not to our not. He said it is not to my understanding. Picked up an odor, Sebastian. Right. He says to his understanding. It's like and people say, oh, they said there was no scent, but he says to my understanding. He doesn't say absolutely not. If that makes sense. Okay. So that emergency dude.
Okay.
But yeah, thank you so much. I appreciate you being so kind and nice.
Have a wonderful day. Relax, honey. Relax. Let this day float on by. Let it float on by. Okay.
Yep, I know there's going to be a rebuttal. I'm just going to ignore it.
I'm sure my live will be cut up and chopped up in 12 different ways. All I can tell them
I mean, it is what it is, but I meant somebody else going live and doing so. If they want to, that's fine. I'm just not going to say anything else about it. I'm just going to be like, I'm done. You know what I mean? I'm just not going to comment any further.
Okay.
But thank you so much, Queen. You're awesome. I appreciate it, but we'll get in touch about a flag for sure.
Okay, that's fine.
All right. Bye-bye, sweetie. Okay. Bye, Tracy.
All right, everybody. That's Miss Jules. Thank you so much. Woo, Tracy, what do you think about that? Girl, I'm almost 7 hours on here. Ain't had no lunch or nothing. Tracy? And where's Tracy at? Tracy, you can come out now. Golly, up there. 6 hours and 45 minutes live. Somebody call the paramedics. Tracy. Well, her mic's on. I don't know. It's not muted. She must have muted herself because it's not muted. I'm pressing it and it says mute mic. Her mic is open. Let me type in the chat. She might be doing something. Tracy, her head probably hurts like mine. I'm about to go in here and take some Advil or something. Once again, I keep saying I'm not doing any more long lives. Oh my goodness. Woo! Satan heard his name or something, didn't he? He said, I got to get in. Send them in. Send them in there. Gotta be something. Yeah, it flew by quick. That's what's so crazy. Flew by real quick. Tracy. I don't know what's going on. Because her mic's not muted. Your long lives never seemed long, though. So much fun. Well, thank you, but my goodness. I started was early morning. Wasn't too early, but it was earlier than normal. Yeah, yeah. She's a sweetheart. She's nice. She's just gotta let go. You know, girl, we've been calling you, honey. Come on upstairs.
Can
Tracy,
you hear me?
yeah, we've been calling you. Come on up here and get your breakfast, girl.
I'm trying. I don't know what I just did.
I told people, I said she muted herself because you weren't muted on my side. Well, what do you think about what? Look, let's try to get to the point so Queen can get some vittles in her. So I got to come back on later to do the other Rex Heuermann live. I'll probably do that one at dark 30. What do you think about what Miss Jules had to say and the Terry Lynn? What? Look, what's his name? Mike Tyson. He been sick. Somebody wanted to take his place. Oh, what is going on?
Oh my God! I know.
God.
I wanted to know. I mean, I did want to hear what she had to say.
Yeah, but damn, it just seems like
always something.
It's a dog handler versus a YouTuber. Are we really doing this?
I honestly, I don't know Terry Lynn. She seems like a nice person from what I see. I don't necessarily think.
Emily, yeah, you real late. You came in late.
I know the chat was pushing, instigating.
Of course they were. That's what they do.
I think that made it work. Let
her come up. Let her come up. You wanted to come up because you've already heard the bullshit. That's why you want her to come up.
Yeah. Yeah.
I had no idea what was going on. I saw her in the chat. Then the people started talking about, let her come up. And then finally Jules said her name. And as soon as she said it, I said, yeah, I see where this is going.
I know. When she said her name, I was like,
see, I know better. I know how people are.
Yeah.
They're predictable.
Very.
You can say whatever you want in the chat. That don't mean nothing once you hit that damn live button, okay? Come on now.
Yeah. You're absolutely right. That's people.
She told me she didn't want the woman up here. Then what would I look like letting her come up? Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That wouldn't have been right.
No, not at all. No.
I wasn't going to have that. Because they were going to go back and forth. And I know when you're in the heat of a moment, you could try to contain yourself. But if you feel like you're right, you're not going to back down. You understand what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
You're not going to back down.
No, I don't.
Well, that's what I'm saying. And I don't know Terry. I don't know Terry Lynn like that. So she could say anything in the chat, but then once she get up on this live, well, I called and she did and then then Queen be ready to get like a bat out of hell.
Yeah, you did the right thing.
And I wasn't about to put myself in that situation. My thing is this: I don't know her. I don't know what the hell's going on, and I wasn't about to have that go down up here because I've had enough of drama, and my spirit told me don't do that. Don't get involved in that.
Any other YouTuber would have.
Well, because they like drama.
I know.
Yeah, so I wasn't going to do that. I've already seen that unfold already. So I've already complained about that before. So what would I look like letting her come up here? Rather she said, well, I'm not for drama. I'm just going to ask her questions. Okay, but you're already in the chat asking. She could Jules could see the chat. She's reading it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, it wouldn't have made no sense for her to come up here because Jules was she could see what she was saying.
Yeah, she sure could. Yeah.
So what is your take on all this? Susan, I don't know what's for lunch, girl.
I mean, she's doing the right thing. She's going about her job. She's trying to protect her job. I mean, she's got a great job. She's got a great future with it. If she said,
Yeah. Because see, I didn't know that Jules had another job, working her military job. So my thing is that job, not to downplay her being a dog handler, but let's be truthful. You got to eat. That's her job.
Yeah.
So in the end, it's not worth jeopardizing that job for this nonsense unfolding here with Sebastian. I'm sorry, but that ain't worth nobody's career and reputation and people. Now you see somebody calling the job, want to call the boss to verify. Nobody owe you no explanation about who she is and what she do.
That is crazy.
Yeah, that's wrong.
Yeah, very wrong.
But this is what they do up here. These people are sick out here that watch these channels and they be on Facebook and they're in the Facebook groups. They don't have no life. This is their life. They don't know how to turn this off. They don't know how to turn it off.
And what blew my mind is a searcher has the mattress pad they found.
That's crazy to me.
Why wouldn't you call it in and let them come pick it up?
Because let me tell you, let Queen talk to you for just a second. Ellie is done with the bullshit. Okay? Yeah. They're done with the bullshit. They know exactly what's going on. And if they thought that was any of some relevance, they would gladly go get it and carry it on out. Obviously, they don't want no parts of it.
Yeah.
Because somebody fails to realize this is, they are watching everything. They're hearing everything. They also, the YouTube channels. And if your name has gotten out here, they already know what to look for. And the fact, let me tell you the truth, the fact that you all found glasses and pants. Now you see where I'm going?
Yeah.
They're saying, hell no.
They set it up, maybe.
That's not to be to hurt nobody's feelings, but the police they've already had to rebuke this already on the news 2 times. They weren't about to do that with no mattress pad. I know exactly what was going on. They said, we're not doing this.
All right. Yeah. That's
yeah, they should have no problem with saying, okay, well, let's go on and check out the mattress pad or whatever. Why would the police not want to check it out? And then what's gonna be even more crazy, we found out that they didn't call Ellie about the mattress pad. So then if they didn't call, then you have to say, well, why not? Mm-hmm. That's who you should be calling anyway. Who is Jules for you to be calling, wanting the dog to check? You wouldn't be calling her if she hadn't to come down here.
Right.
No, I'm serious.
I know.
You wouldn't be calling her.
You're absolutely right.
Let the police check it. They got canines.
Mm-hmm.
That's their job. Let the police check it. They got labs. They got everything to do all that checking for semen, saliva, urine, fecal matter, other type of people's fabrics, lint. Let the police, FBI have it. That's who I would want to have it any damn way.
Yeah, no doubt. Good night.
What you got on your mind, Tracy?
Well, I don't know. I mean, I don't want to get all back into it. I know you're hungry. Like, I could call another time.
Go ahead, honey, because you think I can't munch on this live. All I got to do is mute myself.
All right.
Look, you go ahead. You go right ahead. Look, we already approaching 7 hours. You go right ahead and tell the chat what's on your mind, and let me get me at least something to drink because I'm thirsty. Go ahead.
Well, I was just gonna say, earlier I was saying how Seth is weak. I don't want to be too harsh on him. I guess that is a harsh word.
Oh, you say it over here. You say this at the Bound XL. They uphold them over there. I'm not upholding nobody because guess what? In the end, them people gonna do what they want to do. So really, what I think about Seth, the Proudfoots, it don't matter what I think.
Right.
It don't matter.
Right. Yeah. Well, I just think he just needs someone there telling him what to do, I guess, apparently.
You saying he's lonely?
Definitely, I definitely think he's lonely. I definitely think he's absolutely jealous of Katie and Chris and their life. And
wait a minute, I gotta come back in here. I'm not but a few feet away. But what are you saying, girl? You saying he's jealous of their life?
Yeah, I do believe that.
I put that on the poll. Okay.
Yeah, I definitely believe that, and I think he's very intimidated by Chris.
Intimidated?
Yeah, I think he's.
Oh wow! Well, you are going deep.
I know, and I'm trying not to be mean, but I'm probably not wording it right. But in my opinion,
I mean, it's your opinion. I'm letting you know.
And Chris, he's just and I believe those neighbors and stuff that were interviewed and saying how Chris acts at barbecues, I could see that. I could totally see that. He's just one of those guys. But I do definitely think that Seth got his feelings hurt and embarrassed because when Chris went and approached him that day, and that's why he blew up trying to look tough, because he was so embarrassed. In my opinion, this is all my opinion. But he didn't like, I'm trying to word it right without making it sound so harsh. Because he seems like a sensitive guy.
Hold on, let me come back in here so I can see. Hold on a minute. Because I'm trying to do 50,000 different things at the same time. Hold on. Because I'm starving, Lord Jesus.
Oh, bless your heart.
Okay, so what did you just say, baby?
I said, oh shit. I just lost my train of thought.
You said something about him being jealous, intimidated. You also said you think he's intimidated by Chris, you say?
Yeah. And
wow.
I'm not trying to be mean to Seth. I just think he's a sensitive guy.
You don't have to apologize. You say what you want up here. I'm letting you give your opinions. It don't mean I agree or disagree. I don't have to tell people what I think about what you're saying. I'm letting you talk. Say what you want to say.
Yeah, I appreciate that. But I'm not trying to attack Seth, and I'm not being mean to him, because I do think maybe somewhere deep in there he has, he's a decent guy. He's just acting out, like you said, possibly just, all this is getting to him in a certain kind of way. And I do believe he has a problem with the pills. I do. And even if they're prescribed, you can still abuse them. So, in my opinion,
let me say something. Let me say something to Steve King. Steve, they're now saying that's not true. That Chris said they didn't go to any functions in the neighborhood. So I don't know what's true or not. This is what I tell you, you can't believe nothing that's been said, because all the stories are only coming from Christopher and Seth. Now, you entitled to believe both, some of the stuff you're saying, but I think everybody got a reason to lie. For the obvious reason. The child is missing. So you can't believe everything that's been said. As far as the neighbors, I have a problem with what they have to say, only because you didn't go to the news first. I went to the news first before coming to YouTube. The news can hide you. They can put you on an audio. They don't have to show your face when you give a news interview. So I have a problem with anybody going to YouTube first. That's just me. That's just me.
Yeah.
You come to YouTube first?
Yeah.
No, ma'am.
Well, he did say he did talk to the police and the FBI. But I don't know.
Well, but that's the whole point. We don't know that.
Yeah, we don't know. We just go by what we hear.
Yeah, we can't call the FBI and say, hey, some anonymous guy said he talked to you all, and you think the FBI is going to get back on the line and say, well, who are you talking about? And the FBI is not getting ready to talk to you about nothing like that. You don't even have a damn name, for God's sake. Yeah, and then they're going to say, it's none of your damn business.
I could be wrong about the FBI, but I know they said they spoke to law enforcement. I could be wrong about the FBI, but I do think I remember them saying the FBI too.
Okay, well, look at Susan said, who would invite Chris? Oh, God, you all are horrible. Well, guess what? You got all these people saying nasty stuff about Seth. Who would want him? Who would sleep with him? Well, he got a baby with Katie. What you mean?
How did Katie and him meet? Has that ever been brought up?
Seth, why Seth? Talking about that girl and Seth. Why would Michaela want with Seth? Well, he got Katie.
Yeah.
Same thing with Christopher Proudfoot. Why would Nina be with him? What you mean? He got 5 total wives. Think about what you're saying.
Yeah, that blows my mind.
5 people that had sex with him besides the ones we don't know.
But Nina seemed very sweet, and I could see why Chris was with her. Like, a woman is to be seen and not heard type of guy. The barbecues they said Chris was bragging about his foot size, and I can't remember everything, but I know he was real like cocky and rude, making snarky comments. They are on another channel, the interviews with the neighbors, or supposedly the neighbors. And I think they also said they would hear him yelling at Sebastian and spraying him with the hose or something.
Say what?
Got in trouble. Something the neighbor had said in that interview. He was saying something about hearing Chris yelling over the fence at Sebastian and yelling, I guess, at Katie, and spraying Sebastian with the hose or something like that. It was a while ago, and I've heard so much crap, so it all intertwines. I don't know. I just believe the neighbor, because I could see Chris doing that. I don't know him personally, but what he's shown, they all shown me, you know.
What's your theory?
That's actually a tough question for me, because I don't know. It's
Say
weird.
what?
I don't know. I really don't.
Right.
I think.
You don't have a theory?
I mean, there's so many. You know. I do think he's gone. I think that something happened after his special day out or his adventurous day out. I don't know if. I mean, I don't think they would hide him somewhere this long to, I don't know, keep him from Seth, but then they wanted Seth to have him, I guess. I don't know. It's all confusing. But I don't think Sebastian's with us. I would like to think otherwise, but you know, I know everybody brings up that 3-hour phone call and stuff. I thought, you know, before.
You don't have a theory. So basically, you think the child is no longer alive.
Yeah, I think something happened after that day.
Okay, so let's go here. He went gone. He left here on the 25th or the 26th. Which is it?
I think that night, the night of
25th.
Yeah, the 25th.
Do you believe he made it home from the steakhouse, Tracy? Excuse me.
No.
No, I don't either.
Maybe Chris. I don't know if they were on the phone at that time. So
but I'm saying they left the steakhouse. Where did they go? Did they go straight home or they went somewhere else?
Well, were they on the phone at that time on that 3-hour
call?
No,
I'm talking about we got to go to the steakhouse. The steakhouse is before any phone calls. Nobody, you all do not have proof she talked to him for 3 hours. Number one. Number two, if she did talk to him for 3 hours, so what? That's her husband.
Right. Well, no, the only reason
what's the big deal about that?
Well, the only reason why I was saying that was I was like, well, maybe they had this plan. They both turned their phones on and left him at home to make the phone look like be at home.
Well, people have done that.
Counting down.
That's what people do. Leave the phone somewhere, have a burner phone.
Yeah. And then meet up in the middle. That would give them enough time to be on 3 hours. Yeah. Right? Yeah. About that, roughly.
You're right. Just leave the line open. Very good. I didn't think about that. Right. Leave the line open. Like, well, let's start here. Did the child make it home with her from the steakhouse?
I don't think so either. I don't think that. Okay. And he uses a bulldozer I mean, those dig pretty deep.
Oh
And
my
if they're
God.
pouring concrete on top, I mean, I don't know. Crazier things have happened.
Well, let's just be truthful. From Hendersonville to Memphis, that's a long way, and I'll leave it right there. That's a long way. 3.5 hours. That's vast land. Tennessee is a long state. You look us up on the map, we are long, baby. Maybe not wide like Texas, but we're long. So therefore, the rest is self-explanatory. If the child is not alive, he could be anywhere. That's why I said about searching for him in Hendersonville. It's natural to search for him the first few days in Hendersonville because he lived there. Mm-hmm. But you don't have any proof to how he navigated, how he got out of the house, if he made it home. Really, I think only people that know the truth, half of the truth, is law enforcement. They got a pretty good idea if they believe that child made it home. If they're telling you he didn't come out, they're already spinning you the web. You're just not listening. This is the same shit we heard with Cal City. If you go jog your memory back, what did they tell us? They didn't come outside.
Right.
What they told us, they said the children did not leave the gate.
Yep.
So see, that told me everything I need to know right there.
Right.
The children did not leave the gate. That's because the children would never die. They have but one that made it. The other one they murdered there.
Oh, that breaks my heart. I know.
Shut your mouth.
That is so true.
Yeah. Children been dead.
Yeah.
And everybody breaking their neck and arguing over something, and all along the children been dead. Sitting here arguing about some kids and chalk and thinking a dog named Chalk, and he talking about chalk you play with. He made all that up. Children been.
My God. Oh my. I remember. Oh my God.
That's why I keep telling people. The person that's narrating the story 9 times out of 10 is the person that unalived the child. Everybody knows that. If you don't understand that, something wrong with you. Mm-hmm. Usually the narrator is the culprit. So that's why you got to listen to what Ellie's telling you. They done already told it. We don't got footage, and we don't believe he came out. So what does that leave? He inside the house and the walls?
Right.
Come on now. They telling you without telling you, because you can't have one without the other. If you're gonna say we don't have footage of him, that contradicts seeing him go to the trash can. Say, well, number 2, we don't have footage or evidence that he went outside the house. So if you take those 2 and put them together, that leads to he didn't make it home. Mm-hmm. Damn.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Damn.
You don't have footage of him. So then you got to backtrack. When did he last go out of the house? Well, he last went out of the house when he went with his mother running around the city, run around the town. Nobody listens because everybody's hearing what they want to hear.
I mean, I don't even would a family member hold him this long to keep him away from something? Yeah, without all this publicity.
Okay, think about that for a minute. Hold him for what?
I don't know. To keep him from Seth, but then I thought, well, they didn't want him anyways.
Well, that's
Katie ever wanted him.
Hold him for what reason? For how long? What's the end game?
I don't know. They didn't want him, but they didn't want Seth to have him either.
Let's look at it like this. Let's say they didn't want the child. What would be the point in giving him or letting him stay with somebody else? If you don't want him, what makes you think they want him?
Well, shit, I don't know. That's what I'm saying.
Seth has already told us he would require help after 18. He would require help as an adult. So you don't want the child. Who else would want the child? He autistic. God forbid. He acted out. See, we don't know that. They told us, oh, he just growled. I think there's way more to it. I think it's way more than what they told us pertaining to that little boy.
And between the 3 of them too.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, like I don't know. I don't want to attack Seth too much. You know.
No, I have not heard that somebody else was staying in the house. I haven't heard that. They might be staying in there now. Or when Sebastian went missing, I don't know.
I haven't heard that either.
Maybe they moved somebody else in when the little boy went missing. You know, people change things when people go missing, especially if it's foul play.
Yeah. Do you know how Katie and Seth met way back when? Do you know how they even met? Has that ever come out?
I can't remember.
Yeah, I can't either. That's just so weird to me.
They unalived him.
I definitely don't think he ran away at all.
No.
I think he'd be on someone's camera.
No. They just told you that. I tell you, ain't nobody listening. Ellie is already spinning the story, but ain't nobody listening. You too busy worrying about somebody liking the Proudfoots, and you refuse to listen to what the police has told you. We don't have footage of him. We don't feel he left the house. So you read between those two statements. Your answer is in those two statements. Nobody wants to listen. They're telling you without telling you.
Yeah.
Whenever the police tell you a person didn't make it outside, you ought to have enough common sense to know what the hell happened to the person. If you can't read between that, you need to stop following true crime. Now, I'm just going to keep it real.
Yeah, he probably didn't come home at all.
That's the point.
Yeah.
They telling you, they telling you without telling you, yeah, it's criminal. Yeah, we think somebody did something to him. They don't have to tell you that. They just told you, I don't got nothing with the boy walking around. Oh, I also don't got him leaving the house. It's like, okay, but what are y'all missing from those two statements? And they still want to keep crying and moaning about the damn Proudfoots. Damn. We don't have proof he came out.
That's it.
You don't got him on video. You ain't got him coming out. That means he didn't wander off. So you can scratch that. You can scratch wandering off. You can scratch kidnapping. What else does that leave? Stay woke.
Yeah, that's it.
That's it. I don't argue with them fools because they don't listen. So all that shit about a retention pond and all that, you're going round and round and round about a pond for what?
Just what did they do with them? You know, that's
yeah, that's the whole point. The pond, what relevance is it if I say he didn't come out the house? What relevance is it of a pond?
Yeah, he could be anywhere.
Exactly, Stephanie. They're telling you. I tell people, stop listening to everybody else and listen at what the police are telling you. They have not told us a lot about the case. But once they told you no CCTV footage, that was a problem right there. And people just still refuse to listen to what that means.
Haven't looked at it like that. I've just been listening.
Yeah, but you have to look at it. You have to look at it because if you're not going to look at what they're telling you, then it defeats the purpose in even investing in trying to figure out the case. They're telling you what you need to know. You just don't want to hear it.
Yeah, you're just answering questions you're wrong about.
Yeah, you're really asking questions that Most of the questions have already been answered. Once they tell you, I don't have CCTV footage, I don't have him coming out of the house. That's the same thing they said with the Cow City boys. And you see where that ended up, right?
Yep.
Right.
Yeah. Man. I mean, I knew that. I just kept listening to the BS. I'm like, well.
Yeah, don't listen to the BS. That shit they're talking about on YouTube, that's just a bunch of hyenas. They want to argue and get mad and what somebody talking about on their channel and who they believe is right and wrong. You just don't want to accept the fact. The police is telling you what happened to the little boy and you just don't motherfucking want to hear it. They don't have no reason to lie about him not coming outside the damn house.
Yeah.
That's not even nothing to lie about anyway.
I can't wait till it's solved. That one and
You know what I'm saying? Why lie about that?
Yeah. Yeah. There's no reason to lie about that. Because that wouldn't help the case if they lied about it, because if someone did see him and then it jogs their memory, like, oh, wait a minute. You know, if they're like, oh, we have him on camera leaving. And somebody's like, oh, wait a minute, I did see him running by. You know?
We don't got that. We don't have him going in the door, walking in, which we know she drove, a car. She might have parked her car in the garage. So you wouldn't see him going in.
Right. That's so eerie.
It's very eerie.
And her emotions seem so fake to me when she...
Huh?
Her emotions seem so fake to me when she, like, tries to force herself to cry. I don't think she ever wanted kids, period.
No, she didn't.
You know.
That's why she kept having all them abortions. She's too lazy to take the damn pill and it's free.
Yeah, that's sick. That's sick.
You think about all the money she done spent on abortions, and she can go to the health department to get free birth control.
Right.
That's crazy as hell.
I know.
I can see she had her first abortion before getting Sebastian. You decide you want to, unalive a child, but keep doing it. That don't make no sense.
Yeah, that's crazy. Yeah, she definitely didn't want kids.
Yeah, because you're ruining your insides. You keep letting them go in there and scrape a baby out. People don't really understand what they're doing when they go inside of you and take a baby out.
Oh yeah, that's not good for your body. Definitely.
Your choice. I'm not arguing the choice. But what I am saying, it will affect you physically. And that's why I made the video about the abortions and the autism. It's not to say that abortions cause the autism. I'm just giving you, information of things that cause autism. But there is no definitive cause of autism. But somebody who don't have a, third grade education just assume that's what I thought. That's why her baby was autistic. It's not what I said. I was just showing you the linkage that there's a high probability that you can have an autistic child from having abortions.
Yeah, absolutely. That's right.
She don't care.
I mean, she went to the military. Not to say anything's wrong with going to the military if you're a parent. Do what you got to do. But when they're young, growing up, maybe when they're older, but not that young. And he's special.
And you've seen how terrible it is when people go away to the military, how shit jumps off. People get to messing around with other people. They make babies with other men.
Yep.
Trust me, yeah. I know all about it.
Oh, yeah.
People do not stay faithful when people join the military.
I don't think she really wanted to be with Seth either. And I think in my opinion, he made her keep Sebastian so he could hold her down or tie her down. to him.
I
But
didn't think about that.
that's just my opinion. And what was I gonna say?
But you say she wanted out. She went in the military. They said when he was a little boy. So she was trying to get out.
Oh yeah. I mean,
she didn't have the guts to just tell Seth, "I'm not happy. I don't want to be with you, and I don't want this little boy either."
Right. Yeah.
But guess what? But guess what? We don't really know. She could have told him that.
Yeah.
She could have told him, "I don't want you. I don't want to be with you. I don't want to be no mother." Seth ain't gonna tell us that.
Right. Yeah, because
if she did say it, he probably wouldn't want to tell us that. Because that's embarrassing for somebody to tell you that to your face. I don't want you. And I don't want this baby.
And people would say, he would be embarrassed also because he didn't just take Sebastian and raise him himself. What would be his excuse?
When she said, let me tell you something. I know you're supposed to support people in their dreams and goals, because I don't know if Katie wanted to go in the military before she got pregnant and just so happened to get pregnant. But if Katie never mentioned going into the military before getting pregnant, he should have left her as soon as she said she wanted to go in the military.
Right. I agree.
Because what would just make you want to up and go in the military and you got a small child? The child already born.
Yeah, I couldn't leave my child. I couldn't.
And that's why I keep telling people. Some people were arguing in the chat, I think in AB's channel one day, about how old she was when the baby went, when she went in the military. Who gives a damn how old the boy was? If he was 3, if he was 3 months, if he was 5 years old, you want to argue about that? A child's a child.
Absolutely.
What difference does it make?
Yeah, that don't matter.
Oh, he was school age. That's still his mother. That's still his mother. Jesus.
Oh, yeah. When my son left for the Air Force, oh, my God. I was a basket case for the whole month. Like, just straight month. Depressed.
Well, Elizabeth, she could have had him before she had a baby. That's the whole point. I don't know when she had the abortions. So, I'm not trying to argue when she had the abortions. That's just all this is coming from him. But my thing is still, I just don't see nobody having a baby and then wanting to go into the military after that. That just seems odd to me.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not saying she didn't have goals. That's not what I'm saying. But Katie's not speaking on it. So you don't know. You're just really hypothesizing from what Seth has said. So those are the questions I have. When did she want to go in the military? When did she think about going into the military? Before getting pregnant? After getting pregnant? During pregnancy? It was a long-term goal. She always wanted to go in the military. What? Because that's going to fill in the gaps of wondering why she would leave a small child, knowing the child would need her.
Yeah.
And, just like AB said, a child would gravitate towards their mother because they usually do.
There's no way I could do that. No way.
Hell, look at, and I had said something about Jeffrey Dahmer, and it's not to compare Jeffrey Dahmer to this case, but what I was trying to explain to people about Jeffrey Dahmer, he held a grudge against his mother because she left him at 17.
Yep.
So just imagine a 5-year-old longing for his mother versus a 17-year-old who is obviously ill. Mm-hmm. Nobody knew. His mother leaves because she had mental problems. Jeffrey Dahmer's mother had mental problems. So then the father, he done went and moved on with another woman. They left him to fend for himself. Then you talking about Jeffrey Dahmer was an alcoholic in high school. So he was already in the making for a monster, and nobody knew. Yep. Nobody knew. He killed his first victim in high school, standing, by himself at his house. They left a 17-year-old alone.
I know,
that's why Jeffrey Dahmer was killing the men. Mm-hmm. That's why he was killing the men. He didn't want to be alone. That's why he would beg them to stay and spend the night. But naturally, hey, I got to go. I got to leave. And that's when he would get upset. Oh, you want to leave? So here comes the hitting him over the head, strangling him. I'm just trying to make you understand that it doesn't matter the age of a child being abandoned by their mother or feeling abandonment.
Yep.
That's your perception how a child should feel about their mother. Maybe you don't feel anything towards your mother, so you didn't care if your mother left you at 5 or she left you at 17. But everybody is different. Everybody's different.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Yep.
And let's look at the outcome. Fast forward, the age she left Sebastian, coming back home, having problems with Seth, child having developmental problems. Naturally, she's probably noticing this. He's noticing this. Allegations of SA. Then we hear that another felon or somebody's in the company of him. Now they moved, get a divorce, blah, 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 come to Tennessee, still don't think shit was right, and now he missing. It's been a recipe for disaster. This has just been a recipe
we see on the outside. We don't even know all the details.
And what do they always say, Tracy? Imagine what you don't know.
Yeah. I mean, I already knew right away that Sebastian was freaking Chris bullied Sebastian when he said he called him Mr. Chris. I'm like, are you kidding me? That's your stepson?
You know what?
I said I knew right away that Chris bullied Sebastian when he said he made him call him Mr. Chris. Your stepson?
Yeah, Stephanie says after you have a baby, all of a sudden saying I'm going to join the Navy, knowing that you could be out to sea for long periods of time, so strange to me. Yeah, it's strange.
Mm-hmm. Or get killed.
See, it's not like Katie went straight to the military after high school. And then she stayed in the military for years and then came out and had a baby. That's different.
That's what happened?
That's what I'm saying. It would be different.
Oh, I thought
she didn't do it that way. I'm saying she didn't go straight to the military from high school.
Mm-mm.
Allegedly, she got knocked up, had the baby for a couple years, then went to the military allegedly. That's backwards.
Yeah. Escape. Absolutely.
I mean, you just imagine right now a 28-year-old woman having a house full of kids, and then one day she tell her husband and kids, "Oh, I want to join the Navy." What? How you think that? How do you think that would work?
Especially little. Like you said, it doesn't matter the age.
Yeah, but I'm just saying. Yeah, just imagine a 28-year-old, 25-year-old woman got a house full of kids,
and
then she just one day say, "I want to go to the military." I don't think that'd be well received.
No, not at all.
And it's not to say she don't have goals or a woman shouldn't have goals. That's not what I'm saying. But most people who join the military, they join it after school or early 20s.
Yeah. That's true.
I have never heard of a woman having a kid and had a kid for a couple years and then joined the military. I ain't never heard of it. Mm-mm. Maybe somebody out there's done it, but this is the first time I've ever heard that.
Yeah, there's no way.
The state has medical care. I done said that already in my live stream. It's bullshit. Every state has medical plans. Whether you are poor, working class, you work 5 days a week, 2 days a week. The state has medical care. Every state has medical care. So that's bullshit. And the fact they probably weren't making a lot of money, you should know they probably qualified.
Oh, yeah.
So I don't believe that. I don't believe that.
Yeah.
Every state has state medical. And she's a mother with a child, she would qualify.
And wasn't it said that she worked, that he stayed home, took care of Sebastian?
So that goes back to what I just said. So that's one person working. You want me to believe she had a high income? If she had a high income, she could afford the premium. See, that's why I tell people nobody listens.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, you get
If she made a high income, she could pay the premium for her child to get medical care. Number one. Number two, she makes a low income, mid-grade. That's where the state care comes in. You can get state medical whether you work or don't work. They've changed it now. Like in Tennessee, able-bodied adults that don't work, they don't give medical unless you're sick or you got cancer.
Would Sebastian get disability checks? Would they get any type of help like
Yeah,
that?
yes.
So he would automatically probably be enrolled.
Automatically. And that's the whole point to that story. We don't know if he draws a disability check. If she didn't get him checked, then he probably wouldn't have got a disability check because they didn't take him to the doctor to see what was wrong with him. I guess. I don't really know. All I'm saying is I'm not listening at that bullshit about no medical benefits and he was sick. Well, if he was sick, you just proved my point. You can get medical care from the state. They would tell you that.
Yeah, 100%.
The hospital will tell you. You keep coming to the doctor. They're going to tell you, well, have you tried applying for a state, the state Medicaid or whatever? Who going to turn it down because you worried about what people think? Your baby's sick. Because somebody checked the other day going to say, why should she go on welfare? Well, your baby's sick. Who gives a fuck?
Yeah. No doubt.
You trying to get your child help. Give a damn where the money coming from.
I know Florida has free clinics.
Well, I'm just saying, your baby's sick though. So if your baby's sick, and you should know when you have children how to go about getting state care, medical care, you learn all that as you take your child to the doctor. So that's why this don't sound right to me.
Yeah,
you got to explain to me why you wouldn't go to get a state medical care and your baby's sick.
And did she go to the doctor when she was pregnant? Did she have insurance?
Thank you.
How did they pay for the birth?
Exact. Girl, come on with it.
She had to have something. And Medicaid will cover your child for, I don't remember.
Where'd you get the milk from? The Infamil.
Yeah.
Right.
WIC.
So if you know about WIC, you know about state medical care. Stop the bullshit.
Yeah.
That's what I'm talking about, Kim. You ain't getting ready to sit up here and worry about what your neighbors think or what somebody gonna think about you getting state care about your child and your child's sick. Just like right now, if you got sick and all you could afford was medical care and they want to give it to you from the state, you sitting up here dying from cancer. You gonna be worried about what the fuck a neighbor think about you?
Yeah.
That's an idiot.
And how would they even know? Unless you told them.
Let me tell you something. I've met a lot of people in my life that are honorary. They don't want no care from the government because they don't want nobody to think they're low income or that they're on welfare. But if you walk around with that type of attitude, you're going to miss out.
Mm-hmm.
You're going to miss out. And it might be why he got diagnosed so damn late. These people weren't contending to what was obvious. You understand what I'm saying?
Oh, yeah.
Because you know what's going to be fucked up? If you find out he wasn't even going to no damn doctors.
Oh.
Because something about this don't sound right to me.
No. You had none of it, though. That's crazy.
No, it don't add up.
So.
And I'm not being judgmental, but
yeah.
I'm a woman and I know better. It's just shit don't sound right. We don't care if they didn't get benefits. That's not what the fuck I'm talking about. See, I'm about to get ignorant. We're talking about preserving life.
I've worked my whole life and paid my taxes and,
And that's what they said. Remember when Katrina happened?
Mm-hmm.
They said a lot of people would not even want to wash their clothes in the fucking washing machines or take the government care that the government is offering you, and you sitting up here without a house and a home, and you sitting up here worried about taking a government card that had what, $1,500 or $3,000 on it? Why not? Yeah. They told them that. They said you pay taxes all your life and you don't want to take money from the government, and you sitting up here without a fucking house.
Absolutely.
Well, that's your dumb ass. Shit.
Yeah. Damn right. I'm not ashamed. You're
a taxpayer and you lose your house and you go tell the government, no, I don't want the money. Well, sit outside then. Stupid.
Yeah, absolutely. If I needed it, I would get it absolutely in a heartbeat. And my kids need it even more.
And I don't believe she got a whole lot of money for the government. She couldn't have got money from the government because she hadn't even went to the military yet. So that don't make sense. So please don't come in here with that nonsense. I don't want to hear it. Please, just stop.
Well, the military's got the best insurance, so
that's what I'm sitting there saying. But before she went into the military, she wouldn't have had the military insurance. See where I'm going? Yeah. So how was she eating? Nobody thought about that? Nobody. So you have no medical insurance for you and your child. Or Seth. I want everybody to listen to this, since we got some busybodies in here. You have no medical insurance for you, your children. Well, how are you buying food? You were buying food with cash money? 2 adults and a child eating? Okay.
Yeah, and they were poor, supposedly not poor, but maybe struggling. Yeah.
Because if you weren't poor, you'd be able to afford the insurance.
Yep. And she was the only one working, and he was at home taking care of Sebastian.
Okay, so let's go there, because nobody's listening. If ain't but one person working, how are you going to afford to feed 3 people with a baby that needs infant meal, diapers, medical care? The baby's sick. I'll wait.
Yeah.
And then they said she didn't go to the military allegedly until the boy was 4 or 5 or 6 years old. So I want you to think about that. Okay. From birth up until 5 or 6, she holding down the family on one income.
Yeah, right.
Lord have mercy. I ain't never seen people. They listen at. Let me tell you something. These people out here are so gullible. Keep repeating what Seth said. Seth said. She said. You ain't listening. You know fucking well one person who's barely making money cannot take care of 3 people.
Weren't they in California?
Say it again.
Because California is
one of the most expensive places to live on the fucking earth.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Rent was high in the 80s. Keep it real.
Yeah. There's no way.
No way. You want me to believe she wasn't trying to get no help from nobody? No help. Nothing. So who was giving her money? Her mother? Her father? His family? How long you think that's going to last? Family keep trying to give you money because your husband won't work or don't work.
Do you know when he was diagnosed, Sebastian?
Huh?
Do you know when he was diagnosed?
They said about 13. 12 or 13. That's crazy.
Yeah, how do you not notice it if he's younger?
Well, that's what I'm sitting here. Girl, don't you know? That's what I'm sitting here saying. If you know the signs when he was a kid, you didn't take him to the doctor to ask, hey, could you have my child tested? I'm noticing some things. He doesn't respond when I call his name. He stares off into space, whatever. Wouldn't you be asking the doctor to have your child tested, see what's wrong with your child? You mean to tell me you had a child with these oddities? he didn't get a result until he was 12 or 13 years old.
That's crazy. No way. There's because in the hospital when your baby's born, they test them for everything.
Girl.
Everything.
Oh, Lord have mercy. It's bullshit. And I don't understand how nobody wouldn't go to the state to try to get some health care if you got a husband that ain't working. That don't make no sense to me, because they're going to talk to you about those things when you first have a baby.
Mm-hmm. I mean, they do test when you're pregnant. I mean, there's sonogram.
But I'm saying, if I don't have no insurance and I'm going where am I going to get prenatal care? Okay, the baby's here now. Where am I going?
Mm-hmm.
So see, this is why I say this is bullshit.
Very much so.
You walking around with a kid, you got to take the baby to the doctor. He got to get the immunizations. So how you paying? You paying for cash?
In California, okay.
No way you're gonna sit here and be paying cash out of pocket, and you know you don't have the money.
Yeah, there's no way. And the birth.
Girl, don't get me started, please.
Yeah, I mean,
what I'm saying.
Yeah, that's crazy.
You know how much it costs to have a baby? This was years ago. They had it at 200,000 plus if you pay out of pocket for an infant.
Oh, yeah.
Just for like the first few years, not even the first few years, 200,000 plus. That was years ago.
Mm-hmm. So
you imagine paying out of pocket for everything for an infant right now: Pampers, diapers, milk, formula, doctor's visits. God forbid the baby gets sick, X-rays, all of that. And you sit up here gonna tell me you gonna sit up here and try to make payments every month on doctor bills, formula, diapers, baby bottles, all that, but you don't make no money and don't nobody work with you. And you got to pay rent. Y'all forgot about that. They had to pay rent somewhere in California unless they stayed on the Army base all them years. Good God Almighty.
I know. That's insane when you put it like that. And if she had a C-section, that's even more.
That's what I'm saying.
You pay for each tool.
So that going in the military just don't make no sense to me. When you can go to the state of California and get help, they can give you help.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah.
The only way I see that she didn't go get help from the state is because she didn't want it.
Yeah, and like you said, doctors, if she went to a doctor while she was pregnant,
they're going to tell her that they see she can't afford it. And she said, well, I only got this. Because when you go to the doctor, you're supposed to pay up front. I'm sure back when she had a child 15 years ago, the rule was the same. You got to pay it up right there.
Mm-hmm.
You got to write your check right there.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. And, yeah, they gave her a list and, she knew.
Well, tacos, I know that. They had to have had government help. You know they had government help. They don't want to tell y'all that. You ain't living in California on no one person income, taking care of no 3 fucking people without getting some help from the government. I don't care if it's just the WIC alone and the Medicaid.
Right. His food's expensive. Shit.
That's what I'm saying. That's exactly what I'm saying. They had to eat food. 2 grown-ups eating, and the baby got to eat. You know how much it costs? What I just said, it's expensive with a newborn.
Formula's insane.
Just imagine going to the store every day, 1 week, filling up a buggy just for the formula, diapers. You ain't even putting nothing in the buggy for you.
Mm-mm. Hell no.
On one income. That's what everybody remember that. One income. And this would have been before she went into the military.
Yeah, so she would have been super young, so it's not like she has
an executive job. Come on with it. So she would have been 19 years old, living with Seth and a baby, and he didn't work. Is that what is this the version y'all putting out here? This is what Seth said. Seth is 10 years older than her, and he didn't have no job.
Mama wasn't helping. She was busy getting in trouble with the law. Not Katie's mama anyway.
That's what I'm saying.
She wasn't helping.
There's just no way a young girl. That's why I said ain't nobody listening to the story. People putting in what they want to put in. You got to use common sense when people talk. Everybody know California is a very expensive place. There's no way a 19-year-old, 20-year-old is holding down herself and a man in the state of California with a baby with no fucking government assistance.
Yeah, even in a damn trailer park.
That's what I'm saying.
Still expensive.
Somebody else would have to been giving them money.
Yeah.
No way.
Yeah, there's no way. No way.
Well, I tell you what, go to California now with one person working and another adult and a baby and see if you can make it with just one job.
A minimum wage job, though.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Which is about what? $13 there or something, 12.
Yeah, you're not even paying for by yourself. You're not even going to be able to afford rent by yourself. Or
that's what I'm
just
saying.
Rent.
That's what I'm saying. You wouldn't be in California right now with a baby and a man making minimum wage. You would still be in your car sleeping.
Mm-hmm.
You would be in your car sleeping or on the damn street.
Yep. And did they have a car?
Well, that's what I'm trying to understand, SG. Because I had to remember that just now. She was younger than him. So what I'm trying to understand is, why wasn't he working? Well, at what point did Seth not have a job? Was it when she went in the military or it was before?
He strikes me as a little lazy. Just the way he carries himself.
No, exactly. 2024, two people ain't making it.
Mm-mm. And a growing child? No way.
You can't. Because look at how expensive everything is. The food's expensive, the clothes, shoes. Naturally, you can go to stores where they have discount stuff. But the point still remains, you still got to have money for the items. Even if you find a place where the stuff is cheaper, it still costs.
Oh, yeah, it does.
And I could imagine living in California and have a house full of damn kids. Oh, my God. It ain't no way.
Mm-mm.
I can barely afford to live here. I'm about ready to get out. Well, come on to Tennessee. That's where everybody else coming. All you Californians then came down here and drove the damn rent up.
Florida's expensive too. I grew up in Florida.
God, everybody here is struggling like hell.
I bet.
Girl, it's so bad. If you just see the people, the people, they homeless. It's so bad. Lord have mercy. It's bad. Everywhere you go, somebody standing panhandling.
Oh yeah, there's a lot in Georgia too.
Everybody you meet need to stay somewhere. They staying with a cousin, a friend, their mama, their daddy, and they got jobs. They actually have jobs, but they need somewhere to live because we don't have enough housing here.
I couldn't believe it. The other day I went to Dollar Tree and there was this man sitting out there.
Thank you, Steve.
Man.
Steve, what were you trying to answer? You were trying to ask me. I was trying to be rude. I think a lot of people just live in a bubble. They think according to their own ideology.
They believe everything they see on TV.
I use common sense. Now, let me say, like I said, you do have people who won't go get help. Now, that could be what Katie and Seth did. They didn't want to get no help from the state because a lot of people feel like, I don't want to get nothing from the state. People think I'm on welfare. Well,
nobody knows though.
If you stupid enough to think like that, that's on you. But you suffer with a child. Why would you want to suffer with a child? Your child didn't ask to come here.
Yeah. And she was 19. She ain't gonna really give a shit about that, really, I don't think.
That's what I'm saying. What would she care about getting some food stamps and Medicaid?
I definitely believe they had help.
Yeah. They don't want to admit it. But who cares? Oh, I just thought about something. He wouldn't want to admit it because he was older. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And how that would, because how that would look. Mm-hmm.
Oh. Yeah, I wouldn't admit it either.
Yeah.
I'm surprised he admitted that he didn't work.
Because how that's gonna look if you tell people that, yeah, we were getting assistance from the government before she went in the military. And the first thing somebody gonna say is, well, you didn't have a job?
Right.
She didn't have a job? Why not?
That's true. He seems like the type that don't want to work.
Okay, but this is what's crazy. People been saying some ugly stuff in the chat. He lazy, he this, he that. Okay. So then he said he did take care of the child when she went in the military, because naturally he had to. So what I'm trying to understand is this. Did he work when he got with her, got married? Number one. How long did he work? Where did he work? How many jobs did he have? When she decided to go in the military, what did he actually do when she went in the military? Because please don't tell me he sat at home while on a military base and didn't work.
Yeah, how is he paying for bills?
So imagine.
And a baby.
That's what I'm saying. So when she went in the military, the little boy was already school age, allegedly. I don't know what's the truth. So did he work? Who gets the kid off the school bus? Somebody got to pick up the kid when he come home from school.
And when you first start in the military, you're not getting paid all that much.
That's what I said to people.
Work up to that
when they
level.
kept talking about she was holding them down. I said, hold them down. How? The military don't pay you nothing.
Mm-mm.
So that's why I'm sitting here asking now. When she went to the military, what was Seth doing? Anybody got no answer?
Yeah, my son's in the Air Force, and he's got one of the highest paying jobs they have, and he lives on base for free. And eats for free because he knows how expensive it is out there, and he knows he couldn't make it in California even by himself, probably, in the Air Force. Not right now.
Did he tell anybody what he did while she was in the military?
Not that I know of. I know he said he stayed home and took care of Sebastian. And she wouldn't get up with him. She wouldn't get up with Sebastian. I'm like, well, she's the one working and bringing home the bread.
Strange.
You want to be Mr. Mom. Then be Mr. Mom. Yes.
So he didn't have a job. Is that what he told? Is that what he said? He didn't work?
He didn't work. He took care of Sebastian, and she would not want to get up with him. Like Katie wouldn't want to get up with him if he was woke up in the middle of the night.
I didn't block a Stephanie J. I don't know. I didn't block a Stephanie J. Because I got people modding for me. If they blocked her, they might have blocked her by mistake because the chat be running so fast. That's why I had to go to my phone and do it, because if I try to block somebody, I can't do a good job doing it on the computer. I have to go look at my phone and do it because I can slow my screen down better on my phone.
I wouldn't know how to do any of that stuff.
Elizabeth. This is Medea part 2. Shut your mouth. Lord, I just feel so bad for this child. He just what kind of justice can it be, dear God? Especially if there's no evidence, as far as bringing forward an indictment in case, let's just say it is foul play. They gotta have enough to take before the district attorney. You got to have something concrete. Now, it's not to say cases haven't gone before the district attorney on circumstantial, but with this type, he wants something ironclad. You welcome, sweetie. You want something ironclad. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. I've also thought the possibility. I'm like, you know what? Maybe Chris doesn't know. Maybe Katie just lost it and was like, I can't stand this anymore.
It could be.
You know, Sebastian was getting on her
She could have
nerves.
called. She could have called him afterwards, because we've seen this in many cases where people kill people and then they go call somebody else to help them. This has happened so many times. You know,
what do I do?
That movie I shared on my page. I can't think of the name of it. It's something street. That's based on a true story about John Smith. He had been killed his first wife. His first wife, he put her in a damn box in the parents' shed. His brother found the damn woman in the box, and they covered it up, him and the daddy.
Good night.
And all them years, her family looking for her, and she missing. She left me. Then the next wife, she left me. Everybody left them. You got all these missing wives, and his excuse is this one died, this one left. Honey, they ain't died, they ain't left. He killed them. That's horrible.
Yeah.
So this is what I'm trying to tell people. There are people who hold a secret to murder every day. Look at the misfits out in Kansas. That's a prime example. Look how many people knew that they were getting ready to go kill that woman and that social worker.
Yeah. Yeah. God, how'd they get
so many people involved in that? 8 people already knew they were going to kill her.
What the hell?
That's a lot of people.
Yeah. I'm like, there's no way I get
five people arrested, and 1 child knew. That's 6. The grandmama, I think she knew. That's 7, and I think her son knew. That's 8. Now that's not including any other damn misfits.
I'm gonna be honest. I don't think I would snitch on my kid, but I wouldn't help him either. I said I don't think I would snitch on my kid, to be honest.
Sound good, little steaks and margaritas. Don't clog them good arteries up, girl. Yeah, I made mistakes blocking people by mistake because the chat runs so fast because they're commenting and you're trying to catch that comment and hit it with the dots. You end up hitting somebody else by mistake, blocking somebody else by mistake. But I don't remember blocking no Stephanie J. I sure don't. And I can go back up and try to look. It might be gone. We're talking about hours worth. See me rolling.
Now, you were talking about Chris Watts' mom the other day, you know, how she supports him and stuff.
Oh,
now,
the mother?
I don't think I could do all that.
See what she said?
Yeah.
I don't care what you did. Yeah, let me look through. Let me look through
my grandbabies. It couldn't, so, you know.
See, let me see who Luminous, who she blocked somebody.
I do think I would hide my kids and protect, you know, not snitch, but I wouldn't hide a body.
You wouldn't hide a body.
Not for my kids, no. I mean, not for anybody. I mean, you know, I can't say if I would or not, because I tell you, I would do anything for my kids, but.
Well, I look at it like this. Please don't call me talking about killing nobody.
Yeah, don't tell me about it.
Yeah, don't tell me nothing because I don't want to know.
Yeah, I don't either. Yeah.
Should trying to find. He said she was blocked. I'm trying to go back up here and look. Go back. Oh Lord, I got another lie to do. Jesus, well, what you doing tonight? You gonna be at home?
Me? Yeah, I'm gonna be taking care of my kids. I mean, my grandparents. My kids, they're grown now. All my kids are in their 20s.
Maybe that feels like
Yeah, it does. Their minds are gone, yeah. So sometimes it feels like that.
I can't even read the comment.
Yeah, but I wasn't trying to be too hard on Seth. Like, I mean, God bless him, for what he's going through.
Yeah, but it looks like he's been saying or doing something with these people.
He's doing too much.
Yeah. And,
sure.
and at some point, whether we like Seth or not, he can't be doing this stuff, this nasty people talk or whatever the hell he got going on.
Yeah. Yeah, that Trevor stuff.
Think about this. The woman come down here with her dogs, right?
Yeah.
Why would I want to help you? And why would I want to help you and you talking about my dogs?
Yeah.
You calling them mutts.
Yeah, I wouldn't want that. My dogs aren't even that intelligent. I mean, they're smart, but they're not that intelligent, obviously. They're just regular dogs. So I'd be offended.
So, if you talking like that to her, she upset, then she go tell somebody. Then here comes somebody else, they got a story. So a lot of people just feel like, well, it must be some truth to it because everybody got a story about Seth. And I understand how people think like that. Because people will say, well, why would all these people lie?
Yeah.
But we know people can make up stuff. Like I said, I'm not there to hear what he done said to Jules and Chloe and Heather or whoever else. But I can tell you now, it's out of control. Whatever the hell's going on.
Yeah.
There's got to be an end game to this. There's all this stuff about tattoos and GoFundMes and needing money and how you feel about that? You think he's trying to grift people?
Absolutely. I think Tony got in his head big time. Because that's what Tony does.
So let me read Vivian's comment. Seth is just plain weird. I don't think so at the beginning, but ever since he went off on Trevor Lee, I'm just turned off by him. Okay. Seth needs real friends, real lovers, not snakes. Okay. Yeah. Yeah,
but Seth has said some things, weird stuff, like about snakes, for instance.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. A lot of people I've seen commenting, talking crazy. People on their network talking crazy about people upholding him. I thought, well, I know you ain't talking about me because I ain't never said I uphold him. I don't uphold nobody.
Yeah, no,
you want me to say something bad about him every 5 seconds.
Yeah.
I will talk about him when I want to talk about him. I've already said how I felt about all this bullshit before it got to the point it's gotten now. Like I said, I have a problem if indeed he messed with Katie when she was underage.
Mm-hmm.
I said that weeks ago.
It's gross, yeah.
Okay. The shit with the audio, I didn't like that.
Mm-hmm.
Because I told myself Seth hadn't been behind that. I just didn't dwell on it. But I asked in the live stream, well, did you release it? If you did, why would you do that? When you sit here acting like you want to work with the Proudfoots. That was confusing to me. So I said, well, maybe he's doing it out of spite. He's mad. I think what Seth is doing, he's doing tit for tat, back and forth, back and forth.
Oh, yeah.
I want to work with them. They ain't giving me what I want, so let me go say something crazy about it. See what I'm saying?
Yeah, and he says some off-the-wall stuff.
Yeah, and so that's what I think is going on with him. He wants to try to come together with the Proudfoots, but then he's so bitter and angry at whatever has happened. He then goes back. See what I'm saying? And a lot of people have done this because I know I get mad at a certain person. I'll be wanting, oh, Jesus. Because I'll be telling them, what's wrong with you? Why don't you act right? What is your problem? And we have this like love, hate shit going on. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And I don't want to hate this person, but they do just the stupidest shit.
Yeah.
And you're asking yourself, what's wrong with you? Why don't you get it together? It's like, damn. It pisses me off. So I have to this person out mentally, literally, because I would go the fuck off.
I got
because they would drive you insane.
Like
the shit that they be doing, and I've told the person recently, you keep doing crazy shit, but yet you're the same person always complaining. Don't nobody care. Don't nobody love you. Well, act right. How hard is it? You're grown. You're not a kid. Grow up. Shit, grow up. Because I keep telling the person, you're going to look up one day, there ain't going to be nobody there. There is not going to be nobody you can call, message. Everybody's going to find is cut your ass off and keep it moving. And you're going to really be sick. And people like that, they think that you're going to keep being around all the time. That's what they think. Oh, I can call today. Oh, I can wait 3 months and call. Well, keep it up. But one day you're going to dial the number. You're going to try to message. You're not going to get through. And then you're going to look up. It's going to be 3 more months. You still can't get through. And then next thing you know, it's a year. It's 5 years. And you realize, wow, I really fucked that up.
Yep.
A lot of people like that. They're ungrateful.
Well,
but I get
people.
You don't really want to invest your time with somebody? Cool. Then keep it moving. Don't message. Don't call again. Don't do nothing. Just go back to business. And hopefully the person will say to themselves, well, they won't answer the phone. They won't, follow through. I need to just keep it moving and do my thing. Luminous, I've thought about that, but then what's the end game if everybody's lying? You want me to believe these people going to throw mud at each other and they're all lying and making up something and what? They're holding the kids somewhere? So y'all came to social media and the news to lie about your child missing. Then where's the child? And why are you all mudslinging and throwing shit out here? That really wouldn't make no sense. Like somebody said in the chat, if they all in it together to hide the child or the grift, they would be quiet. That definitely wouldn't make no damn sense.
I'd be mad as hell if I was one of those his coworkers that gave up my
Kimberly
vacation pay, or what is it? What did he get, the PTO time from his coworkers or something?
Yeah, I know Seth hadn't quit. I knew damn well Seth hadn't quit no damn job. Seth ain't that damn stupid.
I would have been so mad if I was one of those guys after seeing all this.
Seth ain't quit no job. Anybody think that's something wrong with you? Seth know how hard it is to get a job. He know how hard it is out here. Rent is high. Wasn't he just on a live stream complaining about his rent went up $500? So why would Seth quit his job?
And
he know eventually this I was going to say DoorDash. Oh my God. I must be tired. I was going to say that DoorDash going to run out. God. Yeah, I need to go to bed. Hey, Seth, that DoorDash gonna run out there. I mean the cash app.
Yeah.
I'm disoriented. I'm sitting up here talking like I done had a damn drink. I ain't had nothing but this damn soda. I said, go say, that DoorDash gonna run out. I went, you know what? I had a Seth as a neighbor. He was a light-skinned black dude, a teenager rather. He was cute. I knew his sister. Shauna and Seth. Wherever you all are, Shauna, Seth, Queen loves you. Aww. We were kids in the neighborhood. They lived across the street from me. Their building was like second, third building, catty corner across the street. And they were okay kids. Shauna, she was a sweet girl. Seth, he probably was a little bit mischievous. But yeah, I think that's the only Seth I've ever met in my life that I can think of.
Yeah, I don't think I know any. I might have went to school with one.
Yeah,
but
they're a little older than me now because I'm 53. So Shauna would have been 15 and I would have been 11. So she's probably about 4 years older than me. Yeah, they're late 50s now. Yeah, DoorDash. Hey, what's the difference, Steve? DoorDash, Cash App.
Yeah, they're all apps.
But you know what I found was interesting? I was listening to this damn girl's channel last night, and when she was up there talking at barbecue, and she said they all went to take him out to eat, he wanted his food to go. What's that all about?
Ooh.
Seth. Yeah. Girl, that struck me strange. I said, well, maybe he didn't trust them. He thought, shit, I'm gonna get my food to go. I ain't gonna sit here with them. That is very peculiar when she said that. Oh yeah, I was dissecting that last night. I was lying in the bed listening, and I said, that don't sound good. That don't sound good at all.
I really think Seth has a problem with his pain pills.
Oh, okay, don't dive. Come back. I'm coming back on tonight. I'm gonna let it get a little late so I can talk about this subject late, because it's gonna be not some good content for children who might just come in the chat. I don't want no kids hearing what I'm gonna talk about Rex Heuermann. Well, Rex is nasty. What he did to one of them girls. Woo, Lord have mercy. When I was listening to it this morning, golly, is one of the, I think I was taking a shower because I fell in the damn bathtub.
Damn.
It's bad. He's a woman hater. He's a woman hater.
I know it.
Yeah, he hates women.
Sure.
He hates women. I still am curious about that damn wife. Oh, and guess what they said in some of the evidence? He had a girl living with him, before he met Asa. Her hair was found under one of the victims. Yep.
Oh my God, Carla Homolka and Paul Bernardo.
Girl, stop.
Well, kind of.
But they said when he allegedly killed that girl, she had already moved out the house 2 months before. What you mean? Seth ain't never been a good person. Y'all gotta stop it. I ain't gotta stop nothing. I don't know Seth like that to say he ain't never been a good person.
I don't know that. I've
already voiced my opinion about who Seth is and who Seth ain't. Like I said, them were my only concerns. Katie as a child, and this nonsense with these audios, and then this shit with him trolling people. If he's doing that, he's wrong. He's wrong.
I'm just going by what I see.
Because he's too old. He's too old to be doing that type of shit.
Yeah, he is, and he tries to say gangster shit sometimes. I'm like, what are you doing, dude?
Like what? Wait a minute. Let me tell you what one of these people said on this woman channel last night. She gonna put it up there because she always show their comments. This damn woman had the nerve to say, "Why would anybody want him? He got lines in his eyebrows." I want to say, well, I guess he hanging with some black folks. Seth been hanging with the black folks.
He's got lines in his eyebrows for real?
That's what that woman said. I ain't paying no attention. I don't be paying attention to Seth like that. Everybody get all wrapped up in what Seth be talking about. I don't be watching that white man like that. I don't know what the hell wrong with everybody.
I don't
watch Seth. I don't see him. Where do you see him at? On the live streams. I ain't paying no attention. I had to go back and look.
That's what I mean. That's why I feel like he's so intimidated by Chris, because I don't think he ever really grew up fully.
He may not have. So that's what you got to go to Belly of the Beast. If Seth got these type of issues, women issues,
like some younger,
or if he like underage, it's oh Lord have mercy.
Calling out Trevor to fight him.
Yeah,
you know what I mean? Like,
this is what you got to ask yourself. If we gonna go in the Belly of the Beast and say, okay, Seth messed with her as a child, then where the hell was her mother?
Well, she was down with that apparently. So,
Steve King, please.
Didn't care. And didn't she serve?
All right, Joan. Joan said this ridiculousness. Yeah, we've been running 8 hours. It's that time is ridiculous. Been sitting up in this chair, sitting up here in my wheelchair for 8 hours.
It's entertaining. That's for sure.
I feel like I've been in a wheelchair 8 hours. Lord have mercy. Ooh.
Long life.
Lady X. They all trash. Why you say that, lady? Damn. She comes.
I mean,
She just came in here gangster.
Yeah, I would.
They all trash. Lord have mercy.
By their actions, I agree.
I'm supposed to be a Christian lady, but this Christian lady does have a potty mouth, you know. I do believe in God, but my goodness gracious. I know the Lord be saying, Anya, cut that out. Cut that out.
I know. I'm bad at that.
Born in Boston says KP was in foster care from what I heard. Where'd you hear that from, honey? See, that's who should be talking is Katie. See, let me tell you something about Katie. Seemed like to me at some point you would say,
oh yeah,
you would address something at some point, but maybe she don't care. I don't know.
Yeah, especially women. Women love to confront, like, you know what I mean?
They do. You sitting there talking about what I've been doing with my kitty cat.
Right. I mean,
well, yeah, I'm gonna come defend myself. Why are you telling people I had abortions? Oh, you know damn well Katie was ready to split her wig when she heard that.
What?
Don't no woman. That's the one secret a woman does not want out. If she want that out, she crazy as hell because a lot of people do not care about, don't condone abortion. So that's not something you want people discussing about you.
Right. And if you have a heart, you are shameful.
Kimberly is so funny.
Guilty. Some. You know.
Robin trash for not reprimanding her son for dating a minor. Couldn't be one of my sons.
Damn right.
Well, she ain't gonna reprimand him. Probably he grown. How you gonna reprimand a grown man?
Yeah, I wouldn't.
Yeah, you don't even know. We don't even know if Robin knew he was messing with a young girl. We don't even know where Robin was. How we know that Robin was anywhere near him to know he's sleeping with a little girl? Ain't nobody here to tell their mama they having sex with a child. Who gonna do that? Hey, mom, guess what? I'm dating a 14-year-old. I will bring her over for dinner. I'll make apple pie.
How old is Michaela?
Shit, I don't know. She's younger than him.
Yeah, she looks young. See, that's what I mean. I think she's young-minded. Like,
I got an accent, honey. That's that old Tennessee. That old East Tennessee don't come out of me. I'm just old country bumpkin by way of Chicago. Honey, just imagine telling your mother that. Oh, I got a new girlfriend. How old is she? She 14.
Oh my God.
I mean, I'm being realistic. That's not something you tell your mother.
I know. I got two sons. They're both.
Would you want to tell your mother that?
No way.
No, he wouldn't tell his mother that.
So she was in foster care? Was her mom in prison at that time? Is that why?
Okay. I want somebody to get down to the business. What did the mother do, her mother? Is it true? And what did her mother do?
Yeah, I need to know that.
Somebody in the chat. Somebody in the chat, tell the queen, what did her mother do? Is there a real criminal record of sexual assault of a minor?
I do think I saw that she is definitely an RSO.
Should have raised him better. I don't give a F. Well, Lady X, you ain't got to get hype, honey. Ain't that serious? We don't really know all the details to be accusing nobody mama or nothing. Only thing I have a problem with Robin is when she said the boy told her he was being abused. That's why I have a problem with Robin. But I can't sit up here and say she knew that he was messing with Katie. Because at that point, Seth was grown.
Yeah.
And I don't see him telling his mother he messing with a 14-year-old.
No.
Vivian said 99 years on probation. For what, Vivian? Thank you, Steve. What, Vivian, what's the charge? Oh, shit. Don't die. Please stop. Her mother is a registered sex offender. Okay, but sex offense against whom? What somebody say he had a sling on his back? What a 45. His gun. I guess he take his gun with him. I saw that picture. Somebody sent me that picture. Wasn't it Katie and Sister S.A.? I don't know. By who? shit, I can't keep up.
I want to know how him and Katie met.
Well, who essayed her? Who essayed Katie? Hello.
Seth did, obviously. I mean, if you think about it.
No, they said her and her sister. Oh, stepdad killed daughter's boyfriend, then slept with her, then married her. What the heck? Gigi, are you on another channel? Oh, God, get me off this live. Oh. What the hell is you talking about, girl?
Yeah.
What is she saying? When you said you moved to Tennessee from Chicago, I really thought that's why Queen doesn't sound like a country hit. You speak eloquently. I am from Tuscaloosa, Alabama, and I talk like it. Well, thank you, Kimberly. I have my country moments, but I'm confused. Y'all all over the place in the chat. Who did her mother sexually offend? And who sexually offended Katie and her sister? Who the hell y'all talking? A margarita. Oh, guess what? I got a bottle of wine in here waiting to get off this live stream.
Oh, me too. I do too.
Oh my God. I bought some wine last night when I went out. I said, I didn't drink none last night. I was just tired when I came in. That heat got me. I said, I'm going to drink some today. I'm going to need it for this. The mother. Her mother molested her mother.
Are you serious?
Oh, come on, y'all. Huh? Under age of 12. Well, who molested Katie?
Yeah. Oh my God.
Why am I hollering in my own house? Like I'm hollering at some kids. Close that damn gate and bring that dog in here. Shut that gate for the dog. Get out of here, damn it. Her mom. Oh, y'all making that up.
Did she still talk to her mom?
Wait a minute. Her mom molested her daughter. Are y'all okay? You know.
Both daughters?
I'm dead.
I mean, not that it matters either daughter, but
it's allegedly the mom essayed Katie. Where the hell did y'all get that from?
I have not heard that.
Oh wow. Yeah, very worse than we thought. Molest your daughter, a woman. I mean, it's bad enough a man doing it to his own child, a girl, but your mother, a woman molesting a girl. Oh, Lord have mercy. I need time to think on that. Sweet Jesus. That's probably why Katie numb. Well, AB, come up here.
Yeah.
You been quit coming to my chat, AB, and you don't hit the damn link. Make time for your black wife some damn time. They get so jealous. They get jealous. AB mentioned my name. They get all upset.
Is AB?
She's just jealous. She's just jealous because AB talking to me, girl. If you don't get your ass somewhere and sit down, jealous of you.
Because AB showed proof of stuff, didn't he?
Shit, that'd be like me being jealous of Katie or some damn body. Not never. Hell will freeze over for me to be jealous of any YouTuber.
Or
if I was going to envy somebody, I'd envy somebody like Oprah Winfrey, somebody with some damn money.
Right.
The hell I look like envying a broke ass YouTuber.
That's crazy if that's true, and that's
AB
sad, though.
That's how AB do. He just slides in and slide back out.
Mm-hmm.
Look, she said AB is fine. I know the women be sending AB all type of nasty messages in the email.
I bet. I
always wanted to say something, but I don't want to be nasty because he said put the link. When we read that about that girl said to T-Ray about sitting on his face, oh shit.
Oh my God.
Oh Jesus. Hold on a minute, Amy. Woo, Jesus. They be sending AB on nasty ass letters. I watch your live stream every night. I'm attracted to you. You're so fine. He a nice looking white man. I ain't no hater. Yeah. Now y'all go tell that. And the queen said that about AB. I've dated white men before. Shut your mouth. Oops. Did I tell on myself during my live stream? Honey, a man's a man. Believe that.
Diverse, yeah.
They are all the same.
Yes,
Black, Mexican, Jew. It don't matter, baby. A man's a man. So, dude. I track all kind of men. I ain't no ugly duckling. You better shut your mouth. all my male friends in school were white. Sure were. Hung with them white boys. Tough my senior year, baby. They come pick up Queen. My one little friend, he was kind of feminine. Of course, later, he came out later. Mm-hmm. But honey, he come pick me up every day after school. We ride. We go get ice cream, the Dairy Queen. We be everywhere, just riding around.
Gotta miss those days.
He would pick me up. Shit, I didn't get in my house to damn dark 30 every night after high school. Then there was Matthew. That was my other little white homeboy. We bumped into each other recently in the damn Walmart. Angie, that's you. I said, the one and only. The one and only. I ain't heard from me. I called his tail. He was doing something for his father. And he ain't called me back yet. I don't know what the hell he doing. I think he live in Chattanooga.
I love Tennessee. Oh my God.
Do you really? Why? Yeah. You like these old mountains?
I love the Smokies, yes.
Come on up, girl.
I love Dollywood.
Woo, honey, I need to go to Smoky Mountains because you know what? I haven't been up there in a while. And I need to get me some shopping in. I wanted to treat myself. That's what I wanted to do this week. Go out and treat myself. I've been wanting to go to the movies. I'm going to find me something good to watch. I need to go Google and see what's playing. I like going to the movies.
It's good to do that.
Oh, you got to treat yourself. He not white. Who not white?
Yeah.
What is AB? He don't consider himself white, or what he consider himself?
Isn't he Indian? Indigenous.
That's not the wrong link.
I said it wrong.
I wrote it down. That is not the wrong link. Oh my God. Hell, maybe he might have been damn smoking.
Of course.
I just wrote it down.
I believe he
how's that wrong? I'm sorry. Hold on, honey. Wait a minute. Let me check something because I know I've been in. That is it. Well, what the hell is he talking about? I know damn well I put that. Oh, Lord. Because I'm halfway sitting in the damn dark. I can't do that light because of the meds I take. I can't be in direct sunlight. So I have to kind of have it a little dim in here. Let's see. We done talk. Look how many hours I've been on this live stream. A whole full day. Fooling with y'all. Listen, had the dog up here. Shit. Okay. Somebody gonna say, Queen, you gonna be in AA.
Your life is. I can only watch long lives on here.
What happened to that YouTuber, honey? She been in AA. She been Alcoholics Anonymous. Damn. Come on, AB. It's my husband. I need to give me a white man. Give him something to talk about. Give me an Arab or give me I might even give me an Asian man. I saw this girl last night when I was out. She looked like she was white or Hispanic. She had her Asian man. And they just looking at each other. She holding his hand. She looking up at him. You could tell she was in love because you could tell when a person in love the way they look up at a man. And she was just holding his little hand. They look so sweet. Well, hello, husband. How are you? Ah! It's my husband.
It's my husband. Make me a sandwich, bitch.
It's my husband, everybody.
Where's my shoes?
Where my husband been? Honey, you have got to start making me breakfast. It's cruel to have your wife up here.
I was made breakfast this morning. You've been on here that long.
8 hours and 32 minutes.
I went and did my running around. I cooked three three rounds of cookies. I've done all kinds of things today.
Again, very entertaining.
Hey, AB, did you see the live I did yesterday about the little autistic boy running around up there in Ohio?
Yep.
Man, I want to whoop her ass.
Well,
she showed no emotion. Do you know who she reminded me of? Brianna. Remember Brianna? The little girl from Florida?
Yeah. Brianna Taylor?
Yeah, Williams, whatever. You remember how stoic she was being interrogated? That girl didn't flinch one time the police was talking to her. Even when she asked, well, do I have to go downtown or whatever? He's like, yeah. There was nothing, not even a cry. I'm sorry. She loved the little boy. Nothing.
Because I just kind of, I was looking at it side-eyed. I wasn't watching it too close. I just kept my mind open knowing that, well, there's something. I knew that she got arrested for all of that stuff. And then there's...
I don't get it.
It's really 2 days straight, AB. The little boy been wandering 2 days straight out there in the road.
2 days straight.
Listen,
48 hours.
Listen, no, not 2 days straight, but they're saying he was going out wandering day one, day two.
Go ahead.
So the lady pulls up, a white lady pulls up with her daughter or somebody in a car while the police out there. She says, oh my God, is everything okay? I was worried about him. He was out here yesterday and ran out in front of my car. That the day before. So that would have been Wednesday. That would have been on a Wednesday. So he's out walking around with nobody tending to him. And I think he has a sister too. So obviously she's been leaving him in the house alone.
Was he autistic?
Yeah, he's autistic. You could tell because he's nonverbal. He doesn't talk. He was naked.
Well, sometimes that happens. Sometimes that happens, but I mean, when it's consistent like this, it looks, it's...
No, he's been left alone. Him and that sister, if he's out there 2 days in straight, somebody called the police that day because they had seen him. So it's probably the neighbors or somebody driving by. Huh?
You should replay it.
You want me to replay it?
You should.
The volume?
I'll go rewatch it. You can explain. I'll go rewatch it.
Yeah, he was out the day before, so they had been there the day before. The police said, "Oh yeah, we've been over here yesterday." That's what he was telling the lady.
The local police will already know that there's an autistic child that lives there, and there's a potential of that, right? So it's not a real surprise to them that they're getting a call.
Well, they had to come back because they had just got the call the day before.
So what happened with that? What happened?
Well, the same thing. Okay, they get a call. They go check on them. I don't really get the details in this live, but we know. Okay, now they're back day 2, and I think they cut the video because at one the door, she wasn't in that house, so they cut that from the feed or the body cam. Because it starts off, the police going to the door, the autistic boy comes out. Do you know he walked right by that police officer without his pants on?
I'm telling you, man, it's back when when Charity was like 6. She's got out 3 times in one day with me.
Really?
And I was about as attentive as you could possibly be. It just happens behind your back. Like she'd pop out through a screen just because it was a new environment.
Oh, okay.
What she was stimulated, and she'd take off down the street and run out into the middle of traffic.
Yeah,
on a busy road.
Guess what? There was no turning her back here. Mommy was fully gone in her car. They got her pulling up. Some black guy pulls up. I don't know if it's her boyfriend, father, whoever. He drives her car down the back of the driveway. Wait till you see it. Beautiful neighborhood, manicured lawns. The house is nice. There's no debris out. I mean, you can tell the people here, it's, middle class. It's nice. So that's what's even more baffling, because you're sitting here in your mind saying, if he's wandered out 2 days in a row, He's been doing this. He's been walking out.
Not that. It's she's been leaving him, and he's
well, that's what I'm saying. He knows this. Yeah, he knows this. So he's out playing with the dog or doing whatever he wants to do. But the lady said, "Oh, he was just in the street yesterday. He ran out in front of my car." So what if a car had been speeding? Somebody talking on the phone, they wouldn't have time to react.
Right. The problem is with all of that. There's only one thing that there's a problem with all of that.
Yeah,
and it's that she left and they caught her coming home. There's no if and
I know what you're saying. Yeah,
you know what I'm saying. Like any other situation, you can excuse.
You can make up. Yeah, I didn't lock the door.
I'm not saying she has to make it up because it happens. So from a law enforcement standpoint, they have to make sure everything's okay, and it could happen another 20 times that day.
Yeah, but you know, I feel like this.
But there's a justification, right? But here
if she's leaving,
they called the cops on her. She's had the cops called on her, and the cops have come there in response only to witness her drive back car while he's wandering out. And there's no excuse for that.
Yeah, I know what you're saying.
No sorting it out. Now you can hold her balls to the wall and say, you know, now we can really full on charge you because
she's got supervised visits. I think the child is either with her sister or mother. So she's got a safety plan. She has to get locked. She has to get security systems. Her court appointment is June 20th. But I don't know. I think what's going to happen, there's going to be more that's going to come out because it always is. There's always more to the story.
So this situation, she's charged because of the circumstances.
Misdemeanor.
Were there.
Misdemeanor.
Nobody ended up dead, right?
No, he's fine. He's with the mother.
Then if she's got a strong support system, they're going to ensure that she goes through and gets as much community support, and they will enforce what's available to her as a parent, or what's available to her as resources go in her local area when it comes to respite, and they'll come up. You know, you have to trust the system at that point.
Yeah, it's
a situation where you really it worked. It couldn't have worked out any better for the child.
I'm just glad there was family, because let me tell you something. Yeah. Due to the fact that the boy knows how to get out of doors and all that, I would be leery if he went in a foster home. You trying to watch this kid, that kid, he'd be back out on the road running around.
You don't want him on. At least put him with people who love him.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
You have to have a little bit.
And that's what I was grateful, is that she did have family. But I'm telling you, when you watch her, as somebody said in the chat, she didn't seem stressed about their rest. Exactly. There was nothing on that heifer's face. It was flat like a board. There was nothing. No grinning, no smiling, no sobbing. Just
what did you expect? You're expecting what did you expect her to do?
I want somebody to act like they care. They're getting arrested. That's what I'm saying.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying?
You wanted the full-on drop. Fucking tears flowing.
You know, I know what to put on, AB. But that's right. People do it. We know they don't give a fuck, but they fall out. Oh my God, my baby, I'm so sorry.
Cops episodes, right? That's old school 1990s cops. People act like that.
And the cop was nice. He was a gentleman the whole way. The cops were great. The female cop was great with the kid. She's commenting him on his shirt.
Was it the same cops as the day before?
This is the cop. The video you're going to see. The cops that intervened, they were very respectful. The lady cop, she talked to the little boy. She put him in the in the back of the seat. He got in the car, which was strange because he ignored the male cop. But when he got to the female cop, she was able to put him in the back seat, put the dog back there, and there's just nothing from the mother. You'll see it. You're just like, what the fuck? I mean, nothing.
No,
nothing.
I don't expect very much.
Well, that's why I'm telling you, I know it's more to this story. You watch what I tell you. There's going to be more to come out with her because she's too numb.
So what are you all talked out about Seth Rogers? You're up here talking about.
No, wait, stop that. You up here. You know you was going to come up here and give us, like, hey, that video where you got me in there, I hollered so loud. Somebody came here and broke in my apartment and said, lady, shut up. I was in here screaming.
It was pretty good.
Because you know you talk shit in your videos. You can't talk about me.
Oh, yeah, it's easy.
You talk cash shit.
So are you convinced that Seth has more to do with whatever's going on right now?
I don't know if he got something to do with it. It's just his behavior is, I'm not liking the stuff I'm hearing. This trolling stuff is spooky to me. I don't like that. I don't like that. It's like you're too old for that.
Well, think about the level of delusion on part of Robin Rogers, his mother, by sending out all these cease and desist letters to all of these YouTubers.
Oh, she sent them out?
Oh, yeah. JLR just did a 42-minute video.
Yeah, because people in the chat were talking and going around and around, and I was trying to get an understanding of what everybody was saying.
Yeah, it's just so Dolly's got one. There's all kinds. I think they even sent one to Kaluminati, it looks like. And it's completely frivolous. It's ridiculous. It makes no sense. So it really makes you thinking about what she, if she's in on this, or how much she seems to believe everything that Seth tells her, of course.
Well, that's her son. You know how a lot of women are about their boys now. You know
that. You can do no wrong. Oh,
yeah, that's what I'm saying. A lot of women. Hey, I got to quote Chris Watts' mom. I don't care what you did. I still love you.
Yeah. God, I wish I could hear something like that in my life.
I mean, I'm just saying.
My life was the exact opposite. I got blamed for everything, whether I did it or not. Okay.
I mean, for you to say that to a person locked up, I get it. That's your son. But to say, I don't care what you did. What you did. He didn't go rob a 7-Eleven.
Oh. No.
You killed a whole family.
She's going to believe in that circumstance with shock. She's going to believe everything she's told from Seth.
Oh, Lord of mercy.
Think about way back. She's okayed this illicit relationship between her 20-something son and this abused orphan, vulnerable individual. Like, what kind of mom is she to begin with when she's okaying all of this? And at that, if these allegations are true in regards to the abortions. Yeah. Before the birth of Sebastian, isn't Sebastian just an after-term abortion in that sense?
So that's what I'm trying to
really wants to get the hell.
So did she have abortions before or after Sebastian? Do you know?
Before.
Well, so that can tie into why I made that video. I told people this video is not about abortion and Sebastian.
Right, I know what you're doing.
I'm just bringing you a synopsis
of the conversation.
Autism. There are lots of causes of autism. I'm not slow. You know what I'm saying? But see, people don't pay attention to the information. They just like to assume stuff. But if you listen to the video,
when you're talking about the damage that could possibly, when you're talking about, depending on, let's just go talk about it in a reasonable sense with what we know about human physiology. The more damage to the woman's womb, especially from however far along she was in her term with both of those abortions, are going to carry over to in affect the future. Those abortions will affect.
Yeah, they will. And they say that a lot of women can't conceive after having a few abortions.
Right, depending on how good the doctors. It's not like they have a standardized way. It depends, how your body responds to it.
Yeah, and everybody's body's different.
Exactly. Right, and when you're abusing it anyway, your body, you're probably from a DNA standpoint, all kinds of funny, right? All kinds of
I can't imagine. I can't imagine. I just can't imagine. Hey, did you listen to Jules up here?
Yeah.
Oh, you've been paying attention. What do you think of her commentary?
I gotta think.
I probably shouldn't ask.
So,
I'm tired of this. I'm gonna be truthful. I'm tired of this.
She just came up and straightened out some. She says pretty much the same thing every time in that sense.
Yeah.
Because people are trolling her. That's all.
Yeah.
It's
disappointing. I'm going to say this about Seth. It's disappointing because you came out to tell us your child is missing after, the mother came. And a lot of us, were, hoping you find your child. And then, like I said, once he went to court TV, all hell broke loose when he told us about it.
It's like the house guest that never leaves.
Shit, I'm dead.
Right? This guy comes over and you're so happy to see him. You remember National Lampoon's Christmas Vacation in the date in the RV? Who plays that guy?
I don't know. You know how old I am.
You know National Lampoon's Christmas Vacation with Chevy
Chase. I ain't watched no Lampoon since I was a kid.
Oh, that's a white man movie. That's a white man movie.
I watch everything, but that's been years since I watched them old Lampoon movies.
Oh, that's Randy Quaid.
I know Randy Quaid. That's Randy Quaid.
See, look at me with the names coming out, and that's that. I felt a whole new section of my brain open up to pull that one out.
Oh my God. Anyway. You went way belly in the beast.
Oh hell! If he wasn't such a good YouTuber, a funny YouTuber, he's a big conspiracy theorist.
Oh, is he? Oh, not one of those.
Yeah, he went nutty way back about 10 years ago. But I think
well, you know what? They have you noticed that with a lot of people in Hollywood, they're all kind of off.
Yeah, man, because they get fucking manipulated when they're in there, like nobody's business.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. If you notice that, especially as they got older, you started seeing them.
You're only as useful as long as you're making other people money in that circumstance. If they can't figure out a way to use and make money off of you, and you don't fit into that, then look what happens to P. Diddy. Yeah. They already have a plan to take you down long before they put you up in there.
Now you sound like the damn Illuminati talking now.
Hey, all this Illuminati talking.
Yeah, that's Illuminati talking.
Well, listen, I'm listening to Rasha Khan. Rayshawn.
Oh, Jaguar. Let me tell you what made me laugh. When Sweetie Pie Low mentioned Jaguar, right, I thought I was going to pass. I said, what the hell you know about Jaguar? She says, my mom was telling me about the stuff she knows in Hollywood. That was just classic to me, because Sweetie Pie Low didn't strike me as somebody that would be listening to anything about Jaguar, right? That black lady's crazy as hell. She was up there talking the other day about some P. Diddy stuff. She almost started crying in the interview, and I thought, oh yeah, she's messed up. Y'all stop interviewing her, because I believe she lost her damn mind.
Have you listened to Diddy's quick little apology?
Oh God,
apology video. That's funny shit. Man, it's no different than listening to a slimy YouTuber.
Yeah, he's
back on the audience. He's asking you to. He needs you to do something for him.
Yeah,
well, too late for that, Diddy.
Hey, P. Diddy is getting ready to be like Rex Heuermann. They got the tapes.
Yeah, and guess what? Crazy conspiracy theorists. You crazy conspiracy theorists. Now it's regular talk that it's all being put back on Diddy and his megalomania at that sense, and how Biggie's end and Tupac came to his end, and really the drama that led that bullshit started with Diddy and his fingers. I'm not putting that on him, but I mean, there's a lot of people coming out now, right? They've got
What are you talking about, Lady X? Tell her you not white though. Who not white? Who's not white, honey? I think it's something wrong with her. What she go to jail for? What they take her to jail for? I didn't even open the video, because I'm not listening to that crazy nonsense. She better be glad she ain't dead, because you're sitting there talking about these people with all this money. They could find somebody to put a hit out on her. You got to be careful talking about people, because these people got money. You know, most YouTubers don't have no money. Them people are wealthy. They can find somebody to find you. I'm just saying. AB, you fell off.
Oh, I had to mute out for a second.
Oh, she's in jail in Dallas, Texas. Oh, Michelle, somebody said she got out of jail. She went to jail for something. I can't remember what it was. I didn't open the video. I just saw somebody had a headline on their video thumbnail. I can't remember what it was. But I think she need to get some therapy. She needs to get some mental help. Because she sounded crazy in that one video I watched her where she started crying when the woman started talking about what she went through with P. Diddy. I said, oh, Lord, here we go. She needs Cassie, I guess. She needs some help. Well, you see, the other lady was in the chat, AB.
Yeah, I'm here.
You saw Terry Lynn was in here. I knew that was.
Yeah, Terry Lynn was in here. I didn't see her. I was.
She wanted to come up. I told you can't come up here and do that. I ain't about to have that up here.
What was she coming up here to do? Spread disinformation or something?
No, she wanted to ask her, I guess, why she didn't keep her promise about meeting up with her or something. And I knew that was about.
Oh, you mean Jules?
Yeah, that wasn't about to be no showdown up here, because I don't do that.
Bullshit to that.
I don't do no Jerry Springer stuff.
I'm trying to spin something on Jules in that sense. People are trying to
put
something on her. It started with this other canine handler too, and they wanted to confuse everybody's perception as to this canine handler. There's one that was real, one that's not. You can see the operators.
That's okay, Tracy. Yeah, I just didn't want no problems up here. Jules didn't want her up here, so I respected that, because this is how I look at life. What you say in the chat ain't what you're going to do on a live. You can easily say, oh, I'll come up. I just want to ask this. Once you get up and get crunk,
What the fuck is Terry Lynn doing anyway out there? How long are you going to keep that up for, sweetheart?
Oh, my God. Don't you start, AB. Oh, God. Okay. Where's my wine?
Like, who gives a fuck? Number one, it's just a little money grab. You're not actively really actually do anything. Fuck, I watch you. You don't do anything, baby.
Oh my God.
Okay.
I can't believe this.
I can go. Do you want me to go out into the side of the parking lot and throw my fucking camera on? And I'll sit there and pretend I'm looking for Sebastian as well. Why don't I put a few other kids on top of that while I'm at it?
Oh my God, I don't believe it.
And I'll unite I'll unite all the softest, most vulnerable
Granny, I'm trying to hold
survivors. We'll call them all. We'll call us the survivors.
Hey, Regina, you back?
Terry Lynn.
I mean, I just feel like this. When she mentioned the thing about the mattress, I thought, where'd you find a mattress pad? I was all thrown off in my own live stream. I didn't know where this was going. I was kind of like, okay, a mattress pad? Where would she find a mattress pad from? And then I had to think about cross-contamination. How many people that touched it? That wasn't gonna work.
No, she's talking about you were talking about scent.
Huh?
She talks about an initial scent about people coming over the CB, and she's getting her interpretations.
But I'm just saying,
that doesn't mean anything to me. Like I respect what she does, and I thoroughly support it. But I would recommend that she stay as far away from social media as possible, until she gets a little bit of training.
Yeah, I just wouldn't.
Especially,
I just figured the police didn't want to be bothered with whatever she had, just because people were coming forward with the glasses and the pants. The police are probably saying, "This is all y'all doing. Keep bringing us stuff, saying you found it." You all got to look at it from the eyes of law enforcement. They know how people like to get in cases and immerse themselves and make up stuff. The police might be looking at her like that, and that's what she don't understand. Because I want to know, did she call the police and tell them they had a mattress pad?
Where's this mattress pad coming from?
I don't. You asking the wrong person.
First I heard of it. Well, I'll await it at the grand jury trial. Like, who gives a fuck if it's real? People coming up with this little drops of info at this point in time.
I'm dead.
It's all happened, man. You can talk about. You don't even have to listen to them now. There's nothing that they really say. He just wants continued support to go out and do what Terry Lynn's doing. I
just was sitting here saying to myself, well, where'd they find the mattress pad? I don't even think I heard where they found it. At this point, I'm befuddled because I don't know what the hell's going on. People keep saying, you got to keep up. You don't keep up. Keep up with what exactly?
We don't keep
If I was to ride a bicycle right now, according to the gossip on YouTube pertaining to
there's nothing to keep up.
And no, I'm just saying, if I was to ride a bike right now, if I was to go outside, put a bicycle on concrete and ride the bicycle, according to the gossip, I'd already be in Canada. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Because that's how long the bullshit is.
Why are the parents so engaged in social media? What do you think?
I know it's sick. Like I told people, the few people I've talked to with missing people, not one of them have ever been on YouTube to date. Not even one. They all talk to local news. Chad Carr's mom, sister talked to local news, Dateline.
You generally want to keep it as simple as possible.
Huh?
You want to keep it as simple as possible.
Yeah, because this YouTube stuff is outrageous. Panel.
Seth's here, actively, living out some sort of investigative fantasy. Like this is the Wild West in that sense, and there's really something that he's going to gain and he's going to learn that isn't otherwise available to the rest of us. He loves to really put himself in that position. That should tell you why he's here. And it's not about Sebastian. So you might still be battling internally with he's got to feel this and he's got to feel that. Like fuck, then show it. Like, I mean, the behavior up here says my wallet first, as opposed to his son's rights. But he'd always put his son's rights to the back burner, right? Because this is where this conversation came with, that Chris was trying to influence Katie into having Sebastian go live with Seth, and this comes out after the child is missing. Of course, if there's really a problem, you would just take your son that minute that was brought up. There's no need to wait.
That's what I've had a question about too. If the child came to you and said, I don't want to go home, well, what did you do? What did you say? Did you call them? Did you ask? I don't understand any of this.
Admitted to by Chris. So Chris is insinuating all of this. I'm cutting to the bullshit. Listen, it's a made up story. It's trying to paint a picture as to insinuating that their life had challenges, but they were actively and trying to improve Sebastian's situation without actually saying all of what caused, what is motivating this move in the first place. Well, to make yourself look better after the fact in this sense, because it's just a story. There's not 1 ounce of truth in that. Any parent would recognize that.
Wait a minute. I'm talking about what Seth said about the boy not wanting to go back. Seth said that.
That's them saying what Sebastian is claiming.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying. That's what I'm saying. Everything's a virgin. That's what I'm saying. But that's what I'm saying. How I know if that's true? Because remember what happened when Robin came out and said what she said?
Listen, I don't think it is true. They
Tony
never had
Seth
plans
tried to
for
hurry
him
up
to
and
go to
sweep
live
that
with
under
them.
the rug. Remember what Tony and Seth was? Tony was speaking for Seth. Well, she may have misquoted it because she's so upset. No, she said it. Don't try to scoop it up, push it under the rug. She said it. She didn't say
Rogers. Tony was insinuating what Robin Rogers had mentioned in her post. Is that what
Do I think Seth maybe knows what Sebastian is? I'm gonna leave that up. Yeah. Well, shut up, Angela. I'm gonna say it like this: Seth may not want to accept where Sebastian is. Rephrase the question. He don't want to accept where the baby is. I don't think the child's alive. I think at some point Seth's gonna have to come to that realization he's not alive unless he knows more than what he's saying.
Seth already knows that.
He knows what?
That Sebastian is probably not with us anymore.
So why not just? Well, I know
because it doesn't pay the same. Because you can't get up and put false hope into the people that will always want to champion your cause because you're his father.
Yeah.
It's all bullshit.
Y'all.
There's no need for you to have Tony Mathis. There's no need for you to have any private investigators. There's no need for you to be up there being interviewed by Vinnie Politan.
Yeah. Well,
tell Vinnie Politan to fucking get it from the rest of them. Unless you're going to get off your fucking wallet. That's usually how it happens. Or bring your
oh my God, ADX, please stop. Y'all kill me to sell hats. Y'all are killing me. But hey, look at this.
You come up here under false pretense onto the internet, claiming that you need all of this help to spread the message, and you think Katie's done it just to give them enough, but not really any information to follow up with. It's just all for show. Then afterwards, you start and you say, me and Chris are working together, and everybody who doesn't like it can fuck off.
That's mean, Vivian. People want to give Terry Lynn money watching her huff and puff through the woods. More power to
Yeah. No, that's good, Vivian.
Y'all are horrible. Damn.
Next, she should probably get somebody else to film her walking through there.
Yeah, because that's going to get tired from trying to hold up a phone. That's why I'm telling somebody trying to keep going on and on. That they should search. And I thought, you can't hold a phone and search for a person. Come on, stop it.
You need an FPV drone that follows.
When have you ever seen searchers out holding their cell phones while looking for a missing person? I ain't seen nobody do it. How the hell can you concentrate in a hot 100-degree heat looking for a person missing with your cell phone out? That's crazy.
Things you do for clicks and views, eh?
I guess. See, she'll probably be the first one to say, I'm not doing this for the views. I really care. But then other people, like I said, everybody got their perception. They may be looking at her that she's no different than everybody else.
Boots on the ground.
Huh?
Boots on the ground.
Got to utilize them GoPros, Queen, for real. Oh, my God. Okay, Doug. You're so stupid. I had a question to ask you. I can't even damn remember what the hell it damn was.
Well, you're getting on 9 hours live. Do you want to get off?
I know. I can't even think. Hell, and you run out of stuff to think about. But then somebody brings something else.
You've got to rejuvenate.
I ate on the line while Tracy was talking.
Oh, okay.
Tracy was asking questions. Tracy feels bad for him. I know Tracy, but she's like everybody else too. You're thinking to yourself, this stuff that Seth is doing is self-sabotage. This is bad. Something got to end. This shit got to end. It's got somebody got to wind this on up. You know what I'm saying? Reel the fish on in, because this ain't working. This ain't working at all. And all that stuff that lady was saying about him trolling her with a fake account, that shit was creepy as hell.
Send it to JLR, Dolly and Betty.
Huh?
I'm just reading Debbie Kent's statement.
Oh yeah, that that girl talking about he was trolling her and she's asking him personal questions. So she said, well, where were we sitting in the restaurant if it's you? And he told her, and she said she knew it was Seth. That was creepy.
Tell me that story.
Huh?
What's that story?
Some lady by the name of Barbecue was talking, and somebody was in the chat or Facebook or TikTok, wherever she was, and she said the person she thought might have been Seth. So what she did was she got off of that page and I think messaged the profile, and they started conversing. And so she, I guess, was he called her out Barbecue or something. So then she started saying, well, if you're the real Seth, tell me where we were sitting in the restaurant, because she met with him, her and the other lady. And then he told her, and she said she knew it was him. That's creepy. Why do that? Seth is doing it. Man, Seth, you wrong for that.
I don't know why he's doing that if he did.
That's creepy.
Oh my God.
Fake profile in the chat. That's the shit we've had to put up with for years. All that fake profile shit. Come on.
There's all kinds of, they have all kinds of fake profiles that come in. You can tell.
That's crazy.
It's not crazy, but you can tell by the things that they say and what they refer.
Well, that's what I'm saying. But I'm just saying, if that's the case, if people get in the chat and they start putting two and two together and think, oh, I think that's Seth, why not just have your real fucking name? Be done with it. What is the problem?
Because they have to get some sort of satisfaction out of it.
I don't know. That's creepy. That's just I don't like that trolling, fake profile nonsense.
Yeah, I can't say it's
okay. It's just like this
situation, but it doesn't really bother me in that sense. You expect it, right?
No, I mean I expect it, but what I'm saying is with him, I would expect better because he's the one supposed to be rallying for his child. If any other goofball want to change,
whoa.
Good.
But you have to make the decision, man. To recognize him as a scoundrel, not some scoundrel that you wish that he should be doing, because he's not. He's chosen not to.
That's what I'm saying. That's why I said the stuff he's doing looks like to me this is what you want to do. I can't just keep saying make excuses. I see it's something wrong.
There's something wrong. Ed is old. Hit his grand and his mom.
Because every time I look up in the queue, when I was in the bed last night, I wasn't falling asleep, but I was just like resting. And I saw this girl live. I said, oh, that's all I said. Oh, God, here we go. What has he done now? That's what I was saying. What has he done now? What is the allegation now? It's every day.
Vivian, maybe she should change that name, Barbecue. Wouldn't you stalk somebody? That sounds delicious.
Stop.
Oh, barbecued ribs.
I just don't understand what. I'm just saying he's too old for this.
Those games? No, he's not.
Yeah, he's too old.
No, he's not. Not to him.
Well,
not to him. Because he's never really had a place to do it before. When everybody's up there talking about there's always something that pops into your mind that you wish you could put in chat, and that's all he's really doing, right?
I know what you're saying. Because nobody has to know it's him.
It's a different sensation. It's one thing because people perceive you one way. Well,
I know what you're saying.
He doesn't really get that in that sense, and you can't really blame him. But he's immature. You know that he's disingenuous in that sense. So I mean, it's not surprising that he would be doing that. It's unfortunate. It sucks. You wish that he would be doing the right thing in the circumstance.
Yeah. It would be nice.
A topic if he was, would it?
Yeah, it would be nice because it's like, damn, we already had enough with the Proudfoots and them up here showing out on YouTube and
he's
table
just an
hopping.
Extension of the Proudfoots because he's got more clout to gain in that private relationship in his everyday life than he does in the digital realm of social media. Yeah. No matter if that is his enemy, because he can still hold leverage and favors at the most extreme points in time. There's all kinds of situations for internal blackmail that we're not going to recognize, and that's probably his wisest decision. But he should do that in his own private business.
Read Regina's comment. I got it.
Crazy.
Read her comments. Can you see it?
Do be crazy. My ex-sister-in-law created multiple accounts to agree with herself. That happens a lot on comments and got caught when she forgot to switch accounts.
Now that's when you need to go see the damn psychiatrist.
That's true. Like you'll see people that that have different devices and they'll bring in their secondary accounts and have conversations with themselves.
Wait a minute. What you say? Hey, Self, you're looking good, Self.
Oh yeah. Oh well, thank you for all the compliments in there, you guys. Listen, I'm so flattered. I'm so flattered.
Hey, Seth, what do you want to eat tonight?
What are you feeling like for dinner tonight? Oh, I don't know, Seth.
I can't.
Check back with me in a little bit.
That's really, look, we're laughing, but you know that's sickness, right?
It gets the conversation going, especially if you're looking for something just to, right? You can talk to yourself. You're really talking to yourself anyway. So they're just helping that process along, maybe.
What's the end result?
End result of what?
Up to this case, because just like me and Tracy was saying, the police is telling you everything you need to know. Nobody's listening. No CCTV footage, and the child didn't go outside. They've already told you what happened. Nobody's listening.
Well, they're definitely honing down the possibilities.
But they're saying a lot, because when you come out and say no CCTV footage, and then you say child didn't make it out.
Well, let's put it this way:
locking up the window. You're locking up. The
lack of evidence presented says. The lack of evidence in the circumstance says so much, and the little that law enforcement have stated says a lot as well. In regards to that, you couldn't. What else are they going to say? It is a standardized statement, but it leaves it open for a lot. Yeah, or the potentials. What's going on behind?
But I still think the police have told us a little bit. They've given us a little bit of tea. It's just a matter of, do you want to accept what they've told you? Because I don't think a lot of people want to accept what law enforcement has said, and they're not putting it together. They're letting you know the possibilities of running off, wandering off. That didn't happen. Just saying.
Yeah, I think I get the same.
Yeah, you can't wander off if you didn't make it outside. So they're telling you something there. We don't have CCTV footage of them. They're telling you something right there. So then you got to assess what they told you versus what the Proudfoots have put out about garbage can and all that. How do I know that's him? They're telling me they're not saying it's him. So
it puts that piece of evidence that they claim is Sebastian. Remember, that really puts that on the hot seat now.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So that's contradicting. Yeah. That's contradicting the trash can and him. But then
how are they going to come back with something to compare? Like you can really, I'm sure they go into it, but you really don't need it, because they indicate everything within their language.
Yeah, I know.
So, I mean, I can't really tell you what the DA is waiting for, because in my mind, the threshold's been met long ago, but obviously you have to have a game plan. And the only person that's going to be able to come up with that are those the detectives working alongside the DA.
Yeah. Ooh, I can imagine what they got.
Do I trust Sumner County Sheriff's Department? Absolutely not.
Really?
Absolutely not. I don't.
Why say that?
Because there's ways that you can put local. Can you get out of my cooler, please? Come on. Just a sec. There's ways that you can put. There's ways that you can put people on the spot that have their own best intentions, like keeping their jobs before anything else, and they bridged that by calling the non-emergency number and three-way calling them, even though they can hold that back to them, but it's not going to be enough to put them away for first-degree murder. There has to be a lot more to that. It's just another indicator, in the totality of all the red flags in this, as we like to call them, is going to be impossible for them to escape. Okay. The amount of circumstantial evidence alone, you're going to be able to come up with something. You're going to be able to come up with something as a district attorney.
I agree, Val. They're connecting the dots, or they've already connected. They just need that certain information to take to the district attorney.
So here's what's going to happen. It's either I believe they're just going to stick with that story and deny until something pops up, because nothing ever goes as planned. Nothing's perfect.
Yeah.
You always they just pull it to the grand jury and
what they got
up on the stand. Right? Yeah. Because there's enough to convince a grand jury to indict these pricks.
Yeah. Once they come back with no CCTV footage, you already screwed right there.
Not just that, the parents and how they act in regards to they can and should be providing no end of links to situations, because it's a scenario. They should be emotional, and they should have been telling. going back, one thing leads to another in that regards, and giving them every opportunity to back up any sort of story that they had, and they're doing the exact opposite. They're just giving you a story and staying quiet. Well, remember is well within their rats.
Well, Lady X, why would they not want a case? Now, if you say that, you're insinuating that the sheriff's department is in with what? The Proudfoots? Say it. Exactly, Vivian. It didn't help coming to YouTube. YouTube fucked it up. If you were trying to get away with a murder, this is what brought you down right here, besides whatever the hell you forgot to do.
That's right.
I'd have never came to YouTube. Hell no.
Right.
You come to YouTube, you might as well just walk in the station and turn your damn self in.
Well, they believe it's a step because remember, we're in a different place than we were as it was happening, and we're all hoping that he was just a runaway. We're all each individually different in how much of our tanks of sympathy run out after we realize day by day that Sebastian hasn't been found yet. We question that initial story more and more, some sooner than others, but believe me.
You know what I like to do? And it's not no disrespect to somebody missing, but they'll tell you to do this in true crime. When a crime goes like 3 months, 6 months, a year, 2, they always tell you go back to the original interview. And I always tell people that too. Everything you need to know is at the beginning of the story, not the middle, not the end.
Always is.
So you always go back and watch the interviews. You will always pick up on something that you missed. Always. Always.
So from the parent standpoint, and somebody trying to get away with this, it's expected of them to get in front of the cameras and say something to the local news because it's a situation, and it's an extension of the local community service, and it's something that you would utilize. And of course, you're going to take it. So they took it, and that's where they should have left it. That's it. Yeah. They should have never, ever done anything else. The fact that they come up here and start talking about the things that how they did and contradicting themselves endlessly and really trying to pass that cash up around to line their pockets and take advantage of what it had really reeks that they recognized what they were trying to do before they came in doing it. So that reeks to me of a copycat filicide. So
not to get ready to say that. I mean, you had to been watching to know we can go over here, start talking. People feel sorry.
They marked Smiley. They marked the Duchess. These are people that will and blindly champion the cause, clicks and views, and they'll deal with it as it comes from there. The naysayers. Yeah. You can always there's always things to hide behind. Plausible deniability. There's doubt. There's just this time, and people will latch onto that. They know that. They know how people react in that circumstance. The sheep, they've been trained in situations like
Regina. Hell, Regina, somebody will say your ass crazy too. I'm not believing what you just put in that chat. Oh my God. I told you our commenters are crazy. Watch the woman clothes and bleach.
You're right, Stephanie.
I can't, Jesus.
Well, granted, to be fair, Stephanie, child missing is, I'd say, a little different in the monotony of a divorce proceeding in that circumstance. It's just so annoying.
Hey, look, these YouTubers, they're going to have me in the nut house. They can go to the nut house. They can go to the nut house. If they're going to take Seth with them, I won't be in there with them. I'll be watching my Roku. How about that? I'm not getting myself a cuckoo for this stuff, stressing myself out over this nonsense, because it's nonsense. I'm waiting for something else to jump out of a hat. Somebody else getting ready to come out. You watch what I tell you.
Anyway, I've got to go tend to some food, Queen. I'm going to be live later on. So,
what you got? What you talking about?
I don't know. I'm just going to start talking shit. I'm going to go live.
You were talking shit that more than one live you did. Yeah. I said, damn, what the hell did he drink?
So I got a new policy. I got a new channel policy is to be as sarcastic as possible.
Oh, so you want to get you a cease? What do you call it? A cease and desist letter too?
Nah, yeah. You can't get blood from a stone, Queen.
Oh, Lord.
But it's all frivolous anyway. Anywho, I don't actually know what I'm talking about yet. It'd be something to do with Sebastian.
Why don't you talk about this Rex Heuermann? I'm coming back on to talk about the evidence. Have you heard the evidence? Oh, it's horrible.
The evidence of what?
The evidence against Rex Heuermann and the two charges.
Yeah, I was just reading it up on the Daily Beast.
Yeah, I'm coming back on later tonight. I want to wait till the kiddies go to bed. Oh my God. What he did to one of the girls, man, is bad.
Oh shit.
I mean, it's nasty.
I'll be tuning in for that. Maybe I'll join you. Let me see. I've got to go get.
Yeah, because I go late so I can, rest up because it's already evening time now. I've been on here since morning.
Dude, what are you on? Are you on meth? Are you tweaked up?
No, I ain't tweaked up. I just said I'm gonna go early to get it. I like it better because the trolls ain't up. So I said, "Oh, just go early when the trolls are still asleep."
Look at the UK trolls.
But guess what? They came in. Whoo! When Terry Lynn came in here, that bunch come in. Golly. Oh, but this is what I wanted to tell you. I like the fact that somebody keeps worrying about being blocked. Then you come in the chat with an alias, like I don't know who you are. Come up on the live stream. Guess you still don't think I know who you are. Why are you doing that?
Who is that?
This is why you should be talking to me on IG, so I can put a bug in your ear.
Is Chris stalking you?
No, it's not. It's not none of them. No.
Oh no. Okay.
No, but I'm saying this certain person obviously thinks I'm slow. And they come in the chat. Look, let me show you how stupid they are. You can come in the chat with an alias, a different profile. Then you're going to switch your picture back to the name that you keep worrying me to death about unblocking you. And I'm just looking like,
people,
are we really going to be doing
more
this?
Than one
playing
account.
These mind games? Huh?
You got to stay on top of the mind game.
I'm on top of it. I love it because
meditate.
You'll just get reblocked again. Because now you're showing me that you have a mental problem.
Well,
you have a mental problem. And they be in your chat and they're going to be over there. As soon as they see me, they'll play possum and then they'll say something in the chat. And then I'll have to call them out on your channel and I don't want to do that.
That's all right. Well, you could do
that. But they need to stop playing these type of mind games. You're too old. You're too old for this.
Mind games. Nobody's ever too old. You're always dragged into it.
Well, they can undrag me. I don't know why they keep coming in here with these different usernames. Like I don't know who they are.
It's Tiffany Marie. She's jealous that you are AB's new work wife.
You all are stupid.
Oh my God!
It's not Tiffany Marie.
Fuck, I didn't even expect that. I didn't even guess that, Lisa. I'm thinking, is it easy?
It's not Tiffany Marie. Trust me. I've heard this voice before. It's not Tiffany Marie.
Fuck, I gotta figure
it's not Tiffany Marie. Where is she at? I ain't heard from her in a long time. What's she at?
I think she's talking about the here, chair. I think she's talking about Sebastian Rogers' case too.
Oh, is she? I didn't know. I hadn't heard nothing from her. I didn't know.
I heard that White Boy Lockdown Radio talking about her the other day with.
But boy, they sure been talking about that crime.
Because she did get a piece of information.
Petito's family, she was out of line. I would have whooped her ass.
No, Queen. Do you know what it was? You know what it was? It was Tiffany Marie was over there, and somebody gave her this letter from Smiley Stories World that she wrote this judge, okay? And she told
I heard.
That was Tiffany that did that the other day. And I fucking blew my mind. It blew my mind. I couldn't believe that she would
What did Tiffany do?
Tiffany, that she did that live where that information came from.
I already had it. I had it the other day. Somebody sent it to me.
Oh, really?
Somebody sent me the letter. Oh, I have eyes everywhere, baby.
Oh, okay. That's where I found it. That's where I got all the information.
Honey, just like, hey, let me shut up because I know they somewhere in the chat. They listening, so I can't say what I want to say. But let's just say I hear stuff before y'all even get a wind of it.
You can't expect everything to go as you want it. You have to learn to expect
what I'm
chaos.
saying. People crazy.
Make order out of it. You have to make order out of what you're given in that sense, Queen. Just like the Bible says.
But I will say this. I thought we had a problem with Summer Wells because that's going to be coming up here shortly. This right here, oh, honey. I don't know. This might be running neck to neck with Summer Wells. What you think?
Well, I think it wants to be.
Well, look, hey, they've been quiet. Don and Candace.
You've been watching the Sebastian Rogers case. Probably advising in the background.
I hope not. Yeah, I heard somebody say that, they're talking. And I thought that's just a rumor. He ain't talking to no damn Don Wells.
Well, they seem to be making comparisons in all the right places, which is very suspect.
What did you watch my live where I gave the 63 comparisons?
Yeah, I did.
That's a lot. I started off on that with 8.
You probably stopped and just went live with it. Like how many? There has to be a lot. I don't know. 63 is a tremendous amount. But
and let me tell you something. Come in the chat arguing weeks ago. I don't see the comparison. Well, you don't have to see because you're fine as a dodo bird. We got to go live.
But yeah, so the person who doesn't see the comparison is the first one to chat, and it'll probably be in all capitals. I don't see the comparison.
Well, don't. Because guess what? I came live with 53 on the paper. When I got done, the chat had added 10 more that was sitting right in front of me. Like this, SNS, Summer, Sebastian. How I missed that? That should have been first on my damn list. I didn't even have that as the top list.
Well, do you know what Chris will say is maybe that there's a serial child kidnapper out there.
Oh, I've heard that bullshit. Ain't nobody went all the way over there to Hendersonville.
Yeah, no shit. This is the Zodiac speaking. That's how Seth Rogers' mom speaks when she types.
Oh,
that's
so the kidnapper went from going up a broke up driveway to a flat driveway. He's crafty.
Oh shit. Anyway, I'll talk to you in a little bit later tonight.
Okay.
Ciao.
All right, hon. Thank you. All right, everybody, that's Mr. AB. I'm going to get off this live stream. I'm 9 hours into this. This is madness, but I want to thank you all so much for following this network, supporting this network. Thank you, Miss Tracy, my other guest, Miss Jules, Regina. Queen got to get some rest. I got to come back with a live number 2 pertaining to Rex Heuermann. I want to chop up that information. It is horrible. The evidence of the 2 victims that he has been charged with. This is, there are no words to the information that has been relayed of what he has done to the victims. He's evil. He's absolutely evil. Thank you so much. If you're going to be up a little later this evening, come back and join me. We're going to talk about Rex Heuermann and the evidence with the 2 women. He has been accused of unaliving, one in 2003 and one in 1993. And obviously the one in 93, he wasn't with his wife at that time. He was living allegedly, I think, had a mother with him at one time and a girlfriend. You're also going to hear evidence that that girlfriend's hair was under one of the victims. And allegedly she had moved out of that house 2 months before that alleged crime. I'm still wondering, could he have had a female accomplice? You just don't know. I don't trust anybody. I don't trust anybody. I get it. Hair can transfer, but damn, let's think about this for just a second, because I should wait to do this live, but I'm gonna go ahead and say this. You got hair on one victim from 30 years ago belonging to another woman. And then you got hair on a victim fast forward years ago with Asa's hair. Stay woke, everybody. What are the odds 2 different women hairs that had sex with him and was a girlfriend and a wife, their hair is now on the victim? 2 different victims. And let them tell it. The girlfriend was gone 2 months beforehand. And then now when you fast forward years later to these crimes, Asa was allegedly away when he killed these women. So you want me to believe in my right mind, he only killed women when the wife went on vacation? Come on. He's a killer. You want me to believe a killer is holding back their sensation, their appetite for when their wife goes on vacation? So if the wife only goes on vacation once a year, I'm supposed to believe Rex Heuermann or any killer, serial killer, sitting here saying, well, I can't kill anybody. My wife's home. So I believe that. It's bullshit. Yeah, he looks like a monster. Yes. So I'm wondering if he is that manipulative like these other people, the misfits. If you can arrest 5 people for a crime of a social worker and a mother, you can get you a girl to help you. You can get a wife to help you. I am no longer, there's no way in my right mind I'm going to sit here and ever think people don't conspire with each other. You watch true crime. You have heard 1,000 times of people who knew about the crime and they never came forward. They didn't call the police. They didn't turn on a person. You just can't explain that. Two people, hairs, different times, different women, their hair is on these dead women. Come on now. Girlfriend's hair on this victim. Fast forward years later, the wife's hair is on one of the victims. Yeah, okay. This is too much. More to the story. She had to know something. Both. Rose swore he didn't kill anybody till she died, but helped him cover up the crime. That's what I'm saying. You do have accomplices in murder. You just got to prove it. That's what the DA has to do. He or she has to prove this person aided, lured them, tortured them, watched, helped cover it up. You got to prove it. And that's where the problem comes in. Because all they're going to do is cry. I didn't do anything and he forced me and I was a captive myself and I loved him and all that old BS. Fucking Kayla Montgomery. Ugh. They're all the same. You're welcome, honey. Yeah, they come in all shapes and sizes. And you see people who tell you years later, oh, yeah, I knew about the murder. I knew about the baby in the box, in the attic, but I didn't say anything. So I feel the same way about this Rex Heuermann. I won't doubt Asa knows what he was doing at some point and turned a blind eye or help. And that girlfriend, who's to say he didn't get her to go out here and lure the girls back to the house? This is creepy. And where is she at? Where is this girlfriend? Is she alive? Is she deceased? Where is she? I'd like to know. By helping cover up his other crimes, in turn, she did help him get away with murder. This is scary to me. This is so scary to me. Well, I thank you all for keeping me company. 9 hours. Somebody, oh my goodness, my computer is going to blow up. Queen's got to get some rest. I'm going to kick back. I'm going to pray about this situation. I'm going to pray there's justice for this baby, justice for Summer Wells. And I pray I never talk about I said I was not going to talk about any more kid stories. This is exhausting. And I brought you a kid story yesterday, stupidly. But that story pissed me off, seeing that little boy running around. He didn't have no pants on. I said, this woman's been leaving her kids unattended, alone. Just baffling. Yeah, Jen Soto. Yeah, I don't talk about Jen Soto. I just burnt out talking about these kids. Oh, God, Regina. I stood straight up, went to the phone, called my parents and told them to come and get me. Well, you have to be careful, as you don't know people. And that's what I always say about people in general. All these people, you hear these horrible stories on TV and all of that. What people got to understand, these people are walking around, they're breathing, walking, talking just like you are. So it could be your neighbor, your co-worker. You got to remember, all these men, women that are killing people, they live by somebody. They live with somebody. They drive a car. They go to work. They do this. They do that. They're just like everybody else. You don't know. You're walking by them. You see them. You don't know that they've unalived somebody. You don't know that this person's helped them. You don't know people. I don't trust anybody. I mean that. I can laugh and joke with you. That don't mean I trust you. Because I know what people are capable of. And every day when I go to YouTube Q, there's just days I tell myself, I damn near 2 minutes from damn getting rid of this damn app. This stuff is crazy. Every day it's a crazy story in the YouTube Q. That's how I came across that the story of the autistic boy wandering around the driveway. Came up in the YouTube Q. So I decided to talk about it. And I said I wasn't going to be talking about any more children. And more than likely, nothing's going to happen to the mother. She'll get probation the 20th. And she'll be right back probably doing the same damn thing. She'll probably lock her damn kids in from the outside so they can't get the hell out. Crazy bat. The spirit straight up. Really, a situation I did because I saw the devil in him when he said it. The hell you meet him? Well, you don't know people. That's the point. All right, everybody, I'm out of here. If you'd like to donate to this great network, $Beganji 129 Cash App. Stickers and chats are always welcomed on the live stream. Thank you for the super chats and stickers. God bless. I love you, Regina. I'll see you here in a couple of hours. I'll probably go on no later than 10, 11, so we can chop up this Rex Heuermann story and get this information out. Prayers to the families. At least they have some sense of relief now knowing, identification of the victims and that Mr. Heuermann's DNA has been linked to 2 more victims. Like I said, I fear there will be more and more than the ones that they still have to do, I guess, DNA and everything on. That's what's going to be really bad is if we go out of the numbers, the other victims, that guy, remember they found an Asian guy. So we'll wait to see if Heuermann is linked to him and the lady with the baby. This is bad. All right. I'll see you then. Okay, it's fine. I'll see you all later tonight. Look, what live number would that be? This is about how many lives? 2, 4, 6, 8, 9, 10. I've done 6 lives doing this one. Jesus wept. This is crazy. I can't never talk no junk now about nobody going live. 9 hours and 33 minutes coming up. It's bad. Appreciate you too. Thank you, Steve. Check back tonight, everybody. Check your notifications. I'll come back. And we'll talk about Rex Heuermann and what is going to befall of him. And will he confess? As for a bench trial, I think his best bet is to save people the gory details, save his wife and children the embarrassment. I would go to the judge and ask for a bench trial. Matter of fact, I would do that right now. He knows. He knew what they were going to find anyway when they went to the house last year. He knew. So I don't know why he's playing these mind games. But he's a serial killer, and that's what's expected of a sociopath. So, he's getting some type of enjoyment out of this. Sadly, he's getting some type of enjoyment. You're welcome, sweetheart. Thank you, Starry. Thank you, Sammy, Vivian, Regina, Steve. Thank you all. You all have a wonderful weekend, and I'll see you back here tonight. Thanks a lot. You've been listening to The Vault XL. Thank you.